He lay flat on the brown, pine-needled floor of the forest, his chin on his folded arms, and high overhead the wind blew in the tops of the pine trees. The mountainside S10-D gently where he lay, but below it was steep and he could see the dark of the oiled road winding through the pass. There was a stream alongside the road, and far down the pass he saw a mill beside the stream, and the falling water of the dam, white in the summer sunlight. "Is that the mill?" he asked. "I do not remember it. It was built since you were here." "The old mill is farther down, much below the pass." He spread the photostated military map out on the forest floor, and looked at it carefully. The old man looked over his shoulder. He was a short and solid old man in a black peasant's smock, and grey iron-stiff trousers, and he wore rope-soled shoes. He was breathing heavily from the climb, and his hand rested on one of the two heavy packs they had been carrying. "Then you cannot see the bridge from here?" "No," the old man said. "This is the easy country of the pass where the stream flows gently. Below, where the road turns out of sight in the trees, it drops suddenly and there is a steep gorge, remember? Across this gorge is the bridge." "And where are their posts?" "There is a inst at the mill that you see there." The young man, who was studying the country, took his glasses from the pocket of his faded, khaki flannel shirt, wiped the lenses with a handkerchief, screwed the eyepieces around until the boards of the mill showed suddenly clearly, and he saw the wooden bench beside the door, the huge pile of sawdust that rose behind the open shed where the circular saw was, and a stretch of the flume that brought the logs down from the mountainside on the other bank of the stream. The stream showed clear and smooth-looking in the glasses, and, below the curl of the falling water, the spray from the dam was blowing in the wind. "There is no sentry." "There is smoke coming from the mill house," the old man said. "There are also clothes hanging on a line." "I see them, but I do not see any sentry." "Perhaps he is in the shade," the old man explained. "It is hot there now. He would be in the shadow, at the end we do not see." "Probably." "Where is the next post?" "Below the bridge. It is at the roadmender's hut, at kilometer 5 from the top of the pass." "How many men are here?" He pointed at the mill. "Perhaps 4 and a corporal." "And below?" "More." "I will find out. And at the bridge?" "Always 2. 1 at each end." "We will need a certain number of men," he said. "How many men can you get?" "I can bring as many men as you wish," the old man said. "There are many men now here in the hills." "How many?" "There are more than 100. But they are in small bands." "How many men will you need?" "Will let you know when we have studied the bridge." "Do you wish to study it now?" "No. Now I wish to go to where we will hide this explosive until it is time. I would like to have it hidden in utmost security, at a distance no greater than half an hour from the bridge, if that is possible." "That is simple," the old man said. "From where we are going, it will all be downhill to the bridge. But now we must climb a little in seriousness to get there. Are you hungry?" "Yes," the young man said. "But we will eat later. How are you called?" "I have forgotten." It was a bad sign to him that he had forgotten Anselmo, and the old man said, "I am called Anselmo, and I come from Barco de Avila. Let me help you with that pack." The young man, who was tall and thin, with sun-streaked fair hair, and a wind and sunburned face, who wore the sun-faded flannel shirt, a pair of peasant trousers, and row-soled shoes, leaned over, put his arm through one of the leather pack straps, and swung the heavy pack up onto his shoulders. He worked his arm through the other strap, and settled the weight of the pack against his back. His shirt was still wet from where the pack had rested. "I have it up now," he said. "How do we go?" "We climb," Anselmo said. Bending under the weight of the packs, sweating, they climbed steadily in the pine forest that covered the mountainside. There was no trail that the young man could see, but they were working up and around the face of the mountain, and now they crossed a small stream, and the old man went steadily on ahead up the edge of the rocky stream bed. The climbing now was steeper and more difficult, until finally the stream seemed to drop down over the edge of a smooth granite ledge that rose above them, and the old man waited at the foot of the ledge for the young man to come up to him. "How are you making it?" "All right," the young man said. He was sweating heavily and his thigh muscles were twitchy from the steepness of the climb. "Wait here now for me. I go ahead to warn them. You do not want to be shot at carrying that stuff, not even in a joke," the young man said. "Is it far?" "It is very close." "How do they call thee?" "Roberto," the young man answered. He had slipped the pack off and lowered it gently down between two boulders by the stream bed. "Wait here, then, Roberto, and I will return for you." "Good," the young man said. "But do you plan to go down this way to the bridge?" "No. When we go to the bridge it will be by another way. Shorter and easier. I do not want this material to be stored too far from the bridge. You will see. If you are not satisfied, we will take another place." "We will see," the young man said. He sat by the packs and watched the old man climb the ledge. It was not hard to climb, and from the way he found handholds without searching for them, the young man could see that he had climbed it many times before. Yet whoever was above had been very careful not to leave any trail. The young man, whose name was Robert Jordan, was extremely hungry and he was worried. He was often hungry, but he was not usually worried because he did not give any to what happened to himself, and he knew from experience how simple it was to move behind the enemy lines in all this country. It was as simple to move behind them as it was to cross through them. If you had a Gokzai guide, it was only giving importance to what happened to you if you were caught that made it difficult, and deciding whom to trust. You had to trust the people you worked with completely or not at all, and you had to make decisions about the trusting. He was not worried about any of that. But there were other things. This Anselmo had been a guide, and he could travel wonderfully in the mountains. Robert Jordan could walk well enough himself, and he knew from following him since before daylight that the old man could walk him to death. Robert Jordan trusted the man, Anselmo, so far, in everything except judgment. He had not yet had an opportunity to test his judgment, and, anyway, the judgment was his own responsibility. No, he did not worry about Anselmo, and the problem of the bridge was no more difficult than many other problems. He knew how to blow any sort of bridge that you could name, and he had blown them of all sizes and constructions. There was enough explosive and all equipment in the two packs to blow this bridge properly, even if it were twice as big as Anselmo reported it, as he remembered it when he had walked over it on his way to La Granja on a walking trip in 1933, and as Gols had read him the description of it night before last in that upstairs room in the house outside of the Escorial. To blow the bridge is nothing, Gols had said, the lamplight on his scarred, shaved head, pointing with a pencil on the big map. You understand? Yes, I understand. Absolutely nothing. Merely to blow the bridge is a failure. Yes, Comrade General. To blow the bridge at a stated hour based on the time set for the attack is how it should be done. You see that naturally. That is your right and how it should be done. Gols looked at the pencil, then tapped his teeth with it. Robert Jordan had said nothing. You understand that is your right and how it should be done, Gols went on, looking at HM and nodding his head. He tapped on the map now with a pencil. That is how I should do it. That is what we cannot have. Why, Comrade General? Why? Gols said, angrily. How many attacks have you seen, and you ask me why? What is to guarantee that my orders are not changed? What is to guarantee that the attack is not annulled? What is to guarantee that the attack is not postponed? What is to guarantee that it stands within 6 hours of when it should start? Has any attack ever been as it should? It will start on time if it is your attack, Robert Jordan said. They are never my attacks, Goals said. 11 make them. But they are not mine. The artillery is not mine, I must put in for it. I have never been given what I ask for even when they have it to give. That is the least of it, there are other things. You know how those people are. It is not necessary to go into all of it. Always there is something. Always someone will interfere. So now be sure you understand. So when is the bridge to be blown? Robert Jordan had asked. After the attack starts. As soon as the attack has started, and not before. So that no reinforcements will come up over that road. He pointed with his 11 must know that nothing will come up over that road. And when is the attack? L will tell you. But you are to use the date and hour only as an indication of a probability. You must be ready for that time. You will blow the bridge after the attack has started. You see, he indicated with a pencil. That is the only road on which they can bring up reinforcements. That is the only road on which they can get up tanks, or artillery, or even move a truck toward the pass, which I attack. I must know that bridge is gone. Not before, so it can be repaired if the attack is postponed. No. It must go when the attack starts, and I must know it is gone. There are only those sentries. The man who will go with you has just come from there. He is a very reliable man, they say, you will see. He has people in the mountains. Get as many men as you need. Use as few as possible, but use enough. I do not have to tell you these things. And how do I determine that the attack has started? It is to be made with a full division. There will be an aerial bombardment as preparation. You are not deaf, are you? Then I may take it that when the planes unload, the attack has started. You could not always take it like that, Goals said, and shook his head. But in this case, you may. It is my attack. L understand it, Robert Jordan had said. I do not say I like it very much. Neither do I like it very much. If you do not want to undertake it, say so now. If you think you cannot do it, say so now. L will do it, Robert Jordan had said. L will do it all right. That is all I have to know, Goals said. That nothing comes up over that bridge. That is absolute, L understand. I do not like to ask Opal to do such things, and in such a way, Goals went on. I could not order you to do it. I understand what you may be forced to do through my putting such conditions. I explain very carefully so that you understand, and that you understand all of the possible difficulties, and the importance. And how will you advance on La Granja if that bridge is blown? We go from Var prepared to repair it after we have stormed the pass. It is a very complicated and beautiful operation, as complicated and as beautiful as always. The plan has been manufactured in Madrid. It is another of Vicente Rojo, the unsuccessful professor's masterpieces. I make the attack, and I make it, as always, not in sufficient force. It is a very possible operation. In spite of that, I am much happier about it than usual. It can be successful with that bridge eliminated. We can take Segovia. Look, I show you how it goes. You see? It is not the top of the pass where we attack. We hold that. It is much beyond. Look, here, like this. L would rather not know, Robert Jordan said. Good, said Goals. It is less of baggage to carry with you on the other side, yes. L would always rather not know. Then, no matter what can happen, it was not me that talked. It is better not to know. Goals stroked his forehead with a pencil. Many times I wish I did not know myself. But you do know the one thing you must know about the bridge. Yes. I know that. L believe you do. Goals said. L will not make you any little speech. Let us now have a drink. So much talking makes me very thirsty. Comrade Hordam, you have a funny name in Spanish, Comrade Hordown. How do you say goals in Spanish, comrade general? Hots en said goals, grinning, making the sound deep in his throat, as though hawking with a bad cold. Hots en, he croaked. Comrade general Coates. If I had known how they pronounced goals in Spanish, I would pick me out a better name before I come to war here. When I think I come to command a division, and I can pick out any name I want, and I pick out Hots. General Hots _ now it is too late to change. How do you like peasant work? It was the Russian term for guerrilla work behind the lines. Very much, Robin Jordan said. He grinned. It is very healthy in the open air. I'll like it very much when I was your age, two goals said. They tell me you blow bridges very well. Very scientific. It is only hearsay. I have never seen you do anything myself. Maybe nothing ever happens really. You really blow them, he was teasing now. Drink this. He handed the glass of Spanish brandy to Robert Jordan. You really blow them? Sometimes. You better not have any sometimes on this bridge. No, let us not talk any more about this bridge. You understand enough now about that bridge. We are very serious, so we can make very strong jokes. Look, do you have many girls on the other side of the lines? No, there is no time for girls. I do not agree. The more irregular the service, the more irregular the life. You have very irregular service. Also you need a haircut. I have my hair cut as it needs it. Robert Jordan said he would be damned if he would have his head shaved like girls. I have enough to think about without girls, he said sullenly. What sort of uniform am I supposed to wear? Robert Jordan asked. None, Goals said. Your haircut is all right, I tease you. You are very different from me, Goals had said, and filled up the glasses again. You never think about only girls. I never think at all. Why should L? I am General Sovietique. I never think. Do not try to trap me into thinking. Someone on his staff, sitting on a chair working over a map on a drawing board, growled at him in the language Robert Jordan did not understand. Shut up, Goals had said, in English. I'll joke if I want. I am so serious is why I can joke now. Drink this and then go, you understand, huh? Yes, Robert Jordan had said. I'll understand. They had shaken hands and he had saluted and gone out to the staff car where the old man was waiting asleep, and in that car they had ridden over the road, past Guadarrama, the old man still asleep, and up the Navacerrada road to the Alpine Club hut where he, Robert Jordan, slept for 3 hours before they started. That was the last he had seen of Goals, with his strange white face that never tanned, his hawk eyes, the big nose and thin lips, and the shaven head crossed with wrinkles and with scars. Tomorrow night they would be outside the Escorial in the dark along the road, the long lines of trucks loading the infantry in the darkness, the men, heavy loaded, climbing up into the trucks, the machine gun sections lifting the guns into the trucks, the tanks being run up on the skids onto the long-loaded tank trucks, pulling the division out to move them in the night for the attack on the pass. He would not think about that. That was not his business. That was Goals' business. He had only one thing to do, and that was what he should think about, and he must think it out clearly and take everything as it came along, and not worry. To worry was as bad as to be afraid. It simply made things more difficult. He sat now by the stream watching the clear water flowing between the rocks, and, across the stream, he noticed there was a thick bed of watercress. He crossed the stream, picked a double handful, washed the muddy roots clean in the current, and then sat down again beside his pack, and ate the clean, cool green leaves and the crisp, peppery-tasting stalks. He knelt by the stream and, pushing his automatic pistol around on his belt to the small of his back so that it would not be wet, he lowered himself with a hand on each of 2 boulders, and drank from the stream. The water was achingly cold. Pushing himself up on his hands, he turned his head, and saw the old man coming down the ledge. With him was another man, also in a black peasant's smock, and the dark grey trousers that were almost a uniform in that province, wearing rough-soled shoes, and with a carbine slung over his back. This man was bareheaded. The two of them came scrambling down the rock like goats. They came up to him, and Robert Jordan got to his feet. "Salud, camarada," he said to the man with the carbine, and smiled. "Salud," and the other said, grudgingly. Robert Jordan looked at the man's heavy, beard-stubbled face. It was almost round, and his head was round, and set close on his shoulders. His eyes were small, and set too wide apart, and his ears was small, and set close to his head. He was a heavy man, about 5 feet 10 inches tall, and his hands and feet were large. His nose had been broken, and his mouth was cut at one corner, and the line of the scar across the upper lip and lower jaw showed through the growth of beard over his face. The old man nodded his head at this man, and smiled. "He is the boss here," he grinned, then flexed his arms as though to make the muscles stand out, and looked at the man with the carbine in a half-sneaking admiration. "A very strong man." "I can see it," Robert Jordan said, and smiled again. He did not like the look of this man, and inside himself he was not smiling at all. "What have you to justify your identity?" asked the man with the carbine. Robert Jordan unpinned a safety pin that ran through his pocket flap, and took a folded paper out of the left breast pocket of his flannel shirt, and handed it to the man, who opened it, looked at it doubtfully, and turned it in his hands. "So he cannot read," Robert Jordan noted. "Look at the seal," he said. The old man pointed to the seal, and the man with the carbine studied it, turning it in his fingers. "What seal is that? Have you never seen it?" "No." "There are two," said Robert Jordan. "One is SLM _, the Service of the Military Intelligence. The other is the General Staff." "Yes, I have seen that seal before. But here no one commands but me," the other said sullenly. "What have you in the packs?" "Dynamite," the old man said proudly. "Last night we crossed the lines in the dark, and all day we have carried this dynamite over the mountain." "I can use dynamite," said the man with the carbine. He handed back the paper to Robert Jordan, and looked him over. "Yes, I have use for dynamite." "How much have you brought me?" "I have brought you no dynamite," Robert Jordan said to him evenly. "The dynamite is for another purpose." "What is your name?" "What is that to you?" "He is Pablo," said the old man. The man with the carbine looked at them both sullenly. "GND. I have heard much good of you," said Robert Jordan. "What have you heard of me?" asked Pablo. "I have heard that you are an excellent guerrilla leader, that you are loyal to the Republic, and prove your loyalty through your acts, and that you are a man both serious and valiant. I bring you greetings from the General Staff." "Where did you hear all this?" asked Pablo. Robert Jordan registered that he was not taking any of the flattery. "El heard it from Buitrago to the Escorial," he said, naming all the stretch of country on the other side of the lines. "El know no one in Buitrago nor in Escorial," Pablo told him. "There are many people on the other side of the mountains who were not there before." "Where are you from?" "Avila." "What are you going to do with the dynamite?" "Blow up a bridge." "What bridge?" "That is my business. If it is in this territory, it is my business. You cannot blow bridges close to where you live. You must live in one place and operate in another. I know my business. One who is alive, now, after a year, knows his business. And this is my business," Robert Jordan said. "We can discuss it together. Do you wish to help us with the sacks?" "No," said Pablo, and shook his head. The old man turned toward him suddenly, and spoke rapidly and furiously in a dialect that Robert Jordan could just follow. It was like reading Quivedo. Anselmo was speaking Old Castilian, and it went something like this: "Art thou a brute?" "Yes." "Art thou a beast?" "Yes, many times." "Hast thou a brain?" "Nay." "None." "Now we come for something of consummate importance, and thee, with thy dwelling place to be undisturbed,
puts thy foxhole before the interests of humanity, before the interests of thy _I this and that in the this and that of thy father. I this and that in thy this. Pick up that bag. Pablo looked down. Everyone has to do what he can do according to how it can be truly done, he said. I'll live here and I operate beyond Segovia. If you make a disturbance here, we will be hunted out of these mountains. It is only by doing nothing here that we are able to live in these mountains. It is the principle of the fox. Yes, said Anselmo bitterly. It is the principle of the fox when we need the wolf. I am more wolf than the Pablo said, and Robert Jordan knew that he would pick up the sack. Anselmo looked at him. Thou art more wolf than me, and I am 68 years old. He spat on the ground and shook his head. You have that many years? Robert Jordan asked, seeing that now, for the moment, it would be all right and trying to make it go easier. 68 in the month of July. If we should ever see that month, said Pablo. Let me help you with the pack, he said to Robert Jordan. Leave the other to the old man. He spoke, not sullenly, but almost sadly now. He is an old man of great strength. El will carry the pack, Robert Jordan said. Nay, said the old man, leave it to this other strong man. El will take it, Pablo told him, and in his sullenness there was a sadness that was disturbing to Robert Jordan. He knew that sadness, and to see it here worried him. Give me the carbine, he said, and when Pablo handed it to him, he slung it over his back and, with the two men climbing ahead of him, they went heavily, pulling and climbing up the granite shelf, and over its upper edge to where there was a green clearing in the forest. They skirted the edge of the little meadow, and Robert Jordan, striding easily now without the pack, the carbine pleasantly rigid over his shoulder after the heavy, sweating pack weight, noticed that the grass was cropped down in several places and signs that picket pins had been driven into the earth. He could see a trail through the grass where horses had been led to the stream to drink, and there was the fresh manure of several horses. They picket them here to feed at night, and keep them out of sight in the timber in the daytime, he thought. I wonder how many horses this Pablo has. He remembered now, noticing, without realizing it, that Pablo's trousers were worn soapy shiny in the knees and thighs. I wonder if he has a pair of boots or if he rides in those alpargators, he thought. He must have quite an outfit. But I don't like that sadness, he thought. That sadness is bad. That's the sadness they get before they quit or before they betray. That is the sadness that comes before the sellout. Ahead of them a horse whinnied in the timber, and then, through the brown trunks of the pine trees, only a little sunlight coming down through their thick, almost touching tops, he saw the corral made by roping around the tree trunks. The horses had their heads pointed toward the men as they approached, and at the foot of a tree, outside the corral, the saddles were piled together and covered with a tarpaulin. As they came up, the two men with the packs stopped, and Robert Jordan knew it was for him to admire the horses. Yes, he said. They are beautiful. He turned to Pablo. You have your cavalry, and there were 5 horses in the rope corral, 3 bays, a sorrel, and a buckskin. Sorting them out carefully with his eyes after he had seen them first together, Robert Jordan looked them over individually. Pablo and Anselmo knew how good they were, and while Pablo stood now proud and less sad-looking, watching them lovingly, the old man acted as though they were some great surprise that he had produced, suddenly, himself. How do they look to you? He asked. All these I have taken, Pablo said, and Robert Jordan was pleased to hear him speak proudly. That ends, said Robert Jordan, pointing to one of the bays, a big stallion with a white blaze on his forehead and a single white foot. The near front is much horse. He was a beautiful horse that looked as though he had come out of a painting by Velázquez. They are all good, said Pablo. You know horses. Less bad, said Pablo. Do you see a defect in one of these? Robert Jordan knew that now his papers were examined by the man who could not read.
The horses all still had their heads up inking at the man. Robin Jordan slipped through between the double rope of the corral, and slapped the buckskin on the haunch. He leaned back against the ropes of the enclosure, and watched the horses circle the corral, stood watching them a minute more, as they stood still, then leaned down and came out through the ropes. "The sorrel is lame in the off hind foot," he said to Pablo, not looking at him. "The hoof is split, and although it might not get worse if shod properly, she could break down if she travels over much hard ground. The hoof was like that when we took her," Pablo said. "The best horse that you have, the white-faced bay stallion, has a swelling on the upper part of the cannon bone that I do not like. It is nothing," said Pablo. "He knocked it 3 days ago. If it were to be anything it would have become so already." He pulled back the tarpaulin and showed the saddles. There were 2 ordinary vaqueros or herdsman's saddles, like American stock saddles, one very ornate vaquero's saddle, with hand-tooled leather and heavy, hooded stirrups, and 2 military saddles in black leather. "We killed a pair of Guardia Civil," he said, explaining the military saddles. "That is big game." They had dismounted on the road between Segovia and Santa Maria del Real. They had dismounted to ask papers of the driver of a cart. "We were able to kill them without injuring the horses. Have you killed many civil guards?" Robert Jordan asked. "Several," Pablo said. "But only these 2 without injury to the horses." "It was Pablo who blew up the train at Arevalo," Anselmo said. "That was Pablo?" "There was a foreigner with us who made the explosion," Pablo said. "Do you know him?" "What is he called?" "I do not remember. It was a very rare name." "What did he look like?" "He was fair, as you are, but not as tall, and with large hands, and a broken nose." "Kashkin N," Robert Jordan said. "That would be Kashkin _ yes," said Pablo. "It was a very rare name." "Something like that." "What has become of him?" "He is dead since April." "That is what happens to everybody," Pablo said, gloomily. "That is the way we will all finish." "That is the way all men end," Anselmo said. "That is the way men have always ended." "What is the matter with you, man? What hast thou in the stomach?" "They are very strong," Pablo said. It was as though he were talking to himself. He looked at the horses gloomily. "You do not realize how strong they are. I see them always strong, yet always better armed. Always with more material. Here am I with horses like these. And what can I look forward to? To be hunted and to die. Nothing more _ you hunt as much as you are hunted," Anselmo said. "No," said Pablo. "Not any more. And if we leave these mountains now, where can we go? Answer me that." "Where now?" "In Spain there are many mountains. There are the Sierra de Gredos if one leaves here." "Not for me," Pablo said. "I am tired of being hunted. Here we are all right now. If you blow a bridge here, we will be hunted. If they know we are here and hunt for us with planes, they will find us. If they send Moors to hunt us out, they will find us and we must go. I am tired of all this. You hear?" He turned to Robert Jordan. "What right have you, a foreigner, to come to me and tell me what I must do?" "I have not told you anything you must do," Robert Jordan said to him. "You will though," Pablo said. There is the badness." He pointed at the heavy packs that they had lowered to the ground, while they had watched the horses. Seeing the horses had seemed to bring this all to a head in him, and seeing that Robert Jordan knew horses, had seemed to loosen his tongue. The 3 of them stood now by the rope corral, and the patchy sunlight shone on the coat of the bay stallion. Pablo looked at him, and then pushed with his foot against the heavy pack. "There is the badness. I'll come only for my duty," Robert Jordan told him. "I'll come under orders from those who are conducting the war. If I ask you to help me, you can refuse, and I will find others who will help me. I have not even asked you for help yet." I have to do what I am ordered to do, and I can promise you of its importance. That I am a foreigner is not my fault. I would rather have been born here. To me, now, the most important is that we be not disturbed here, Pablo said. To me, now, my duty is to those who are with me and to myself. Thyself. Yes, Anselmo said. Thyself now since a long time. Thyself and thy horses. Until thou hadst horses thou wert with us. Now thou art another capitalist more. That is unjust, said Pablo. I'll expose the horses all the time for the cause. Very little, said Anselmo scornfully. Very little in my judgment. To steal, yes. To eat well, yes. To murder, yes. To fight, no. You are an old man who will make himself trouble with his mouth. I am an old man who is afraid of no one, Anselmo told him. Also I am an old man without horses. You are an old man who may not live long. I am an old man who will live until I die, Anselmo said. And I am not afraid of foxes. Pablo said nothing but picked up the pack, nor of wolves either, Anselmo said, picking up the other pack. If thou art a wolf, shut thy mouth, Pablo said to him. Thou art an old man who always talks too much. And would do whatever he said he would do, Anselmo said, bent under the pack. And who now is hungry and thirsty? Go on, guerrilla leader with a sad face. Lead us to something to eat. It is starting badly enough, Robert Jordan thought. But Anselmo's a man. They are wonderful when they are good, he thought. There is no hash opal like them when they are good, and when they go bad there is no people that is worse. Anselmo must have known what he was doing when he brought us here. But I don't like it. I don't like any of it. The only sign was that Pablo was carrying the pack, and that he had given him the carbine. Perhaps he is always like that, Robert Jordan thought. Maybe he is just one of the gloomy ones. No, he said to himself, don't fool yourself. You do not know how he was before, but you do know that he is going bad fast and without hiding it. When he starts to hide it he will have made a decision. Remember that, he told himself, the first friendly thing he does, he will have made a decision. They are awfully good horses, though, he thought, beautiful horses. I wonder what could make me feel the way those horses make Pablo feel. The old man was right. The horses made him rich, and as soon as he was rich he wanted to enjoy life. Pretty soon he'll feel bad because he can't join the jockey club, I guess, he thought. Pauvre Pablo. 11 a.m. Manx Sun jockey. That idea made him feel better. He grinned, looking at the two bent backs, and the big packs ahead of him moving through the trees. He had not made any jokes with himself all day, and now that he had made one he felt much better. You're getting to be as all the rest of them, he told himself. You're getting gloomy, too. He'd certainly been solemn and gloomy with goals. The job had overwhelmed him a little. Slightly overwhelmed, he thought, plenty overwhelmed. Goals was gay, and he had wanted him to be gay too before he left, but he hadn't been. All the best ones, when you thought it over, were gay. It was much better to be gay, and it was a sign of something too. It was like having immortality while you were still alive. That was a complicated one. There were not many of them left though. No, there were not many of the gay ones left. There were very damned few of them left, and if you keep on thinking like that, my boy, you won't be left either. Turn off the thinking now, old timer, old comrade, you're a bridge blower now. Not a thinker. Man, I'm hungry, he thought. I hope Pablo eats well. They had come through the heavy timber to the cup-shaped upper end of the little valley, and he saw where the camp must be under the rim rock that rose ahead of them through the trees. That was the camp all right, and it was a good camp. You did not see it at all until you were up to it, and Robert Jordan knew it could not be spotted from the air. Nothing would show from above. It was as well hidden as a bear's den. But it seemed to be little better guarded. He looked at it carefully as they came up. There was a large cave in the rimrock formation, and beside the opening a man sat with his back against the rake, his legs stretched out on the ground, and his carbine leaning against the rock. He was cutting away on a stick with a knife, and he stared at them as they came up, then went on whittling. "Hola," said the seated man, "what is this that comes?" The old man and a dynamiter Pablo told him, and lowered the pack inside the entrance to the cave. Anselmo lowered his pack, too, and Robert Jordan unslung the rifle, and leaned it against the rock. "Don't leave it so close to the cave," the whittling man, who had blue eyes in a dark, good-looking lazy gypsy face, the color of smoked leather, said. "There's a fire in there." "Get up and put it away thyself," Pablo said. "Put it by that tree." The gypsy did not move but said something unprintable, then, "Leave it there." "Blow thyself up," he said lazily. "'Twill cure thy diseases. What do you make?" Robert Jordan sat down by the gypsy. The gypsy showed him. It was a figure 4 trap, and he was whittling the crossbar for it. "For foxes," he said. "With a log for a deadfall. It breaks thar backs." He grinned at Jordan. "Like this, see." He made a motion of the framework of the trap collapsing, the log falling, then shook his head, drew in his hand, and spread his arms to show the fox with a broken back. "Very practical," he explained. "He catches rabbits," Anselmo said. "He is a gypsy. So if he catches rabbits he says it is foxes. If he catches a fox he would say it was an elephant, and if I catch an elephant," the gypsy asked and showed his white teeth again and winked at Robert Jordan. "You'd say it was a tank," Anselmo told him. "I'll get a tank," the gypsy told him. "El will get a tank. And you can say it is what you please. Gypsies talk much and kill little," Anselmo told him. The gypsy winked at Robert Jordan, and went on whittling. Pablo had gone in out of sight in the cave. Robert Jordan H0-D he had gone for food. He sat on the ground by the gypsy, and the afternoon sunlight came down through the treetops, and was warm on his outstretched legs. He could smell food now in the cave. The smell of oil and of onions, and of meat frying, and his stomach moved with hunger inside of him. "We can get a tank," he said to the gypsy. "It is not too difficult with this." The gypsy pointed toward the 2 sacks. "Yes," Robert Jordan told him. "El will teach you. You make a trap. It is not too difficult, you and me." "Sure," said Robert Jordan. "Why not?" "Hey," the gypsy said to Anselmo "Vlow those 2 sacks to where they will be safe, will you? They are valuable." Anselmo grunted. "I am going for wine," he told Robert Jordan. Robert Jordan got up and lifted the sacks away from the cave entrance, and leaned them, one on each side of a tree trunk. He knew what was in them, and he never liked to see them close together. "Bring a cup for me," the gypsy told him. "Is there wine?" Robert Jordan asked, sitting down again by the gypsy. "Wine? Why not? A whole skinful." "Half a skinful, anyway N, and what to eat?" "Everything, man," the gypsy said. "We eat like generals." "And what do gypsies do in the war?" Robert Jordan asked him. "They keep on gypsies that's a good job." "The best," the gypsy said. "How do they call thee?" "And thee?" "Raphael." "And this of the tank is serious?" "Surely." "Why not?" Anselmo came out of the mouth of the cave, with a deep stone basin full of red wine, and with his fingers through the handles of 3 cups. "Look," he said. "They have cups and all." Pablo came out behind them. "There is food soon," he said. "Do you have tobacco?" Robert Jordan went over to the packs, and opening one, felt inside an inner pocket, and brought out one of the flat boxes of Russian cigarettes he had gotten at Gold's headquarters. He ran his thumbnail around the edge of the box, and, opening the lid, handed them to Pablo, who took half a dozen. Pablo, holding them in one of his huge hands, picked one up and looked at it against the light. They were long, narrow cigarettes, with pasteboard cylinders for mouthpieces, much air, and little tobacco, he said. "I'll know these." The other, with a rare name, had them. Kashkin and Robert Jordan said, and offered the cigarettes to the gypsy and Anselmo, who each took one. "Take more," he said, and they each took another. He gave them each 4 more, they making a double nod, with a hand holding the cigarettes so that the cigarette DP-D its end, as a man salutes with a sword, to thank him. "Yes," Pablo said. "It was a rare name. Here is the wine." Anselmo dipped a cup out of the bowl, and handed it to Robert Jordan, then dipped for himself and the gypsy. "Is there no wine for me?" Pablo asked. They were all sitting together by the cave entrance. Anselmo handed him his cup, and went into the cave for another. Coming out, he leaned over the bowl, and dipped the cup full, and they all touched cup edges. The wine was good, tasting faintly resinous from the wineskin, but excellent, light and clean on his tongue. Robert Jordan drank it slowly, feeling it spread warmly through his tiredness. "The food comes shortly," Pablo said. "And this foreigner with a rare name, how did he die?" "He was captured and he killed himself." "How did that happen?" "He was wounded and he did not wish to be a prisoner." "What were the details?" "I don't know," he lied. He knew the details very well, and he knew they would not make good talking now. "He made us promise to shoot him in case he were wounded at the business of the train, and should be unable to get away," and Pablo said. He spoke in a very rare manner. He must have been jumpy even then, Robert Jordan thought. "Poor old Kashkim, he had a prejudice against killing himself," Pablo said. "He told me that. Also he had a great fear of tortured." "Did he tell you that, too?" Robert Jordan asked him. "Yes," the gypsy said. "He spoke like that to all of us." "Were you at the train, too?" "Yes. All of us were at the train." "He spoke in a very rare manner," Pablo said. "But he was very brave." Poor old Kashkim, Robert Jordan thought he must have been doing more harm than good around here. "I wish I would have known he was that jumpy as far back as then. They should have pulled him out. You can't have hash opal around doing this sort of work, and talking like that. That is no way to talk. Even if they accomplish their mission, they are doing more harm than good, talking that sort of stuff." "He was a little strange," Robert Jordan said. "I'll think he was a little crazy. But very dexterous at producing explosions," the gypsy said. "And very brave." "But crazy," Robert Jordan said. "In this you have to have very much head, and be very cold in the head." That was no way to talk. "And you," Pablo said, "if you are wounded in such a thing as this bridge, you would be willing to be left behind." "Listen," Robert Jordan said, and, leaning forward, he dipped himself another cup of the wine. "Listen to me clearly. If ever I should have any little favors to ask of any man, I will ask him at the time." "Good," said the gypsy approvingly. "In this way speak the good ones." "Ah, here it comes." "You have eaten," said Pablo. "And I can eat twice more," and the gypsy told him. "Look now who brings it," and the girls stooped as she came out of the cave mouth carrying the big iron cooking platter, and Robert Jordan saw her face turned at an angle, and at the same time saw the strange thing about her. She smiled and said, "Hola, comrade," and Robert Jordan said, "Salud," and was careful not to stare and not to look away. She set down the flat iron platter in front of him, and he noticed her handsome brown hands. Now she looked him full in the face and smiled. Her teeth were white in her brown face, and her skin and her eyes were the same golden tawny brown. She had high cheekbones, merry eyes, and a straight mouth with full lips. Her hair was the golden brown of a grain field that has been burned dark in the sun, but it was cut short all over her head so that it was but little longer than the fur on a beaver. _LT_. She smiled in Robert Jordan's face, and put her brown hand up and ran it over her head, flattening the hair which rose again as her hand passed. She has a beautiful face. Robert Jordan thought she'd be beautiful if they hadn't crop her hair. That is the way I comb it, she said to Robert Jordan, and laughed. Go ahead and eat, don't stare at me. They gave me this haircut in Valladolid. It's almost grown out now. She sat down opposite him and looked at him. He looked back at her and she smiled and folded her hands together over her knees. Her legs slanted long and clean from the open cuffs of the trousers as she sat with her hands across her knees, and he could see the shape of her small up-tilted breasts under the grey shirt. Every time Robert Jordan looked at her he could feel a thickness in his throat. There are no plates, Anselmo said. Use your own knife. The girl had leaned 4 forks, tines down, against the sides of the iron dish. They were all eating out of the platter, not as is the Spanish custom. It was rabbit cooked with onions and green peppers, and there were chickpeas in the red wine sauce. It was well cooked, the rabbit meat flaked off the bones, and the sauce was delicious. Robert Jordan drank another cup of wine while he ate. The girl watched him all through the meal. Everyone else was watching his food and eating. Robert Jordan wiped up the last of the sauce in front of him with a piece of bread, piled the rabbit bones to one side, wiped the sint where they had been for sauce, then wiped his fork clean with the bread, his knife, and put it away and ate the bread. He leaned over and dipped his cup full of wine, and the girl still watched him. Robert Jordan drank half the cup of wine, but the thickness still came in his throat when he spoke to the girl. How art thou called? He asked. Pablo looked at him quickly when he heard the tone of his voice. Then he got up and walked away. Maria. And thee? Have you been long in the mountains? 3 months. 3 months. He looked at her hair, that was as thick and short and rippling when she passed her hand over it, now in embarrassment, as a grain field in the wind on a hillside. It was shaved, she said. They shaved it regularly in the prison at Valladolid. It has taken 3 months to grow to this. I was on the train. They were taking me to the south. Many of the prisoners were caught after the train was blown up, but I was not. I came with these. Elle found her hidden in the rocks. The gypsy said it was when we were leaving. Man, but this one was ugly. We took her along, but many times I thought we would have to leave her. _N, and the other one who was with them at the train, asked Maria. The other blonde one. The foreigner. Where is he? Dead, Robert Jordan said. In April. In April? The train was in April. Yes, Robert Jordan said. He died 10 days after the train. Poor man, she said. He was very brave. And you do that same business? You have done trains, too? Yes. 3 trains. Here. In Extremadura, he said. I was in Extremadura before I came here. We do very much in Extremadura. There are many of us working in Extremadura. And why do you come to these mountains now? I'll take the place of the other blonde one. Also, I know this country from before the movement. And you know it well. No, not really well. But I learn fast. I have a good map and I have a guide. The old man, and she nodded. The old man is very good, thank you, Anselmo said to her, and Robert Jordan realized suddenly that he and the girl were not alone, and he realized too that it was hard for him to look at her because it made his voice change so. He was violating the second rule of the 2 rules for getting on well with people that speak Spanish: give the men tobacco and leave the women alone, and he realized, very suddenly, that he did not care. There were so many things that he had not to care about. Why should he care about that? You have a very beautiful face, he said to Maria. I wish I would have had the luck to see you before your hair was cut. It will grow out, she said. In 6 months it will be long enough. You should have seen her when we brought her from the train. She was so ugly it would make you sick. Whose woman are you? Robert Jordan asked, trying not to pull out of it. Are you Pablo's? She looked at him and laughed, then slapped him on the knee. Of Pablo? You have seen Pablo? Well, then, of Raphael. I have seen Raphael. Of Raphael neither? Of no one, the gypsy said. This is a very strange woman. Is of no one? But she cooks well _n really of no one? Robert Jordan asked her. Of no one? No one. Neither in joke nor in seriousness. Nor of thee either? No. Robert Jordan said, and he could feel the thickness coming in his throat again. Good. I have no time for any woman. That is true. Not 15 minutes, the gypsy asked teasingly. Not a quarter of an hour. Robert Jordan did not answer. He looked at the girl, Maria, and his throat felt too thick for him to trust himself to speak. Maria looked at him and laughed, then blushed suddenly but kept on looking at him. You are blushing, Robert Jordan said to her. Do you blush much? Never. You are blushing now. Then I will go into the cave. Stay here, Maria. No, she said, and did not smile at him. Elle will go into the cave now. She picked up the iron plate they had eaten from and the 4 forks. She moved awkwardly as a colt moves, but with that same grace as of a young animal. Do you want the cups? She asked. Robert Jordan was still at her, and she blushed again. Don't make me do that, she said. I do not like to do that. Leave them, the gypsy said to her. Here he dipped into the stone bowl, and handed the full cup to Robert Jordan, who watched the girl duck her head and go into the cave carrying the heavy iron dish. Thank you, Robert Jordan said. His voice was all right again, now that she was gone. This is the last one. We've had enough of this. We will finish the bowl, the gypsy said. There is over half a skin. We packed it in on one of the horses. That was the last raid of Pablo, Anselmo said. Since then he has done nothing. How many are you? Robert Jordan asked. We are 7 and there are 2 women. 2. Yes. The mujer of Pablo. And she? In the cave. The girl can cook a little. I said she cooks well to please her. But mostly she helps the mujer of Pablo. And how is she, the mujer of Pablo? Something barbarous, the gypsy grinned. Something very barbarous. If you think Pablo is ugly, you should see his woman, but brave. 100 times braver than Pablo, but something barbarous. Pablo was brave in the beginning, Anselmo said. Pablo was something serious in the beginning. He killed more people than the cholera, the gypsy said. At the start of the movement, Pablo killed more people than the typhoid fever. But since a long time he is muy flojo, Anselmo said. He is very flaccid. He is very much afraid to die. It is possible that it is because he has killed so many at the beginning, the gypsy said philosophically. Pablo killed more than the bubonic plague. That and the riches, Anselmo said. Also he drinks very much. Now he would like to retire like a matador de toros. Like a bullfighter. But he cannot retire. If he crosses to the other side of the lines, they will take his horses, and make him go in the army, the gypsy said. In me there is no love for being in the army either. Nor is there in any other gypsy, Anselmo said. Why should there be? The gypsy asked. Who wants to be in an army? Do we make the revolution to be in an army? I am willing to fight, but not to be in an army. Where are the others? Asked Robert Jordan. He felt comfortable and sleepy now from the wine, and lying back on the floor of the forest he saw through the treetops the small afternoon clouds of the mountains moving slowly in the high Spanish sky. There are 2 asleep in the cave, the gypsy said. 2 are on guard above where we have the gun. One is on guard below. They are probably all asleep. Robert Jordan rolled over on his side. What kind of a gun is it? A very rare name, the gypsy said. It has gone away from me for the moment. It is a machine gun. It must be an automatic rifle. Robert Jordan thought. How much does it weigh? He asked. One man can carry it, but it is heavy. It has 3 legs that fold. We got it in the last serious raid. The one before the wine. How many rounds have you for it? An infinity, the gypsy said. One whole case of an unbelievable heaviness. Sounds like about 500 rounds, Robert Jordan thought. Does it feed from a pan or a belt? From round iron cans on the top of the gun. Hell, it's a Lewis gun, Robert Jordan thought. Do you know anything about a machine gun? He asked. The old man Nada said. Anselmo _nothing. And thou cue to the gypsy. That they fire with much rapidity, and becomes so hot the barrel burns the hand that touches it, the gypsy said proudly. Everyone knows that, Anselmo said with contempt. Perhaps, the gypsy said. But he asked me to tell what I know about a Mekuna, and I told him. Then he added, also, unlike an ordinary rifle, they continue to fire as long as you exert pressure on the trigger. Unless they jam, run out of ammunition, or get so hot they melt. Robert Jordan said in English, what do you say? Anselmo asked him. Nothing, Robert Jordan said. Was only looking into the future in English. That is something truly rare, the gypsy said. Looking into the future in English. Can you read in the palm of the hand? No, Robert Jordan said, and he dipped another cup of wine. But if thou canst, I wish thee would read in the palm of my hand, and tell me what is going to pass in the next 3 days. The mujer of Pablo reads in the hands, the gypsy said. But she is so irritable, and of such a barbarousness, that I do not know if she will do it. Robert Jordan sat up now, and took a swallow of the wine. Let us see the mujer of Pablo now, he said. If it is that bad, let us get it over with. Elle would not disturb her, Raphael said. She has a strong hatred for me. Why? She treats me as a time waster. What injustice, Anselmo taunted. She is against gypsies _ what an error, Anselmo said. She has gypsy blood, Raphael said. She knows of what she speaks. He grinned. But she has a tongue that scalds, and that bites like a bull whip. With this tongue she takes the hide from anyone. In strips. She is of an unbelievable barbarousness. How does she get along with a girl, Maria? Robert Jordan asked. GND. She likes the girl. But let anyone come near her seriously, he shook his head and clucked with his tongue. She is very with the girl, Anselmo said. She takes good care of her. When we picked the girl up at the time of the train, she was very strange, Raphael said. She would not speak, and she cried all the time, and if anyone touched her she would shiver like a wet dog. Only lately has she been better. Lately she has been much better. Today she was fine. Just now, talking to you, she was very good. We would have left her after the train. Certainly it was not worth being delayed by something so sad and ugly and apparently worthless. But the old woman tied a rope to her, and when the girl thought she could not go further, the old woman beat her with the end of the rope to make her go. Then when she could not really go further, the old woman carried her over her shoulder. When the old woman could not carry her, I carried her. We were going up that hill breast high in the gorse and heather. And when I could no longer carry her, Pablo carried her. But what the old woman had to say to us to make us do it. He shook his head at the memory. It is true that the girl is long in the legs but is not heavy. The bones are light and she weighs little, but she weighs enough. When we had to carry her and stop to fire and then carry her again, with the old woman lashing at Pablo with a rope and carrying his rifle, putting it in his hand when he would drop the girl, making him pick her up again and loading the gun for him while she cursed him, taking the shells from his pouches and shoving them down into the magazine and cursing him. The dusk was coming well on then, and when the night came it was all right. But it was lucky that they had no cavalry. It must have been very hard at the train, Anselmo said. I was not there, he explained to Robert Jordan. There was the band of Pablo, of El Sordo, whom we will see tonight, and 2 other bands of these mountains. I had gone to the other side of the lines. In addition to the blonde one with a rare name, the gypsy said. Kashkin.n. Yes. It is a name I can never dominate. We had 2 with a machine gun. They were sent also by the army. They could not get the gun away, and lost it snidely. It weighed no more than that girl, and if the old woman had been over them they would have gotten it away. He shook his head remembering, then went, never in my life have I seen such a thing as when the explosion was the train was coming steadily. We saw it far away. And I had an excitement so great that I cannot tell it. We saw steam from it, and then later came the noise of the whistle, then it came choo 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 choo, steadily larger, and then, at the moment of the explosion, the front wheels of the engine rose up, and all of the earth seemed to rise in a great cloud of blackness, and a roar, and the engine rose high in the cloud of dirt, and of the wooden ties rising in the air, as in a dream, and then it fell onto its side, like a great wounded animal, and there was an explosion of white steam before the clods of the other explosion had ceased to fall on us, and the Marquina commenced to speak. Ta 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 en went the gypsy, shaking his 2 clenched fists up and down in front of him, thumbs up, on an imaginary machine gun. Ta tal taddle taddle tad ta, he exulted. Never in my life have I seen such a thing, with the troops running from the train, and the Mequinas speaking into them, and the men falling. It was then that I put my hand on the Marquina in my excitement, and discovered that the barrel burned, and at that moment the old woman slapped me on the side of the face, and said, "Shunti, you fool, shoot, or I will kick your brains in." Then I commenced to shoot, but it was very hard to hold my gun steady, and the troops were running up the far hill. Later, after we had been down at the train to see what there was to take, an officer forced some troops back toward us at the point of a pistol. He kept waving the pistol and shouting at them, and we were all shooting at him, but no one hit him. Then some troops lay down and commenced firing, and the officer walked up and down behind them with his pistol, and still we could not hit him, and the Marquina could not fire on him because of the position of the train. This officer shot 2 men as they lay, and still they would not get up, and he was cursing them, and finally they got up, 1, 2 and 3 at a time, and came running toward us and the train. Then they lay flat again and fired. Then we left, with the Mequinas still speaking over us as we left. It was then I found the girl where she had run from the train to the rocks, and she ran with us. It was those troops who hunted us until that night. It must have been something very hard, Anselmo said. Of much emotion. It was the only Gokzai thing we have done, said a deep voice. What are you doing now, you lazy, drunken, obscene, unsayable son of an unnameable, unmarried gypsy? Obscenity. What are you doing? Robert Jordan saw a woman of about 50, almost as big as Pablo, almost as wide as she was tall, in black peasant skirt and waist, with heavy wool socks on heavy legs, black rope-soled shoes, and a brown face like a model for a granite monument. She had big but nice-looking hands, and her thick curly black hair was twisted into a knot on her neck. "Answer me," she said to the gypsy, ignoring the others. "I was talking to these comrades. This one comes as a dynamiter. I'll know all that the Mujer of Pablo said. Get out of here now and relieve Andres, who is on guard at the top." "Me voe," the gypsy said. "I go." He turned to Robert Jordan. "El will see thee at the hour of eating." "Not even in a joke," said the woman to him. 3 times you have eaten today according to my count. Go now and send me Andres. "Hola," she said to Robert Jordan, and put out her hand and smiled. "How are you, and how is everything in the Republic?" "Good," he said, and returned her strong hand grip. "Both with me and with the Republic." "I am happy," she told him. She was looking into his face, and smiling, and he noticed she had fine grey eyes. 2,000 you come for us to do another train? No, said Robin Jordan, trusting her instantly. For a bridge? No es nada en, she said. A bridge is nothing. When do we do another train now that we have horses? Later. This bridge is of great, the girl told me. Your comrade who was with us at the train is dead. What a pity. Never have I seen such an explosion. He was a man of talent, he pleased me very much. It is not possible to do another train now? There are many men here now in the hills, too many. It is already hard to get food. It would be better to get out, and we have horses. We have to do this bridge. Where is it? Quite close. All the better, the mujer of Pablo said. Let us blow all the bridges there are here, and get out. I am sick of this place. Here is too much concentration, of no good can come of it. Here is a stagnation that is repugnant. She sighted Pablo through the trees. Borrico, she called to him. Drunkard. Rotten drunkard. She turned back to Robert Jordan cheerfully. He's taken a leather wine bottle to DNNK alone in the, she said. He's drinking all the time. This life is ruining him, young man. I am very content that you have come. She clapped him on the back. Ah, she said. You're bigger than you look, and ran her hand over his shoulder, feeling the muscle under the flannel shirt. Good. I am very content that you have come. And I equally. We will understand each other, she said. Have a cup of wine? We have already had some, Robert Jordan said. But, will you? Not until dinner, she said. It gives me heartburn. Then she sighted Pablo again. Borrico. And she shouted. Drunkard. She turned to Robert Jordan, and shook her head. He was a very good man, she told him. But now he is terminated. And listen to me about another thing. Be very goxy and careful about the girl. The Maria, she has had a bad time, understandest thou? Yes. Why do you say this? El saw how she was from seeing thee when she came into the cave. I saw her watching thee before she came out. El joked with her a little. She was in a very bad state, the woman of Pablo said. Now she is better, she ought to get out of here. Clearly, she can be sent through the lines with Anselmo.nu, and the Anselmo can take her when this terminates. Robert Jordan felt the ache in his throat, and his voice thickening. That might be done, he said. The mujer of Pablo looked at him and shook her head. I.e., she said. Are all men like that? El said nothing. She is beautiful, you know that. No, she is not beautiful. But she begins to be. You mean? And the woman of Pablo said. Men. It is a shame to us women that we make them know. In seriousness. Are there not homes to care for such as her under the Republic? Yes, said Robert Jordan. Goxi places. On the coast near Valencia. In other places too. There they will treat her well, and she can work with children. There are the children from evacuated villages. They will teach her the work. That is what I want, the mujer of Pablo said. Pablo has a sickness for her already. It is another thing which destroys him. It lies on him like a sickness when he sees her. It is best that she goes now. We can take her after this is over. And you will be careful of her now, if I trust you? I to you as though I knew you for a long time. It is like that, Robert Jordan said, when people understand one another. Sit down, the woman of Pablo said. I do not ask any promise, because what will happen, will happen. Only if you will not take her out, then I ask a promise. And why if I would not take her? Because I do not want her crazy here after you will go. I have had her crazy before, and I have enough without that. And we will take her after the bridge, Robert Jordan said. If we are alive after the bridge, we will take her. I do not like to hear you speak in that manner. That manner of speaking never brings luck. Els spoke in that manner only to make a promise, Robert Jordan said. I am not of those who speak gloomily. Let me see thy hand, the woman said. Robert Jordan put his hand out, and the woman opened it, held it in her own big hand, rubbed her thumb over it and looked at it, carefully, then dropped it. She stood up. He got up too, and she looked at him without smiling. What did you see in it? Robert Jordan asked her. Don't believe in it. You won't scare me. Nothing, she told him. Saw nothing in it. Yes, you did. I am only curious. I do not believe in such things. N. In what do you believe? In many things, but not in that. In what? In my work. Yes, I saw that. Tell me what else you saw. Saw nothing else, she said bitterly. The bridge is very difficult, you said. No, I said it is very important. But it can be difficult. Yes. And now I go down to look at it. How many men have you here? 5. That are any. The gypsy is worthless, although his intentions are good. He has a good heart. Pablo I no longer trust. How many men has El Sordo that are good? Perhaps 8. We will see tonight. He is coming here. He is a very practical man. He also has some dynamite. Not very much, though. You will speak with him. Have you sent for him? He comes every night. He is a neighbor. Also a friend as well as a comrade. What do you think of him? He is a very good man, also very practical. In the business of the train he was enormous. And in the other bands? Advising them in time, it should be possible to unite 50 rifles of A9 dependability. How dependable? Dependable within the gravity of the situation. And how many cartridges per rifle? Perhaps 20. Depending how many they would bring for this business. If they would come for this business, remember thee that in this of a bridge there is no money, and no loot, and in thy reservations of talking, much danger, and that afterwards there must be a moving from these mountains. Many will oppose this of the bridge. Clearly in this way it is better not to speak of it unnecessarily. I am in accord. Then after thou hast studied thy bridge we will talk tonight with El Sordo. I go down now with Anselmo. Wake him them, she said. Do you want a carbine? Thank you, he told her. It is good to have, but I will not use it. I go to ICHK, not to make disturbances. Thank you for what you have told me. I like very much your way of speaking. I'll try to speak frankly. Then tell me what you saw in the hand. No, she said and shook her head. El saw nothing. Go now to thy bridge. I will look after thy equipment, cover it, and that no one should touch it. It is better there than in the cave. It shall be covered, and no one shall touch it, the woman of Pablo said. Go now to thy bridge. Anselmo, Robert Jordan said, putting his hand on the shoulder of the old man who lay sleeping, his head on his arms. The old man looked up. Yes, he said. Of course. Let us go. They came down the last 100 yards, moving carefully from tree to tree in the shadows, and now, through the last pines of the steep hillside, the bridge was only 50 yards away. The late afternoon sun that still came over the brown shoulder of the mountain showed the bridge, dark against the steep emptiness of the gorge. It was a steel bridge of a single span, and there was a sentry box at each end. It was wide enough for 2 motor cars to pass, and it spanned, in solid flung metal grace, a deep gorge at the bottom of which, far below, a brook leaped in white water through rocks and boulders down to the main stream of the pass. The sun was in Robert Jordan's eyes, and the bridge showed only in outline. Then the sun lessened and was gone, and looking up through the trees, at the brown, rounded height that it had gone behind, he saw, now, that he no longer looked into the glare, that the mountain slope was a delicate new green, and that there were patches of old snow under the crest. Then he was watching the bridge again in the sudden short trueness of the little light that would be left, and studying its construction. The problem of its demolition was not difficult. As he watched he took out a notebook from his breast pocket, and made several quick line sketches. As he made the drawings, he did not figure the charges. He would do that later. Now he was noting the points where the explosive should be placed in order to cut the support of the span and drop a section of it into the gorge. It could be done unhurriedly, scientifically and correctly with a half-dozen charges laid and braced to expand simultaneously, or it could be done roughly with though big ones they would need to be very big ones, on a pin-sight sides, and should go at the same time. He sketched quickly and happily, glad at last to have the problem under his hand, glad at last actually to be engaged upon it. Then he shut his notebook, pushed the pencil into its leather holder in the edge of the flap, put the notebook in his pocket, and buttoned the pocket. While he had sketched, Anselmo had been watching the road, the bridge, and the sentry boxes. He thought they had come too close to the bridge for safety, and when the sketching was finished, he was relieved. As Robert Jordan buttoned the flap of his pocket, and then lay flat behind the pine trunk, looking out from behind it, Anselmo put his hand on his elbow, and pointed with one finger. In the sentry box that faced toward them up the road, the sentry was sitting holding his rifle, the bayonet fixed between his knees. He was smoking a cigarette, and he wore a knitted cap and blanket-style cape. At 50 yards, you could not see anything about his face. Robert Jordan put up his field glasses, shading the lenses carefully with his cupped hands, even though there was now no sun to make a glint, and there was the rail of the bridge as clear as though you could reach out and touch it, and there was the face of the sentry so clear he could see the sunken cheeks, the ash on the cigarette, and the greasy shine of the bayonet. It was a peasant's face, the cheeks hollow under the high cheekbones, the beard stubbled, the eyes shaded by the heavy brows, big hands holding the rifle, heavy boots showing beneath the folds of the blanket cape. There was a worn, blackened leather wine bottle on the wall of the sentry box, there were some newspapers, and there was no telephone. There could, of course, be a telephone on the side he could not see, but there were no wires running from the box that were visible. A telephone line ran along the road, and its wires were carried over the bridge. There was a charcoal brazier outside the sentry box, made from an old petrol tin with the top cut off and holes punched in it, which rested on two stones, but he held no fire. There were some fire-blackened empty tins in the ashes under it. Robert Jordan handed the glasses to Anselmo, who lay flat beside him. The old man grinned and shook his head. He tapped his skull beside his eye with one finger. "Ya tenvi," he said in Spanish. I have seen him speaking from the front of his mouth, with almost no movement of his lips, in the way that is quieter than any whisper. He looked at the sentry as Robert Jordan smiled at him, and, pointing with one finger, drew the other across his throat. Robert Jordan nodded, but he did not smile. The sentry box at the far end of the bridge faced away from them and down the road, and they could not see into it. The road, which was broad and oiled and well constructed, made a turn to the left at the far end of the bridge, and then swung out of sight around a curve to the right. At this point it was enlarged from the old road to its present width by cutting into the solid bastion of the rock on the far side of the gorge, and its left or western edge, looking down from the pass and the bridge, was marked and protected by a line of upright cut blocks of stone where its edge fell sheer away to the gorge. The gorge was almost a canyon here, where the brook, that the bridge was flung over, merged with the main stream of the pass. And the other, Robert Jordan asked Anselmo, 500 meters below that turn. In the roadmender's hut that is built into the side of the rock. How many men? Robert Jordan asked. He was watching the sentry again with his glasses. The sentry rubbed his cigarette out on the plank wall of the box, then took a leather tobacco pouch from his pocket, opened the paper of the dead cigarette, and emptied the remnant of used tobacco into the pouch. The sentry stood up, leaned his rifle against the wall of the box and stretched, then picked up his rifle, slung it over his shoulder, and walked out onto the bridge. Anselmo flattened on the ground, and Robert Jordan slipped his glasses into his shirt pocket and put his head well behind the pine tree. There are 7 men and a corporal, Anselmo said close to his ear. L informed myself from the gypsy.n. We will go now as SNN. As he is quiet, Robert Jordan said. We are too close. Hast thou seen what thou needest? Yes. All that I need. It was getting cold quickly now with the sun down, and the light was failing as the afterglow from the last sunlight on the mountains behind them faded. How does it look to thee? Anselmo said softly as they watched the sentry walk across the bridge toward the other box, his bayonet bright in the last of the afterglow, his figure unshapely in the blanket coat. Very good, Robert Jordan said. Very, very good. I am glad, Anselmo said. Should we go? Now there is no chance that he sees us. The sentry was standing, his back toward them, at the far end of the bridge. From the gorge came the noise of the stream in the boulders. Then through this noise came another noise, a steady, racketing drone, and they saw the sentry looking up, his knitted cap slanted back, and turning their heads, and looking up they saw, high in the evening sky, 3 monoplanes in V formation, showing minute and silvery at that height where there still was sun, passing unbelievably quickly across the sky, their motors now throbbing steadily ours. Anselmo asked. They seemed so, Robert Jordan said, but knew that at that height you never could be sure. They could be an evening patrol of either side. But you always said pursuit planes were ours because it made people feel better. Bombers were another matter. Anselmo evidently felt the same. They are ours, he said. I'll recognize them. They are Moscas_good, said Robert Jordan. They seem to me to be Moscas, too. They are Moscas, Anselmo said. Robert Jordan could have put the glasses on them and been sure instantly, but he preferred not to see. It made no difference to him who they were tonight, and if it pleased the old man to have them be ours, he did not want to take them away. Now, as they moved out of sight toward Segovia, they did not look to be the green, red wing-tipped, low-wing Russian conversion of the Boeing 32P that the Spaniards called Moscas_. You could not see the colors, but the cut was wrong. No. It was a fascist patrol coming home. The sentry was still standing at the far box with his back turned. Let us go, Robert Jordan said. He started up the hill, moving carefully and taking advantage of the cover until they were out of sight. Anselmo followed him at 100 yards distance. When they were well out of sight of the bridge, he stopped and the old man came up and went into the lead, and climbed steadily through the pass, up the steep slope in the dark. We have a formidable aviation, the old man said happily. And we will win. We have to win. Yes. And after we have won you must come to hunt what? The boar, the bear, the wolf, the ibex you like to hunt? Yes, man. More than anything. We all hunt in my village. You do not like to hunt? No, said Robert Jordan, I do not like to kill animals. With me it is the opposite, the old man said. 11 do not like to kill men. Nobody does except those who are disturbed in the head, Robert Jordan said. But I feel nothing against it when it is necessary. When it is for the cause. It is a different thing, though, Anselmo said. In my house, when I had a house, and now I have no house, there were the tusks of boar I had shot in the lower forest, there were the hides of wolves I had shot. In the winter, hunting them in the snow. One very big one, I killed at dusk in the outskirts of the village on my way home, one night in November. There were 4 wolf hides on the floor of my house. They were worn by stepping on them, but they were wolf hides. There were the horns of ibex that I had killed in the High Sierra, and there was an eagle stuffed by an embalmer of birds of Avila, with his wings spread, and eyes as yellow and real as the eyes of an eagle alive. It was a very beautiful thing, and all of those things gave me great pleasure to contemplate. Yes, said Robert Jordan, on the door of the church of my village was nailed the paw of a bear that I killed in the spring, finding him on a hillside in the snow, of an earning a log with this same paw. When was this? 6 years ago. And every time I saw that paw, like the hand of a man, but with those long claws, dried and nailed through the palm to the door of the church, I received a pleasure of pride. Of pride of remembrance of the encounter with a bear on that hillside in the early spring. But of the killing of a man, who is a man as we are, there is nothing good that remains. You can't nail his paw to the church, Robert Jordan said. No. Such a barbarity is unthinkable. Yet the hand of a man is like the paw of a bear. So is the chest of a man like the chest of a bear, Robert Jordan said. With the hide removed from the bear, there are many similarities in the muscles. Yes, Anselmo said, the gypsies believe the bear to be a brother of man. So do the Indians in America, Robert Jordan said. And when they kill a bear they apologize to him and ask his pardon. They put his skull in a tree, and they ask him to forgive them before they leave it. And the gypsies believe the bear to be a brother to man because he has the same body beneath his hide, because he drinks beer, because he enjoys music, and because he likes to dance. So also believe the Indians. Are the Indians then gypsies? No. But they believe alike about the bear _n. Clearly the gypsies also believe he is a brother because he steals for pleasure. Have you gypsy blood? No. But I have seen much of them, and clearly, since the movement, more there are many in the hills. To them it is not a sin to kill outside the tribe. They deny this, but it is true. Like the Moors. Yes. But the gypsies have many laws they do not admit to having. In the war many gypsies have become bad again as they were in olden times. They do not understand why the war is made. They do not know for what we fight, no, Anselmo said. They only know now there is a war, and people may kill again as in the olden times without a surety of punishment. You have killed? Robert Jordan asked in the intimacy of the dark and of their day together. Yes. Several times. But not with pleasure. To me it is a sin to kill a man. Even fascists whom we must kill. To me there is a great difference between the bear and the man, and I do not believe the wizardry of the gypsies about the brotherhood with animals. No, I am against all killing of men. Yet you have killed. Yes. And will again. But if I live later, I will try to live in such a way, doing no harm to anyone, that it will be forgiven. By whom? Who knows? Since we do not have God here any more, neither his Son nor the Holy Ghost, who forgives. I do not know. You have not God any more. No. Man. Sninely not. If there were God, never would he have permitted what I have seen with my eyes. Let them have God. They claim him. Clearly I miss him, having been brought up in religion. But now a man must be responsible to himself. Then it is thyself who will forgive thee for killing? I'll believe so, Anselmo said. Since you put it clearly in that way, I believe that must be it, but with or without God, I think it is a sin to kill. To take the life of another is to me very grave. I will do it whenever necessary, but I am not of the race of Pablo. To win a war we must kill our enemies. That has always been true clearly. In war we must kill. But I have very rare ideas. Anselmo said. They were walking now close together in the dark, and he spoke softly, sometimes turning his head as he climbed. 11 would not kill even a bishop. I would not kill a proprietor of any kind. I would make them work each day, as we have worked in the fields, and as we work in the mountains, with the timber all of the rest of their lives. So they would see what man is born to. That they should sleep where we sleep. That they should eat as we eat. But above all that they should work. Thus they would learn. And they would survive to enslave thee again. To kill them teaches nothing, Anselmo said. You cannot exterminate them because from their seed comes more with greater hatred. Prison is nothing. Prison only makes hatred. That all our enemies should learn. But still thou hast killed. Yes, Anselmo said many times, and will again, but not with pleasure, and regarding it as a sin. And the sentry? You joked of killing the sentry. That was in joke. I would kill the sentry. Yes. Snidely and with a clear heart considering our task. But not with pleasure, we will leave them to those who enjoy it, Robert Jordan said. There are 8 and 5. That is 13 for those who enjoy it. There are many of those who enjoy it, Anselmo said in the dark. We have many of those. More of those than of men who would serve for a battle. Hast thou ever been in a battle? Nay, the old man said. We fought in Segovia at the start of the movement, but we were beaten, and I ran with the others. We did not truly understand what we were doing, nor how it should be done. Also, I had only a shotgun, with cartridges of large buckshot, and the Guardia Civil had Mauses. I could not hit them with buckshot at 100 yards, and at 300 yards they shot us as they wished, as though we were rabbits. They shot much and well, and we were like sheep before them. He was silent, then asked, Thinkest thou there will be a battle at the bridge? There is a chance _n. I have never seen a battle without running. Anselmo said. I do not know how I would myself. I am an old man and I have wondered. L will respond for the N. Robert Jordan told him. And hast thou been in many battles? Several. And what thinkest thou this of the bridge? First I think of the bridge. That is my business. It is not difficult to destroy the bridge. Then we will make the dispositions for the rest, for the preliminaries. It will all be written. Very few of these people read, Anselmo said. It will be written for everyone's knowledge so that all know, but also it will be clearly explained. L will do that to which I am assigned, Anselmo said. But remembering the shooting in Segovia, if there is to be a battle or even much exchanging of shots, I would wish to have it very clear what I must do under all circumstances to avoid running. I remember that I had a great tendency to run at Segovia. N. We will be together. N. Robert Jordan told him. L. will tell you what there is to do at all times. Then there is no problem, Anselmo said. I can do anything that I am ordered. For us will be the bridge and the battle, should there be one. Robert Jordan said, and saying it in the dark, he felt a little theatrical, but it sounded well in Spanish. It should be of the highest interest, Anselmo said, and hearing him say it honestly and clearly and with no pose, neither the English pose of understatement nor any Latin bravado, Robert Jordan thought he was very lucky to have this old man, and having seen the bridge, and worked out and simplified the problem it would have been to surprise the posts, and blow it in a normal way, he resented Gaull's orders, and the necessity for them. He resented them for what they could do to him, and for what they could do to this old man. They were bad orders, all right, for those who would have to carry them out, and that is not the way to think, he told himself, and there is not you, and there are no people that things must not happen to. Neither you nor this old man is anything. You are instruments to do your duty. There are necessary orders that are no fault of yours, and there is a bridge, and that bridge can be the point on which the future of the human race can turn. As it can turn on everything that happens in this war. You have only one thing to do, and you must do it. Only one thing, hell, he thought. If it were one thing it was easy. Stop worrying, you windy bastard, he said to himself. Think about something else. So he thought about the girl Maria, with her skin, the hair and the eyes all the same golden tawny brown, the hair a little darker than the rest, but it would be lighter as her skin tanned deeper, the smooth skin, pale gold on the surface with a darkness underneath. Smooth it would be, all of her body smooth, and she moved awkwardly as though there were something of her and about her that embarrassed her, as though it were visible, though it was not, but only in her mind. And she blushed with he looked at her, and she sitting, her hands clasped around her knees, and the shirt open at the throat, the cup of her breasts up-tilted against the shirt, and as he thought of her, his throat was choky, and there was a difficulty in walking, and he and Anselmo spoke no more until the old man said, Now we go down through these rocks, and to the camp. As they came through the rocks in the dark, a man sinked to them, Halt. Who goes? They heard a rifle bolt snick as it was drawn back, and then the knock against the wood as it was pushed forward and down on the stock. "Comrades," Anselmo said. "What comrades?" "Comrades of Pablo," the old man told him. "Dost thou not know us?" "Yes," the voice said. "But it is an order." "Have you the password?" "No." "We come from below." "No," the man said in the dark. "You come from the bridge." "I know all of that." "The order is not mine." "You must know the second half of a password." "What is the first half then?" Robin Jordan said. "I have forgotten it," the man said in the dark, and laughed. "Go then unprintably to the campfire with thy obscene dynamite." "That is called guerrilla discipline," Anselmo said. "Uncock thy piece." "It is uncocked," the man said in the dark. "I'll let it down with my thumb and forefinger." "Thou wilt do that with a Mauser sometime which has no knurl on the bolt, and it will fire." "This is a Mauser," the man said. "But I have a grip of thumb and forefinger beyond description. Always I let it down that way." "Where is the rifle pointed?" asked Anselmo into the dark. "At thee," the man said, "all the time that I descended the bolt. And when thou comest to the camp, order that someone should relieve me, because I have indescribable and unprintable hunger, and I have forgotten the password. How art thou called?" Robert Jordan asked. "Augustine," the man said. "I am called Augustine, and I am dying with boredom in this spot." "We will take the message," Robin Jordan said, and he thought how the word aburrimiento, which means boredom in Spanish, was a word no peasant would use in any other language. Yet it is one of the most common words in the mouth of a Spaniard of any class. "Listen to me," Augustine said, and coming close he put his hand on Robert Jordan's shoulder. Then striking a flint and steel together, he held it up, and blowing on the end of the cork, looked at the young man's face in its glow. "You look like the other one," he said. "But something different. Listen." He put the lighter down and stood holding his rifle. "Tell me this. Is it true about the bridge?" "What about the bridge?" "That we blow up an obscene bridge, and then have to obscenely obscenity ourselves off out of these mountains?" No, not. You know not," Augustine said. "What a barbarity! Whose then is the dynamite?" "Mine." "And knowest thou not what it is for?" "Don't tell me tales." "I'll know what it is for, and so will you in time," Robert Jordan said. "But now we go to the camp _n go to the unprintable," Augustine said. "And unprint thyself _. But do you want me to tell you something of service to you?" "Yes," said Robert Jordan. "If it is not unprintable," naming the principal obscenity that had larded the conversation. The man, Augustine, spoke so obscenely, coupling an obscenity to every noun as an adjective, using the same obscenity as a verb, that Robert Jordan wondered if he could speak a straight sentence. Augustine laughed in the dark when he heard the word. "It is a way of speaking I have. Maybe it is ugly. Who knows? Each one speaks according to his manner. Listen to me, the bridge is nothing to me. As well the bridge as another thing. Also I have a boredom in these mountains. That we should go if it is needed, these mountains say nothing to me. That we should leave them. But I would say one thing. Guard well thy explosive." "Thank you," Robert Jordan said. "From thee no August," N said. "From people less unprintably equipped than L." "So?" asked Robert Jordan. "You understand Spanish?" Augustine said seriously. "Now care well for thy unprintable explosive." "Thank you." "No. Don't thank me. Look after thy stuff. Has anything happened to it?" "No, or I would not waste thy time talking in this fashion." "Thank you all the same. We go now to camp." "Good," said Augustine, "and that they send someone here who knows the password." "Will we see you at the camp?" "Yes, man. And shortly." "Come on," Robert Jordan said to Anselmo. They were walking down the edge of the meadow now, and there was a grey mist. The grass was lush underfoot after the pine needle floor of the forest, and the dew on the grass wet through their canvas rope-soled shoes. Ahead, through the trees, Robert Jordan could see a light where he knew the mouth of the cave must be. Augustin is a very cocksy man, Anselmo said. He speaks very filthily and always in jokes, but he is a very serious man. You know him well? Yes. For a long time. I have much confidence in him. And what he says? Yes, man. This Pablo is bad now, as you could see. And the best thing to do? One shall guard it at all times. Who? You? Me? The woman and Augustin? Since he sees the danger? Did you think things were as bad as they are here? No, Anselmo said. They have gone bad very fast, but it was necessary to come here. This is the country of Pablo, and of El Swordkin their country. We must deal with them unless it is something that can be done alone. And a sordo Q good, Anselmo said. As Gok 11 as the other is bad. You believe now that he is truly bad. All afternoon I have thought of it, and since we have heard what we have heard, I think now, yes truly. It would not be better to leave, speaking of another bridge, and obtain men from other bands. No, Anselmo said. This is his country. You could not move that he would not know it, but one must move with much precautions. They came down to the mouth of the cave, where a light shone out from the edge of a blanket that hung over the opening. The two packs were at the foot of the tree covered with a canvas, and Robert Jordan knelt down and felt the canvas, wet and stiff over them. In the dark he felt under the canvas in the outside pocket of one of the packs, and took out a leather-covered flask, and slipped it in his, unlocking the long barred padlocks that passed through the grommet that closed the opening of the mouth of the packs, and untying the drawstring at the top of each pack, he felt inside them and verified their contents with his hands. Deep in one pack he felt the bundled blocks in the sacks wrapped in the sleeping robe, and tying the strings of that and pushing the lock shut again, he put his hands into the other and felt the sharp wood outline of the box of the old exploder, the cigar box with the caps, each little cylinder wrapped #D round and round with its two wires, the lot of them packed as carefully as he had packed his collection of wild bird eggs when he was a boy, the stock of the submachine gun. Disconnected from the barrel, and wrapped in his leather jacket, the 2 pans and 5 clips in one of the inner pockets of the big pack sack arid the small coils of copper wire, and the big coil of light insulated wire in the other. In the pocket, with the wire he felt his pliers, and the 2 wooden awls for making holes in the end of the blocks, and then, from the last inside PK, he took a big box of the Russian cigarettes of the lot he had from Golz's headquarters, and tying the mouth of the pack shut, he pushed the lock in, buckled the flaps down, and again covered both packs with the canvas. Anselmo had gone on into the cave. Robert Jordan stood up to follow him, then reconsidered and, lifting the canvas off the 2 packs, picked them up, one in each hand, and started with them, just able to carry them, for the mouth of the cave. He laid one pack down and lifted the blanket aside, then with his head stooped and with a pack in each hand, carrying by the leather shoulder straps, he went into the cave. It was warm and smoky in the cave. There was a table along one wall, with a tallow candles stuck in a bottle on it, and at the table were seated Pablo, 3 men he did not know, and the gypsy, Raphael. The candle made shadows on the wall behind the men, and Anselmo stood where he had come in. To the right of the table the wife of Pablo was standing over the charcoal fire on the open fire hearth in the corner of the cave. The girl knelt by her stirring in an iron pot. She lifted the wooden spoon out and looked at Robert Jordan as he stood there in the dune, and he saw, in the glow from the fire, the woman was blowing with a bellows, the girl's face, her arm, and the drops running down from the spoon and dropping into the iron pot. "What do you carry?" Pablo said. "My things," Robert Jordan said, and set the 2 packs down a little way up and where the cave opened out on the side away from the table. "Are they not well outside?" Pablo asked. "Someone might trip over them in the dark," Robert Jordan said, and walked over to the table and laid the box of cigarettes on it. "I do not like to have dynamite here in the cave," Pablo said. "It is far from the fire," Robert Jordan said. Take some cigarettes. He ran his thumbnail along the side of the paper box, with a big colored figure of a warship on the cover, and pushed the box toward Pablo. Anselmo brought him a rawhide-covered stool, and he sat down at the table. Pablo looked at him as though he were going to speak again, then reached for the cigarettes. Robert Jordan pushed them toward the others. He was not looking at them yet, but he noted one man took cigarettes, and though did not all of his concentration was on Pablo. "How goes it, Gypsy?" he said to Raphael. "Good," the Gypsy said. Robert Jordan could tell they had been talking about him when he came in. Even the Gypsy was not at ease. "She is going to let you eat again?" Robert Jordan asked the Gypsy. "Yes." "Why not?" the Gypsy said. It was a long way from the friendly joking they had together in the afternoon. The woman of Pablo said nothing, and went on blowing up the coals of the fire. "One called Augustin says he dies of boredom above," Robert Jordan said. "That doesn't kill," Pablo said. "Let him die a little. Is there wine?" Robert Jordan asked the table at large, leaning forward, his hands on the table. "There is little left," Pablo said sullenly. Robert Jordan decided he had better look at the other three and try to see where he stood. "In that case, let me have a cup of water." Now he called to the girl. "Bring me a cup of water." The girl looked at the woman, who said nothing, and gave no sign of having heard. Then she went to a kettle containing water, and dipped a cup full. She brought it to the table, and put it down before him. Robert Jordan smiled at her. At the same time he sucked in on his stomach muscles, and swung a little to the left on his stool so that his pistols slipped around on his belt closer to where he wanted it. He reached his hand down toward his hip pocket, and Pablo watched him. He knew they all were watching him, but he watched only Pablo. His hand came up from the hip pocket with a leather-covered flask, and he unscrewed the top, and then, lifting the cup, drank half the water, and poured very slowly from the flask into the cup. "It is too strong for thee, or I would give thee some," he said to the girl, and smiled at her again. "There is little left, or I would offer some to thee," he said to Pablo. "I do not like anise," Pablo said. The acrid smell had carried across the table, and he had picked out the one familiar core. "Good," said Robert Jordan. "Because there is very little left." "What drink is that?" The Gypsy asked. "A medicine," Robert Jordan said. "Do you want to taste it?" "What is it for?" "For everything," Robert Jordan said. "It cures everything. If you have anything wrong, this will cure it. Let me taste it," the Gypsy said. Robert Jordan pushed the cup toward him. It was a milky yellow now with the water, and the Gypsy, would not take more than a swallow. There was very little of it left, and one cup of it took the place of the evening papers, of all the old evenings in cafes, of all chestnut trees that would be in bloom now in this month, of the great slow horses of the outer boulevards, of bookshops, of kiosks, and of galleries, of the Parc Montsouris, of the Stade Buffalo, and of the Butte Chaumont, of the Guarantee Trust Company, and the Isle de la Cite, of Foyot's old hotel, and of being able to read and relax in the evening, of all the things he had enjoyed and forgotten, and that came back to him when he tasted that opaque, bitter, tongue-numbing, brain-warming, stomach-warming, idea-changing liquid alchemy. The Gypsy made a face and handed the cup back. "It smells of anise, but it is bitter as gall," he said. "It is better to be sick than have that medicine." "That's the wormwood," Robert Jordan told him. "In this, the real absinthe, there is wormwood. It's supposed to rot your brain out, but I don't believe it. It only changes the ideas. You should pour water into it very slowly, a few drops at a time." "But I poured it into the water." "What are you saying?" Pablo said angrily, feeling the mockery. Explaining the medicine, Robert Jordan told him, and grinned. "El bought it in Madrid. It was the last bottle, and it's lasted me 3 weeks. He took a big swallow of it and felt it coasting over his tongue in delicate anesthesia. He looked at Pablo and grinned again. "How's business, he asked. Pablo did not answer, and Robert Jordan looked carefully at the other three men at the table. One had a large flat face, flat and brown as a Serrano ham, with a nose flattened and broken, and the long thin Russian cigarette, projecting at an angle, made the face look even flatter. This man had short grey hair and a grey stubble of beard, and wore the usual black smock buttoned at the neck. He looked down at the table when Robert Jordan looked at him, but his eyes were steady and they did not blink. The other two were evidently brothers. They looked much alike and were both short, heavily built, dark-haired, their hair growing low on their foreheads, dark-eyed and brown. One had a scar across his forehead above his left eye, and as he looked at them, they looked back at him steadily. One looked to be about 26 or 8, the other perhaps 2 years older. "What are you looking at?" one brother, the one with the scar, asked. The Robert Jordan said. "Do you see anything rare?" "No," said Robert Jordan. "Have a cigarette?" "Why not?" the brother said. He had not taken any before. "These are like the other had." "He of the tram?" "Were you at the train?" "We were all at the train," the brother said quietly. "All except the old man _N. That is what we should do now," Pablo said. "Another tram?" "We can do that," Robert Jordan said. "After the bridge." He could see that the wife of Pablo had turned now from the fire, and was listening. When he said the word bridge, everyone was quiet. "After the bridge," he said again deliberately, and took a sip of the absinthe. "I might as well bring it on," he thought. "It's coming anyway." "I do not go for the bridge," Pablo said, looking down at the table. "Neither me nor my people." Robert Jordan said nothing. He looked at Anselmo, and raised the cup. "Then we shall do it alone, old one," he said, and smiled. "Without this coward," Anselmo said. "What did you say?" Pablo spoke to the old man. "Nothing for thee." "I did not speak to thee," Anselmo told him. Robert Jordan now looked past the table to where the wife of Pablo was standing by the fire. She had said nothing yet, nor given any sign, but now she said something he could not hear to the girl, and the girl rose from the cooking fire, slipped along the wall, opened the blanket that hung over the mouth of the cave, and went out. "I think it is going to come now," Robert Jordan thought. "I believe this is it. I did not want it to be this way, but this seems to be the way it is." "Then we will do the bridge without thy aid," Robert Jordan said to Pablo. "No," Pablo said, and Robert Jordan watched his face sweat. "Thou wilt blow no bridge here." "Thou wilt blow no bridge," Pablo said heavily, "and thou Q." Robert Jordan spoke to the wife of Pablo, who was standing, still and huge, by the fire. She turned toward them and said, "I am for the bridge." Her face was lit by the fire, and it was flushed, and it shone warm and dark and handsome now in the firelight, as it was meant to be. "What do you say?" Pablo said to her, and Robert Jordan saw the betrayed look on his face, and the sweat on his forehead, as he turned his head. "I am for the bridge and against thee." The wife of Pablo said nothing more. "I am also for the bridge," the man with the flat face and the broken nose said, crushing the end of the cigarette on the table. "To me the bridge means nothing," one of the brothers said. "I am for the mujer of Pablo." "Equally," said the other brother. "Equally," the gypsy said. Robert Jordan watched Pablo, and as he watched, letting his right hand hang lower and lower, ready if it should be necessary, half hoping it would be, feeling perhaps that were the simplest and easiest, yet not wishing to know what had gone so well, knowing how quickly all of a family, all of a clan, all of a band, can turn against a stranger in a quarrel, yet thinking what could be done with a hand were the simplest and best and surgically the most sound. Now that this had happened, saw also the wife of Pablo standing there, and watched her blush proudly and soundly and healthily as the allegiances were given. "I am for the Republic," the woman of Pablo said happily. "And the Republic is the bridge afterwards. We will have time for other projects." "And thou," Pablo said bitterly. "With your head of a seed bull, and your heart of a whore? Thou thinkest there will be an afterwards from this bridge?" Thou hast an idea of that which will pass. That which must pass, the woman of Pablo said. That which must pass, will pass. And it means nothing to thee to be hunted then like a beast after this thing from which we derive no profit, nor to die in it. Nothing, the woman of Pablo said. And do not try to frighten me, coward. Coward, Pablo said bitterly. You treat a man as coward because he has a tactical sense. Because he can see the results of an idiocy in advance. It is not cowardly to know what is foolish. Neither is it foolish to know what is cowardly, said Anselmo, unable to resist making the phrase. Do you want to die? Pablo said to him seriously, and Robert Jordan saw how unrhetorical was the question. No. Then watch thy mouth. You talk too much about things you do not understand. Don't you see that this is serious? He said almost pitifully. Am I the only one who sees the seriousness of this? I believe so, Robert Jordan thought. Old Pablo, old boy, I believe so. Except me. You can see it, and I see it, and the woman read it in my hand, but she doesn't see it, yet. Not yet, she doesn't see it. Am I a leader for nothing? Pablo asked. I'll know what I speak of. You others do not know. This old man talks nonsense. He is an old man who is nothing but a messenger and a guide for foreigners. This foreigner comes here to do a thing for the good of the foreigners. For his we must be sacrificed. I am for the good and the safety of all. Safety, the wife of Pablo said. There is no such thing as safety. There are so many seeking safety here now that they make a great danger in seeking safety. Now you lose. She stood now by the table with a big spoon in her hand. There is safety, Pablo said. Within the danger there is the safety of knowing what chances to take. It is like the bullfighter who, knowing what he is doing, takes no chances and is safe until he is gored, the woman said bitterly. How many times have I heard matadors talk like that before they took a goring? How often have I heard finitos say that it is all knowledge, and that the bull never gored the man, rather the man gored himself on the horn of the bull. Always do they talk that way in their arrogance before a goring. Afterwards we visit them in the clinic. Now she was mimicking a visit to a bedside. Hello, old-timer. Hello, she boomed. Then, buenas, compadre. How goes it, Pilar, imitating the weak voice of the wounded bullfighter. How did this happen, Finito, Chico, how did this dilly accident occur to thee, booming it out in her own voice. Then talking weak and small, it is nothing, woman Pilar, it is nothing, it shouldn't have happened. I killed him very well, you understand, nobody could have killed him better. Then having killed him exactly as I should, and him absolutely dead, swaying on his legs, and ready to fall of his own weight, I walked away from him with a certain amount of arrogance, and much style, and from the back he throws me this horn between the cheeks of my buttocks, and it comes out of my liver. She commenced to laugh, dropping the imitation of the almost effeminate bullfighter's voice, and booming again now. You and your safety. Did I live 9 years, with 3 of the worst paid matadors in the world, not to learn about fear, and about safety? Speak to me of anything but safety and thee. What illusions I put in thee, and how they have turned out. From 1 year of war thou hast become lazy, a drunkard and a coward. In that way thou hast no right to speak, Pablo said. And less even before the people, and a stranger. In that way will I speak, and the wife of Pablo went on. Have you not heard? Do you still believe that you command here? Yes, Pablo said. Here I command. Not in joke, the woman said. Here I command, haven't you heard, Largent? Here no one commands but me. You can stay if you wish, and eat of the food, and drink of the wine, but not 2 blocks ye much, and share in the work if thee wishes. But here I command. El should shoot thee and the foreigner both, Pablo said suavely. Try it, the woman said, and see what happens. "A cup of water for me," Robert Jordan said, not taking his eyes from the man with his sullen heavy head and the woman standing proudly and confidently holding the big spoon as authoritatively as though it were a baton. Maria called the woman of Pablo, and when the girl came in the door she said, "Water for this comrade." Robert Jordan reached for his flask and, bringing the flask out, as he brought it he loosened the pistol in the holster and swung it on top of his thigh. He inured a second absinthe into his cup, and took the cup of water the girl brought him and commenced to drip it into the cup, a little at a time. The girl stood at his MV, watching him. Outside the woman of Pablo said to her, gesturing with a spoon. "It is cold outside," the girl said, her cheek close to Robert Jordan's, watching what was happening in the cup where the liquor was clouding. "Maybe," the woman of Pablo said. "But in here it is too hot." Then she said, kindly, "It is not for long." The girl shook her head and went out. "I don't think he is going to take this much more," Robert Jordan thought to himself. He held the cup in one hand, and his other hand rested, frankly now, on the pistol. He had slipped the safety catch, and he felt the worn comfort of the checked grip, chafed almost smooth, and touched the round, cool companionship of the trigger guard. Pablo no longer looked at him but only at the woman. She went on, "Listen to me, drunkard. You understand who commands here?" "El command?" "No. Listum, take the wax from thy hairy ears. Listen well. I command." Pablo looked at her, and you could tell nothing of what he was thinking by his face. He looked at her quite deliberately, and then he looked across the table, at Robert Jordan. He looked at him a long time contemplatively, and then he looked back at the woman, again. "All right, you command," he said. "And if you want he can command too. And the two of you can go to hell." He was looking the woman straight in the face, and he was neither dominated by her nor seemed to be much affected by her. "It is possible that I am lazy, and that I drink too much. You may consider me a coward, but there you are mistaken. But I am not stupid." He paused. "That you should command, and that you should like it. Now if you are a woman as well as a commander, that we should have something to eat." Maria, the woman of Pablo, called. The girl put her head inside the blanket across the cave mouth. "Enter now and serve the supper." The girl came in and walked across to the low table by the hearth, and picked up the enameled ware bowls, and brought them to the table. "There is wine enough for all," the woman of Pablo said to Robert Jordan. "Pay no attention to what that drunkard says. When this is finished we will get more. Finish that rare thing thou art drinking, and take a cup of wine." Robert Jordan swallowed down the last of the absinthe, feeling it, gulped that way, making a warm, small, fume-rising, wet, chemical change producing heat in him, and passed the cup for wine. The girl dipped it full for him and smiled. "Well, did you see the bridge?" the gypsy asked. The others, who had not opened their mouths after the change of allegiance, were all leaning forward to listen now. "Yes," Robert Jordan said. "It is something easy to do. Would you like me to show you?" "Yes, man." With much interest. Robert Jordan took out the notebook from his shirt pocket, and showed them the sketches. "Look how it seems," the flat-faced man, who was named Primitivo, said. "It is the bridge itself." Robert Jordan with the point of the pencil explained how the bridge should be blown, and the reason for the placing of the charges. "What simplicity," the scarred-faced brother, who was called Andres, said. "And how do you explode them?" Robert Jordan explained that too, and, as he showed them, he felt the girl's arm resting on his shoulder, as she looked. The woman of Pablo was watching too. Only Pablo took no interest, sitting by himself with a cup of wine, that he replenished by dipping into the big bowl Maria had filled from the wineskin that hung to the left of the entrance to the cave. "Hast thou done much of this?" the girl asked Robert Jordan softly. "And can we see the doing of it?" "Yes." "Why not?" "You will see it," Pablo said from his end of the table. I'll believe that you will see it. Shut up, the woman of Pablo said to him, and suddenly remembering what she had seen in the hand in the afternoon, she was wildly, unreasonably angry. Shut up, coward. Shut up, bad luck bird. Shut up, murderer. N good N Pablo said. L shut up. It is thou who commands now, and you should continue to look at the pretty pictures. But remember that I am not stupid. The woman of Pablo could feel her rage changing to sorrow and to a feeling of the thwarting of all hope and promise. She knew this feeling from when she was a girl, and she knew the things that caused it all through her life. It came now suddenly, and she put it away from her, and would not let it touch her, neither her nor the Republic, and she said, "Now we will eat." Serve the bowls from the pot. Maria. Robert Jordan pushed aside the saddle blanket that hung over the mouth of the cave and, stepping out, took a deep breath of the cold night air. The mist had cleared away and the stars were out. There was no wind, and, outside now of the warm air of the cave, heavy with smoke of both tobacco and charcoal, with the odor of cooked rice and meat, saffron, pimentos, and oil, the tarry, wine-spilled smell of the big skin hung beside the door, hung by the neck and the four legs extended, wine drawn from a plug fitted in one leg, wine that spilled a little onto the earth of the floor, settling the dust smell, out now from the odors of different herbs whose names he did not know that hung in bunches from the ceiling, with long ropes of garlic, away now from the copper penny, red wine and garlic, horse sweat and man sweat dried in the clothing, acrid and grey the man sweat, sweet and sickly the dried brushed off lather of horse sweat, of the men at the table. Robert Jordan breathed deeply of the clear night air of the mountains, that smelled of the pines, and of the dew on the grass in the meadow by the stream. Dew had fallen heavily since the wind had dropped, but, as he stood there, he thought there would be frost by morning. As he stood breathing deep and then listening to the night, he heard first, firing far away, and then he heard an owl cry in the timber below, where the horse corral was slung. Then inside the cave he could hear the gypsy starting to sing and the soft chording of a guitar. I had an inheritance from my father. The artificially hardened voice rose harshly and hung there. Then went on, it was the moon and the sun, and though I roam all over the world the spending of it's never done. The guitar thudded with chorded applause for the singer. Good Robert Jordan heard someone say. Give us the Catalan, gypsy_no. Yes. Yes. The Catalan. All right, the gypsy said and sang mournfully, my nose is flat. My face is black. But still I am a man. Ole, someone said. Go on, gypsy. The gypsy's voice rose tragically and mockingly. Thank God I am a Negro, and not a Catalan. There is much noise, Pablo's voce said. Shut up, gypsy_ yes, he heard the woman's voice. There is too much noise. You could call the Guardia Civil with that voice, and still it has no quality. No, another verse, the gypsy said, and the guitar commenced, save it the woman told him the guitar stop, #D_ I am not good in voice tonight. So there is no loss, the gypsy said, and pushing the blanket aside he came out into the dark. Robert Jordan watched him walk over to a tree, and then come toward him. Roberto, the gypsy said softly. Yes, Raphael, he said. He knew the gypsy had been affected by the wine from his voice. He himself had drunk the 2 absinths and some wine, but his head was clear and cold from the strain of the difficulty with Pablo. Why didst thou not kill Pablo? The gypsy said very softly. Why kill him? You have to kill him sooner or later. Why did you not approve of the moment? Do you speak seriously? What do you think they all waited for? What do you think the woman sent the girl away for? Do you believe that it is possible to continue after what has been said? That you all should kill him? Cuva, the gypsy said quietly. That is your business. 3 or 4 times we waited for you to kill him. Pablo has no friends. I had the idea, Robert Jordan said. But I left it. Surely all could see that everyone noted your preparations. Why didn't you do it? L thought it might molest you others or the woman. Cuva and the woman waiting, as a whore waits for the flight of the big bird. Thou art younger than thou appearest, and it is possible _n kill him now, the gypsy urged. That is to assassinate. Even better, the gypsy said very softly, less danger. Go on. Kill him now. L cannot in that way. It is repugnant to me, and it is not how one should act for the cause. Provoke him then, the gypsy said. But you have to kill him. There is no remedy. As they sing, the owl flew between the trees with the softness of all silence, dropping past them, then rising, the wings beating quickly, but with no noise of feathers moving, as the bird hunted. Look at him, the gypsy said in the dark. Thus should men move. And in the day, blind in a tree with crows around him, Robert Jordan said. Really, said the gypsy, and then by hazard. Kill him, he went on. Do not let it become difficult. Now the moment is past. Provoke it, the gypsy said. Or take advantage of the quiet and the blanket that closed. The cave door opened and light came out. Someone came toward where they stood. It is a beautiful night, the man said in a heavy, dull voice. We will have good weather. It was Pablo. He was smoking one of the Russian cigarettes, and in the glow, as he drew on the cigarette, his round face showed. They could see his heavy, long-armed body in the starlight. Do not pay any attention to the woman, he said to Robert Jordan. In the dark the cigarette glowed bright, then showed in his hand as he lowered it. She is difficult sometimes. She is a good woman. Very loyal to the Republic. The light of the cigarette jerked slightly now as he spoke. He must be talking with it in the corner of his mouth, Robert Jordan thought. We should have no difficulties. We are of accord. I am glad you have come. The cigarette glowed. BNGHTLY_ pay no attention to arguments, he said. You are very welcome here. Excuse me now, he said. I go to see how they have picketed the horses. He went off through the trees to the edge of the meadow, and they heard a horse nicker from below. You see, the gypsy said. Now you see? In this way has the moment. Robert Jordan said nothing. I go down there, the gypsy said angrily. To do what? Cuva, to do what? At least to prevent him leaving. Can he leave with a horse from below? No. Then go to the spot where you can prevent him. Augustin is there. Go then and sh-ack with Augustin. Tell him that which has happened. Augustin will kill him with pleasure. Less bad, Robert Jordan said. Go then above and tell him all as it happened. And then? I go to look below in the meadow. Man. He could not see Raphael's face in the dark, but he could feel him smiling. Now you have tightened your garters, the gypsy said approvingly. Go to Augustin, Robert Jordan said to him. Yes, Robino, yes, said the gypsy. Robert Jordan walked through the pines, feeling his way from tree to the edge of the meadow. Looking across it in the darkness, lighter here in the open from the starlight, he saw the dark bulks of the picketed horses. He counted them where they were scattered between him and the stream. There were 5. Robert Jordan sat down at the foot of a pine tree and looked out across the meadow. I am tired, he thought, and perhaps my judgment is not good, but my obligation is the bridge, and to fulfill that, I must take no useless risk of myself until I complete that duty. Of course it is sometimes more of a risk not to accept chances which are necessary to take, but I have done this so far, trying to let the situation take its own course. If it is true, as the gypsy says, that they expected me to kill Pablo, then I should have done that, but it was never clear to me that they did expect that. For a stranger to kill where he must work with the people afterwards is very bad. It may be done in action, and it may be done if backed by sufficient discipline, but in this case I think it would be very bad, although it was a temptation, and seemed a short and simple way. But I do not believe anything is that short nor that simple in this country, and, while I trust the woman absolutely, I could not tell how she would react to such a drastic thing. One dying in such a place can be very ugly, dirty and repugnant. You could not tell how she would react. Without the woman there is no organization nor any discipline here, and with a woman it can be very good. It would be ideal if she would kill him, or if the gypsy would, but he will not, or if the sentry Augustin would. Anselmo will if I ask it, though he says he is against all killing. He hates him, I believe, and he already trusts me and believes in me as a representative of what he believes in. Only he and the woman really believe in the Republic as far as I can see, but it is too early to know that yet. As his eyes became used to the starlight he could see that Pablo was standing by one of the horses. The horse lifted his head from grazing, then dropped it impatiently. Pablo was standing by the horse, leaning against him, moving with him as he swung with the length of the picket rope, and patting him on the neck. The horse was impatient at the tenderness while he was feeding. Robert Jordan could not see what Pablo was doing, nor hear what he was saying to the horse, but he could see that he was neither unpicketing nor saddling. He sat watching him, trying to think his problem out clearly. "Thou my big good little in," Pablo was saying to the horse in the dark. It was the big bay stallion he was speaking to. "Thou lovely white-faced big beauty. Thou with the big neck arching like the viaduct of my pueblo," and he stopped. "But arching more and much finer." The horse was snatching grass, swinging his head sideways as he pulled, annoyed by the man and his talking. "Thou art no woman nor a fool," Pablo told the bay horse. "Thou, oh, thou thee my big little pony. Thou art no woman like a rock that is burning. Thou art no colt of a girl, with cropped head, and the movement of a foal still wet from its mother. Thou dost not insult nor lie nor not understand. Thou, oh, thee, oh my good big little pony." It would have been very interesting for Robert Jordan to have heard Pablo speaking to the bay horse, but he did not hear him because now, convinced that Pablo was only down checking on his horses, and having decided that it was not a practical move to kill him at this time, he stood up and walked back to the cave. Pablo stayed in the meadow talking to the horse for a long time. The horse understood nothing that he said, only, from the tone of the voice, that they were endearments, and he had been in the corral all day, and was hungry now, grazing impatiently at the limits of his picket rope, and the man annoyed him. Pablo shifted the picket pin finally and stood by the horse, not talking now. The horse went on grazing and was relieved now that the man did not bother him. Inside the cave, Robert Jordan sat on one of the rawhide stools in a corner by the fire listening to the woman. She was washing the dishes, and the girl, Maria, was drying them and putting them away, kneeling to place them in the hollow dug in the wall that was used as a shelf. "It is strange," she said, "that El Sordo has not come. He should have been here an hour ago. Did you advise him to come?" "No. He comes each night. Perhaps he is doing some work." "It is possible," she said. "If he does not come we must go to see him tomorrow." "Yes." "Is it far from here?" "No. It will be a good trip. I lack exercise." "Can I go?" Maria asked. "May I go too, Pilar?" "Yes," the woman said, then turning her big face, "Isn't she pretty?" she asked Robert Jordan. "How does she seem to thee?" "A little thin." "To me she seems very well," Robert Jordan said. Maria filled his cup with wine. "Drink that," she said, "it will make me seem even better." "It is necessary to drink much of that for me to seem beautiful and then I had better stop," Robert Jordan said. "Already thou seemest beautiful and more." "That's the way to talk," the woman said. "You talk like the good ones." "What more does she seem?" "Intelligent," Robert Jordan said lamely. Maria giggled and the woman shook her head sadly. "How well you begin and how it ends, Don Roberto." "Don't call me Don Roberto. It is a joke. Here we say Don Pablo for a joke. As we say the Señorita Maria for a joke." "Oh, don't joke that way," Robert Jordan said. "Camarada to me is what all should be called with seriousness in this war. In the joking commences a rottenness. Thou art very religious about thy politics, the woman teased him. Thou makest no jokes. Yes. I care much for jokes, but not in the form of address. It is like a flag. I could make jokes about a flag. Any flag, the woman laughed. To me no one can joke of anything. The old flag of yellow and gold we called pus and blood. The flag of the Republic with the purple added we call blood, pus and permanganate. It is a joke. He is a communist, Maria said. They are very serious, gent _ are you a communist? No, I am an anti-fascist _ for a long time. Since I have understood fascism. How long is that? For nearly 10 years. That is not much time, the woman said. I have been a Republican for 20 years. My father was a Republican all his life, Maria said. It was for that they shot him. My father was also a Republican all his life. Also my grandfather, Robert Jordan said. In what country? The United States. Did they shoot them? The woman asked. Cue that, Maria said. The United States is a country of Republicans. They don't shoot you for being a Republican there. All the same, it is a good thing to have a grandfather who was a Republican, the woman said. It shows a good blood. My grandfather was on the Republican National Committee, Robert Jordan said. That impressed even Maria. And is thy father still active in the Republic? Pilar asked. No. He is dead. Can one ask how he died? He shot himself. To avoid being tortured, the woman asked. Yes, Robert Jordan said. To avoid being tortured. Maria looked at him with tears in her eyes. My father, she said, could not obtain a weapon. Oh, I am very glad that your father had the good fortune to obtain a weapon. Yes. It was pretty lucky, Robert Jordan said. Should we talk about something else? Then you and me, we are the same, Maria said. She put her hand on his arm, and looked in his face. He looked at her brown face and at the eyes that, since he had seen them, had never been as young as the rest of her face, but that now were suddenly hungry and young and wanting. You could be brother and sister by the look, the woman said. But I believe it is fortunate that you are not _ now I know why I have felt as I have, Maria said. Now it is clear. Cuva, Robert Jordan said, and reaching over, he ran his hand over the top of her head. He had been wanting to do that all day, and now he did it. He could feel his throat swelling. She moved her head under his hand, and smiled up at him, and he felt the thick but silky roughness of the crop head rippling between his fingers. Then his hand was on her neck, and then he dropped it. Do it again, she said. Elle wanted you to do that all day _ later, Robert Jordan said, and his voice was thick. And me, the woman of Pablo said in her booming voice, I am expected to watch all this. I am expected not to be moved. One cannot. For fault of anything better, that Pablo should come back. Maria took no notice of her now, nor of the others playing cards at the table by the candlelight. Do you want another cup of wine, Roberto? She asked. Yes, he said. Why not? You're going to have a drunkard like I have, the woman of Pablo said. With that rare thing he drank in the cup and all. Listen to me, Ingalls, not Ingalls. American. Listen, then, American, where do you plan to sleep? Outside. I have a sleeping robe. Good, she said. The night is clear. And will be cold. Outside them, she said. Sleep the outside. And thy materials can sleep with me _ good, said Robert Jordan. Leave us for a moment, Robert Jordan said to the girl, and put his hand on her shoulder. Why? Elle wished to speak to Pilar _ must I go? What is it? The woman of Pablo said, when the girl had gone over to the mouth of the cave where she stood by the big wineskin, watching the card players. The gypsy said I should have, he began. No, the woman interrupted, he is mistaken. If it is necessary, that Robin Jordan said quietly but with difficulty. Thee would have done it, I believe, the woman said. Nay, it is not necessary. I was watching thee underscore, but thy judgment was good. But if it is needful, no, the woman said. I'll tell you it is not needful. The mind of the gypsy is corrupt, but in weakness a man can be a great danger. No. Thou dost not understand. Out of this one has passed all capacity for danger. I do not understand. Thou art very young still, she said. You will understand. Then, to the girl, come, Maria. We are not talking more. The girl came over and Robert Jordan reached his hand out and patted her head. She stroked under his hand like a kitten. Then he thought that she was going to cry. But her lips drew up again and she looked at him and smiled. Thee would do well to go to bed now, the woman said to Robert Jordan. Thou hast had a long journey. Good, said Robert Jordan. Elle will get my things. He was asleep in the robe, and he had been asleep, he thought, for a long time. The robe was spread on the forest floor in the lee of the rocks, the cave mouth, and as he slept, he turned, and turning rolled on his pistol, which was fastened by a lanyard to one wrist, and had been by his side under the cover when he went to sleep, shoulder and back weary, leg tired, his muscles pulled with tiredness so that the ground was soft, and simply stretching in the robe against the flannel lining was voluptuous with fatigue. Waking, he wondered where he was, knew, and then shifted the pistol from under his side, and settled happily to stretch back into sleep, his hand on the pillow of his clothing, that was bundled neatly around his rope-soled shoes. He had one arm around the pillow. Then he felt her hand on his shoulder, and turned quickly, his right hand holding the pistol under the robe. Oh, it is the end, he said, and dropping the pistol he reached both arms up and pulled her down. With his arms around her he could feel her shivering. Get in, he said softly. It is cold out there. No, I must not get in, he said. And we can talk about it later. She was trembling and he held her wrist now with one hand, and held her lightly with other, and she had turned her head away. Get in, little rabbit, he said, and kissed her on the back of the neck. I am afraid. No. Do not be afraid. Get in. How? Just slip in, there is much room. Do you want me to help you? No, she said, and then she was in the robe, and he was holding her tight to him and trying to kiss her lips, and she was pressing her face against the pillow of clothing, but holding her arms close around his neck. Then he felt her arms relax, and she was shivering again as he held her. No, he said, and laughed. Do not be afraid, that is the pistol. He lifted it and slipped it behind him. I am ashamed, she said, her face away from him. No. You must not be. Here. Now no, I must not, I am ashamed and frightened. No. My rabbit, please. Elle must not if thou dost not love me. I love thee. I love thee. Oh, I love thee. Put thy hand on my head, she said away from him, her face still in the pillow. He put his hand on her head, and stroked it, and then suddenly her face was away from the pillow, and she was in his arms, pressed close against him, and her face was against his, and she was crying. He held her still and close, feeling the long length of the young body, and he stroked her head, and kissed the wet saltiness of her eyes, and as she cried he could feel the rounded, firm-pointed breasts touching through the shirt she wore. Elle cannot kiss, she said, I do not know how. There is no need to kiss. Yes. I must kiss. I must do everything. There is no need to do anything. We are all right, but thou hast many clothes. What should I do? Elle will help you. Is that better? Yes. Much. It is not better to thee. Yes. Much better. And I can go with thee, as Pilar said. But not to a home. With thee. No, to a home. No. 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 with thee and I will be thy woman. Now as they lay, all that before had been shielded was unshielded, where there had been roughness of fabric all was smooth with a smoothness, and firm rounded pressing, and a long warm coolness, cool outside and warm within, long and light, and closely held, lonely, hollow making with contours, happy making, young and loving, and now all warmly smooth with a hollowing, chest-aching, tight-held loneliness that was such that Robert Jordan felt he could not stand it, and he said, "Hast thou loved others?" "Never." Then suddenly, going dead in his arms, "But things were done to me." "By whom?" "By various." Now she lay perfectly quietly, and as though her body were dead, and turned her head away from him. "Now you will not love me." "I love you," he said. But something had happened to him, and she knew it. "No," she said, and her voice had gone dead and flat. "Thou wilt not love me. But perhaps thou wilt take me to the home. And I will go to the home, and I will never be thy woman nor anything. I love thee, Maria." "No. It is not true," and she said then as a last thing pitifully and hopefully. "But I have never kissed any man." "Then kiss me now." "Elle wanted to," she said. "But I know not how. Where things were done to me I fought until I could not see. I fought until one sat upon my head, and I bit him, and then they tied my mouth, and held my arms behind my head, and others did things to me." "I love thee, Maria," he said. "And no one has done anything to thee. Thee, they cannot touch. No one has touched thee, little rabbit, you believe that? Elle know it. And you can love me, warm again against him now. I can love thee more. NL will try to kiss thee very well. Kiss me a little _n I do not know how. Just kiss me _n." She kissed him on the cheek. "No. Where do the noses go? I always wondered where the noses would go. Look, turn thy head." And then their mouths were tight together, and she lay close pressed against him, and her mouth opened a little gradually, and then, suddenly, holding her against him, he was happier than he had ever been, lightly, lovingly, exultingly, inly happy, and unthinking, and untired, and unworried, and only feeling a great delight, and he said, "My little rabbit. My darling. My sweet. My long lovely." "What do you say?" she said as though from a great distance away. "My lovely one," he said. They lay there, and he felt her heart beating against his, and with the side of his foot he stroked very lightly against the side of hers. "Thee came barefooted n," he said, "then thee knew thou wert coming to the bed. And you had no fear _n yes. Much. But more fear of how it would be to take my shoes off. And what time is it now? 10 saves. No. Thou hast no watch? Yes. But it is behind thy back. Take it from there. No. Then look over my shoulder. It was 1 o'clock. The dial showed bright in the darkness that the robe made. Thy chin scratches my shoulder. N pardon it, I have no tools to shave. L like it is thy beard blonde? And will it be long? Not before the bridge. Maria, listen. Dost thou? Do I what? Dost thou wish? Yes. Everything? Please? And if we do everything together, the other maybe never will have been. N did you think of that? No, I think it in myself, but Pilar told me. She is very wise. And another thing, Maria said softly. She said for me to tell you that I am not sick. She knows about such things, and she said to tell you that she told you to tell me. Yes. I spoke to her, and told her that I love you. I loved you when I saw you today, and I loved you always, but I never saw you before, and I told Pilar, and she said if I ever told you anything about anything, to tell you that I was not sick. The other thing she told me long ago soon after the train. What did she say? She said that nothing is done to oneself that one does not accept, and that if I loved someone it would take it all away. I wished to die, you see. What she said is true. And now I am happy that I did not die. I am so happy that I did not die, and you can love me. Yes. I love you now. And I can be thy woman. L cannot have a woman doing what IAO_, but thou art my woman now. If once I am, then I will keep on. Am I thy woman now? Yes, Maria, yes, my little rabbit. She held herself tight to him, and her lips looked for his, and then found them, and were against them, and he felt her, fresh, new and smooth and young and lovely, with a warm, scalding coolness, and unbelievable to be there in the robe that was as familiar as his clothes, or his shoes, or his duty. And then she said, frightenedly, and now let us do quickly what it is we do, so that the other is all gone. You want? Yes, she said almost fiercely. Yes. Yes. Yes, it was cold in the night, and Robert Jordan slept heavily. Once he woke and, stretching, realized that the girl was there, curled far down in the roll and breathing lightly and regularly, and in the dark, bringing his head in from the cold, the sky hard and sharp with stars, the air cold in his nostrils. He put his head under the warmth of the robe, and kissed her smooth shoulder. She did not wake, and he rolled onto his side away from her, and with his head out of the robe in the cold again, lay awake a moment, feeling the long, seeping luxury of his fatigue, and then the smooth tactile happiness of their two bodies touching, and then, as he pushed his legs out deep as they would go in the robe, he slipped down steeply into sleep. He woke at first daylight, and the girl was gone. He knew it as he woke, and, putting out his arm, he felt the robe warm where she had been. He looked at the mouth of the cave where the blanket showed frost-rimmed, and saw the thin grey smoke from the crack in the rocks that meant the kitchen fire was lighted. A man came out of the timber, a blanket worn over his head like a poncho. Robert Jordan saw it was Pablo, and that he was smoking a cigarette. He's been down corralling the horses, he thought. Pablo pulled open the blanket and went into the cave without looking toward Robert Jordan. Robert Jordan felt with his hand the light frost that lay on the worm-green balloon silk outer covering of the 5-year-old down roll, and then settled into it again. Bueno, he said to himself, feeling the familiar caress of the flannel lining as he spread his legs wide, then drew them together, and then turned on his side so that his head would be away from the direction where he knew the sun would come. Is there? I might as well sleep some more. He slept until the sound of airplane motors woke him. Lying on his back, he saw them, a fascist patrol of 3 Fiats, tiny, bright, fast moving across the mountain sky, headed in the direction from which Anselmo and he had come yesterday. The 3 passed, and then came 9 more, flying much higher in the minute, pointed formations of 3s, 3s, and 3s. Pablo and the gypsy were standing at the cave mouth, in the shadow, watching the sky, and as Robert Jordan lay still, the sky now full of the high hammering roar of motors, there was a new droning roar, and 3 more planes came over at less than 1,000 feet above the clearing. These 3 were Heinkel 111s, twin-motor bombers. Robert Jordan, his head in the shadow of the rocks, knew they would not see him, and that it did not matter if they did. He knew they could possibly see the horses in the corral if they were looking for anything in these mountains. If they were not looking for anything, they might still see them, but would naturally take them for some of their own cavalry mounts. Then came a new and louder droning roar, and 3 more Heinkel 111s showed coming steeply, stiffly, lower Yeti crossing in rigid formation, the repounding roar approaching in crescendo to an absolute of noise, and then receding as they passed the clearing. Robert Jordan unrolled the bundle of clothing that made his pillow, and pulled on his shirt. It was over his head, and he was pulling it down when he heard the next planes coming, and he pulled his trousers on under the robe, and lay still as 3 more of the Heinkel motor bombers came over. Before they were gone over the shoulder of the mountain, he had buckled on his pistol, rolled the robe, and placed it against the rocks, and sat now, close against the rocks, tying his rope-soled shoes, when the approaching droning turned to a greater clattering roar than ever before, and 9 more Heinkel light bombers came in echelons, hammering the sky apart as they went over. Robert Jordan slipped along the rocks to the mouth of the cave where one of the brothers, Pablo, the gypsy, Anselmo, Augustin, and the woman stood in the mouth looking out. Have there been planes like this before? He asked.
Never, said Pablo.
Get in. They will see the sun had not yet hit the mouth of the cave. It was just now shining on the meadow by the stream, and Robert Jordan knew they could not be seen in the dark, early morning shadow of the trees, and the solid shade the rocks made, but he went in the cave in order not to make them nervous. They are many, the woman said. And there will be more, Robert Jordan said. How do you know? Pablo asked suspiciously. Those, just now, will have pursued planes with them. Just then they heard them, the higher, whining drone, and as they passed at about 5,000 feet, Robert Jordan counted 15 fires in echelon of echelons, like a wild goose flight of the V-shaped threes. In the cave entrance their faces all looked very sober, and Robert Jordan said, You have not seen this many planes? Never, said Pablo. There are not many at Segovia. Never has there been, we have seen 3 usually. Sometimes 6 of the chasers. Perhaps 3 junkers, the big ones with the 3 motors, with the chasers with them. Never have we seen planes like this. It is bad. Robert Jordan thought, this is really bad. Here is a concentration of planes, which means something very bad. I must listen for them to unload. But no, they cannot have brought up the troops yet for the attack. Certainly not before tonight or tomorrow night, certainly not yet. Certainly they will not be moving anything at this hour. He could still hear the receding drone. He looked at his watch. By now they should be over the lines, the first ones anyway. He pushed the knob that set the second hand to clicking and watched it move around. No, not yet. By now? Yes. Well over by now. 250 miles an hour for those 111s anyway. 5 minutes would carry them there. By now they are well beyond the pass, with Castile all yellow and tawny beneath them now in the morning, the yellow crossed by white roads, and spotted with the small villages, and the shadows of the hunkels moving over the land, as the shadows of sharks pass over a sandy floor of the ocean. There was no bumping thud of bombs. His watch ticked on. They are going on to Colmena, to Escorial, or to the flying field at Manzanares el Real, he thought, with the old castle above the lake, with the ducks in the reeds, and the fake airfield just behind the real field, with the dummy planes, not quite hidden, their props turning in the wind. That's where they must be headed. They can't know about the attack, he told himself, and something in him said, why can't they? They've known about all the others. Do you think they saw the horses? Pablo asked. Those weren't LCX, king for horses, Robert Jordan said. But did they see them? Not unless they were asked to look for them. Could they see them? Probably not, Robert Jordan said. Unless the sun were on the trees. It is on them very early, Pablo said miserably. I'll think they have other things to think of besides thy horses, Robert Jordan said. It was 8 minutes since he had pushed the lever on the stopwatch, and there was still no sound of bombing. What do you do with a watch? The woman asked. I'll listen where they have gone _no, she said. At 10 minutes he stopped looking at the watch, knowing it would be too far away to hear, now, even allowing a minute for the sound to travel, and said to Anselmo, would speak to the N. Anselmo came out of the cave mouth, and they walked a little way from the entrance, and stood beside a pine tree. Qtav, Robert Jordan asked him. How goes it? All right, hast thou eaten? No. No one has eaten. Eat then and take something to eat at midday I want you to go to watch the road. Make a note of everything that passes both up and down the road. I do not write. There is no need to. Robert Jordan took out 2 leaves from his notebook, and with his knife cut an inch from the end of his pencil. Take this and make a mark for tanks. Thus he drew a slanted tank, and then a mark for each one, and when there are 4, cross the 4 strokes for the 5th. In this way we count also. GND make another mark, 2 wheels and a box, for trucks. If they are empty make a circle. If they are full of troops make a straight mark. Mark for guns. Big ones, thus. Small ones, thus. Mark for cars, mark for ambulances. Thus, 2 wheels and a box with a cross on it mark for troops on foot by companies, like this, see? A little square and then mark beside it mark for cavalry, like this, you see? Like a horse, a box with 4 legs. That is a troop of 20 horse. You understand? Each troop a mark. Yes. It is ingenious. Now he drew 2 large wheels, with circles around them, and a short line for a gun barrel. These are anti-tanks _ they have rubber tires. Mark for them, these are anti-aircraft 2 wheels with a gun barrel slanted up. Mark for them also. Do you understand? Have you seen such guns? Yes, Anselmo said. Of course. It is clear. Take the gypsy with you that he will know from what point you will be watching so you may be relieved. Pick a place that is safe, not too close, and from where you can see well and comfortably. Stay until you are relieved. Understand. And that when you come back, I should know everything that moved upon the road. 1 paper is for movement up. 1 is for movement down the road. They walked over toward the cave. Send Raphael to me, Robert Jordan said, and waited by the tree. He watched Anselmo go into the cave, the blanket falling behind him. The gypsy sauntered out, wiping his mouth with his hand. Tav, the gypsy said. Did you divert yourself last night? Slept. Less bad, the gypsy said and grinned. Have you a cigarette? Listen, Robert Jordan said, and felt in his pocket for the cigarettes. Wish you to go with Anselmo to a place from which he will observe the road. There you will leave him, noting the place in order that you may guide me to it or guide whoever will relieve him later. You will then go to where you can observe the sawmill, and note if there are any changes in the post there _n what changes. How many men are there now? 8 the last I knew. See how many are there now. See at what intervals the guard is relieved at that bridge in duels. How many hours the guard stays on, and at what time a change is made. I have no watch. Take mine. He unstrapped it. What a watch, Raphael said admiringly. At what complications? Such a watch should be able to read and write. Look at what complications of numbers. It's a watch to end watches. Don't fool with it, Robert Jordan said. Can you tell time? Why not? 12 o'clock midday _hunger. 12 o'clock midnight. Sleep. 6 o'clock in the morning, hunger. 6 o'clock at night, drunk. With luck. 10 o'clock at night. Shut up, Robert Jordan said. You don't need to be a clown. I want you to check on the guard at the big bridge and the post on the road below in the same manner as the post and the guard at the sawmill and the small bridge. It is much work, the gypsy smiled. You are sure there is no one you would rather send than me? No, Raphael, it is very important that you should do it very carefully and keeping out of sight with care. Believe I will keep out of sight, the gypsy said. Why do you tell me to keep out of sight? You think I want to be shot? Take things a little seriously, Robert Jordan said. This is serious. Thou askest me to take things seriously? After what thou didst last night? When thou needest to kill a man, and instead did what you did. You were supposed to kill one, not make one, or when we have just seen the sky full of airplanes of a quantity to kill us back to our grandfathers, and forward to all unborn grandsons, including all cats, goats, and bedbugs. Airplanes making a noise to curdle the milk in your mother's breasts as they pass over darkening the sky, and roaring like lions, and you ask me to take things seriously. I take them too seriously already. All right, said Robert Jordan, and laughed and put his hand on the gypsy's shoulder. Don't take them too seriously then. Now finish your breakfast and go. And thou, Q, the gypsy asked. What do you do? I go to see Ei Sordo. After those airplanes it is very possible that thou would find nobody in the whole mountains, the gypsy said. There must have been many people sweating the big drop this morning when those passed. Those have other work than hunting guerrillas _n, yes, the gypsy said. Then shook his head. But when they care to undertake that work? Cuva, Robert Jordan said. Those are the best of the German light bombers. They do not send those after gypsies, they give me a horror, Raphael said. Of such things, yes, I am frightened. They go to bomb an airfield, Robert Jordan told him as they went into the cave. I am almost sure they go for that. What do you say? The woman of Pablo asked. She poured him a bowl of coffee, and handed him a can of condensed milk. There is milk. What luxury, there is everything, and she said. And since the plains there is much fear. Where did you say they went? Robert Jordan dripped some of the thick milk into his coffee from the slit cut in the can, wiped the can on the rim of the cup, and stirred the coffee until it was light brown. They go to bomb an airfield, I believe. They might go to Escorial and Colmena _ perhaps A3. That they should go a long way, and keep away from here, Pablo said. And why are they here now? The woman asked. What brings them now? Never have we seen such planes, nor in such quantity. Do they prepare an attack? What movement was there on the road last night? Robert Jordan asked. The girl Maria was close to him, but he did not look at her. You, the woman said. Fernando. You were in La Granja last night. What movement was there? Nothing. A short, open-faced man of about 35, with a cast in one eye, whom Robert Jordan had not seen before, answered. A few camions, as usual. Some cars. No movement of troops while I was there. You go into La Granja every night? Robert Jordan asked him. Or another, Fernando said. Someone goes. They go for the news? For tobacco? For small things, the woman said. We have people there. Yes. Why not? Those who work the power plant, some others. What was the news? Pues nada, there was nothing. It still goes badly in the north. That is not news. In the north it has gone badly now since the beginning _ Did you hear anything from Segovia? No, hombre. I did not ask. Do you go into Segovia? Sometimes, Fernando said. But there is danger. There are controls where they ask for your papers. Do you know the airfield? No, hombre. I know where it is, but I was never close to it. There is much asking for papers. No one spoke about these planes last night. In La Granja? Nobody. But they will talk about them tonight, Seftonly _ They talked about the broadcast of Quipo de Llano. Nothing more. Oh, yes. It seems that the Republic is preparing an offensive. That what? That the Republic is preparing an offensive _n where? It is not certain, perhaps here. Perhaps for another pant of the Sierra. Hast thou heard of it? They say this in La Granja? Yes, hombre. I had forgotten it, but there is always much talk of offensives. Where does this talk come from? Where? Why, from different people. The officers in the cafes in Segovia and Avila, and the waiters noted. The rumors come running. Since some time they speak of an offensive by the Republic in these parts. By the Republic or by the Fascists? By the Republic. If it were by the Fascists, all would know of it. No, this is an offensive of quite some size. Some say there are two. One here and the other over the Alto del Leon near the Escorial. Have you heard aught of this? What else did you hear? Nada, hombre. Nothing? Oh, yes. There was some talk that the Republicans would try to blow up the bridges, if there was to be an offensive. But the bridges are guarded. Art thou joking? Robert Jordan said, sipping his coffee. No, hombre, said Fernando. This one doesn't joke, the woman said. Bad luck that he doesn't, then, said Robert Jordan. Thank you for all the news. Did you hear nothing more? No. They talk, as always, of troops to be sent to clear out these mountains. There is some talk that they are on the way. That they rave been sent already from Valladolid. But they always talk in that way. It is not to give any importance to. And thou and the woman of Pablo, said to Pablo almost viciously. With thy talk of safety and Pablo looked at her reflectively and scratched his chin. Thou and he said. And thy bridges, what bridges? Asked Fernando cheerfully. Stupid, the woman said to him. Thickhead. Tonto. Take another cup of coffee, and try to remember more news. Don't be angry, Pilar, Fernando said calmly and cheerfully. Neither should one become alarmed at rumors. I have told thee and this comrade all that I remember. You don't remember anything more? Robert Jordan asked. No, Fernando said with dignity. And I am fortunate to remember this because, since it was but rumors, I paid no attention to any of it. Then there may have been more. Yes. It is possible. But I paid no attention for a year. I have heard nothing but rumors. Robert Jordan heard a quick, control-breaking sniff of laughter from the girl, Maria, who was standing behind him. Tell us one more rumor, Fernando, she said, and then her shoulders shook again. If I could remember, I would not end, Fernando said. It is beneath a man's dignity to listen and give importance to rumors. And with this we will save the Republic, the woman said. No. You will save it by blowing bridges, and Pablo told her. Go, said Robert Jordan to Anselmo and Raphael. If you have eaten. We go now, and the old man said, and the two of them stood up. Robert Jordan felt a hand on his shoulder. It was Maria. Thou shouldst eat, she said, and let her hand rest there. Eat well so that thy stomach can support more rumors. The rumors have taken the place of the appetite. No. It should not be so. Eat this now before more rumors come. She put the bowl before him. Do not make a joke of me, Fernando said to her. I am thy friend, Maria. I do not joke at thee, Fernando. I only joke with him, and he should eat or he will be hungry. We should all eat, Fernando said. Pilar, what passes that we are not served? Nothing, man, and the woman of Pablo said, and filled his bowl with a meat stew. Eat, yes, that's what you can do. Eat now. It is very good, Pilar, Fernando said, all dignity intact. Thank you, said the woman. Thank you, and thank you again. Are you angry at me? Fernando asked. No. Eat, go ahead and eat, will, said Fernando. Thank you. Robert Jordan looked at Maria, and her shoulders started shaking again, and she looked away. Fernando ate steadily, a proud and dignified expression on his face, the dignity of which could not be affected even by the huge spoon that he was using or the slight dripping of juice from the stew which ran from the corners of his mouth. Do you like the food? The woman of Pablo asked him. Yes, Pilar, he said with his mouth full. It is the same as usual. Robert Jordan felt Maria's hand on his arm, and felt her fingers tighten with delight. It is for that you like it, the woman asked Fernando. Yes, she said. I see. The stew, as usual. Como siempre things are bad in the north, as usual. An offensive here, as usual. That troops come to hunt us out, as usual. You could serve as a monument to as usual. But the last two are only rumors, Pilar Spain, the woman of Pablo said bitterly, then turned to Robert Jordan. Do they have hash opal such as this in other countries? There are no other countries like Spain, Robert Jordan said. You are right, Fernando said. There is no other country in the world like Spain _N. Hast thou ever seen any other country? The woman asked him. Nay, said Fernando. Nor do I wish to. You see, the woman of Pablo said to Robert Jordan. Fernando Maria said to him. Tell us of the time thee went to Valencia. Did not like Valencia. Why? Maria asked and pressed Robert Jordan's arm again. Why did thee not like it? The people had no manners, and I could not understand them. All they did was shout J at one another. Could they understand thee? Maria asked. They pretended not to, Fernando said. And what did thee there? Left without even seeing the sea, Fernando said. Did not like the people. Oh, get out of here, you old maid, the woman of Pablo said. Get out of here before you make me sick. In Valencia I had the best time of my life. Vamos. Valencia, don't talk to me of Valencia. What did thee there? Maria asked. The woman of Pablo sat down at the table with a bowl of coffee, a piece of bread and a bowl of the stew. Q. What did we there? I was there when Finito had a contract for 3 fights at the feria. Never have I seen so many people. Never have I seen cafes so crowded. For hours it would be impossible to get a seat, and it was impossible to board the tram cars. In Valencia there was movement all day and all night. But what did you do? Maria asked. All things, the woman said. We went to the beach and lay in the water, and boats with sails were hauled up out of the sea by Occam, the oxen driven to the water until they must swim, then harnessed to the boats, and, when they found their feet, staggering up the sand. 10 yokes of oxen dragging a boat with sails out of the sea in the morning, with the line of the small waves breaking on the beach. That is Valencia. But what did thee besides watch oxen? We ate in pavilions on the sand. Pastries made of cooked and shredded fish, and red and green peppers, and small nuts like grains of rice. Pastries delicate and flaky, and the fish of a richness that was incredible. Prawns fresh from the sea sprinkled with lime juice. They were pink and sweet, and there were 4 bites to a prawn. Of those we ate many. Then we ate paella with fresh sea clams in their shells, mussels, crayfish, and small eels. Then we ate even smaller eels alone, cooked in oil, and as tiny as bean sprouts, and curled in all directions, and so tender they disappeared in the mouth without chewing. All the time drinking a white wine, cold, light, and good at 30 centimos the bottle. And for an end, melon, that is the home of the melon. The melon of Castile is better, en Fernando said. Cuva, said the woman of Pablo. The melon of Castile is for self-abuse. The melon of Valencia for eating. When I think of those melons, long as one's arm, green like the sea and crisp and juicy to cut and sweeter than the early morning in summer, when I think of those smallest eels, tiny, delicate and in mounds on the plate. Also the beer in pitchers all through the afternoon, the beer sweating in its coldness in pitchers the size of water jugs _n, and what did thee when not eating nor drinking? We made love in the room with the stripped wood blinds hanging over the balcony, and a breeze through the opening of the top of the door, which turned on hinges. We made love there, the RN dark in the daytime from the hanging blinds, and from the streets there was the scent of the flower market, and the smell of burned powder from the firecrackers of the traker, that ran through the streets expiring each noon during the feria. It was a line of fireworks, that ran through all the city, the firecrackers linked together, and the explosions running along on poles and wires of the tramways, exploding with great noise, and a jumping from pole to pole with a sharpness and a cracking of explosion you could not believe. We made love and then sent for another pitcher of beer with the drops of its coldness on the glass, and when the girl brought it, I took it from the door and I placed the coldness of the pitcher against the back of Finito, as he lay, now, asleep, not having wakened when the beer was brought, and he said, "No, Pilar. No, woman, let me sleep." And I said, "No, wake up and drink this to see how cold," and he drank without zero-ning his eyes, and went to sleep again, and I lay with my back against a pillow, at the foot of the bed, and watched him sleep, brown and dark-haired and young and quiet in his sleep, and drank the whole pitcher, listening now to the music of a band that was passing. "Ute," she said to Pablo, "do you know aught of such things?" "We have done things together," Pablo said. "Yes," the woman said, "why not? And thou wert more man than Finito in your time. But never did we go to Valencia, never did we lie in bed together and hear a band pass in Valencia." "It was impossible," Pablo told her. "We have had no opportunity to go to Valencia, thou knowest that if thou wilt be reasonable. But, with Finito, neither did thee blow up any train." "No," said the woman. "That is what is left to us. The train. Yes. Always the train. No one can speak against that. That remains of all the laziness, sloth and failure. That remains of the cowardice of this moment. There were many other things before too. I do not want to be unjust. But no one can speak against Valencia either, you hear me?" "El did not like it," Fernando said quietly. "El did not like Valencia. Yet they speak of the mule," as the woman said. "Clean up, Maria, that we may go." As she said this they heard the first sound of the planes returning. They stood in the mouth of the cave, and watched them. The bombers were high now in fast, ugly arrowheads beating the sky up with the noise of their motors. "They are shaped like sharks," Robert Jordan thought, "the wide-finned, sharp-nosed sharks of the Gulf Stream. But these, wide-finned in silver, roaring, the light mist of their propellers in the sun, these do not move like sharks. They move like no thing there has ever been. They move like mechanized doom." "You ought to write," he told himself. "Maybe you will again sometime." He felt Maria holding to his arm. She was looking up, and he said to her, "What do they look like to you, Guapa?" "El don't know," she said. "Death, I think." "They look like planes to me," the woman of Pablo said. "Are the little ones?" "They may be crossing at another part," Robert Jordan said. "Those bombers are too fast to have to wait for them and have come back alone. We never follow them across the lines to fight. There aren't enough planes to risk it." Just then 3 Heinkel fighters in V formation came low over the clearing, coming toward them, just over the treetops, like clattering, wing-tilting, pinch-nosed ugly toys, to enlarge suddenly, fearfully to their actual size, pouring past in a whining roar. They were so low that from the cave mouth all of them could see the pilots, helmeted, goggled, a scarf blowing back from behind the patrol leader's head. "Those can see the horses," Pablo said. "Those can see thy cigarette butts," the woman said. "Let fall the blanket." No more planes came over. The others must have crossed farther up the range, and when the droning was gone they went out of the cave into the open. The sky was empty now, and high, and blue, and clear. "It seems as though they were a dream that you wake from," Maria said to Robert Jordan. There was not even the last almost unheard hum, that comes like a finger faintly touching and leaving and touching again after the sound is gone, almost past hearing. "They are no dream, and you go in and clean up," Pilar said to her. "What about it?" She turned to Robert Jordan. "Should we ride or walk?" Pablo looked at her and grunted. "As you will," Robert Jordan said. "Then let us walk," she said. "Would like it for the liver?" "Riding is good for the liver." "Yes, but hard on the buttocks." "We will walk, and thou," she turned to Pablo. "Down and count thy beasts and see they have not flown away with any. Do you want a horse to ride?" Pablo asked Robert Jordan. "No. Many thanks." "What about the girl?" "Better for her to walk," Pilar said. She'll get stiff in too many places, and serve for nothing. Robert Jordan felt his face reddening. Did you sleep well? Pilar asked, then said, it is true that there is no sickness. There could have been. I know not why there wasn't. There probably still is God after all, although we have abolished him. Go on, she said to Pablo. This does not concern the underscore, this is of people younger than the underscore, made of other material. Get on. Then to Robert Jordan, Augustine is looking after thy things. We go when he comes. It was a clear, bright day and warm now in the sun. Robert Jordan looked at the big, brown-faced woman with her kind, widely set eyes, and her square, heavy face, lined and pleasantly ugly, the eyes merry, but the face sad until the lips moved. He looked at her and then at the man, heavy and stolid, moving off through the trees toward the corral. The woman, too, was looking after him. Did you make love? The woman said. What did she say? She would not tell me. Neither. Then you made love, the woman said. Be as careful with her as you can. What if she has a baby? That will do no harm, the woman said. That will do less harm underscore n. This is no place for that. She will not stay here. She will go with you. And where will I go? I can't take a woman where I go. Who knows? You may take two where you go. That is no way to talk. Listen, the woman said. I am no coward, but I see things very clearly in the early morning, and I think there are many that we know that are alive now who will never see another Sunday. In what day are we? Sunday? Cuva, said Robert Jordan, another Sunday is very far. If we see Wednesday we are all right, but I do not like to hear thee talk like this. Everyone needs to talk to someone, the woman said. Before we had religion, and other nonsense. Now for everyone there should be someone to whom one can speak frankly, for all the valor that one could have one becomes very alone. We are not alone, we are all the sight of those machines, just things to one, the woman said. We are nothing against such machines. Yet we can beat them. Look, the woman said. I'll confess a sadness to you, but do not think I lack resolution. Nothing has happened to my resolution. The sadness will dissipate as the sun rises. It is like a mist, clearly, the woman said. If you want it that way. Perhaps it came from talking that foolishness about Valencia. And that failure of a man who has gone to look at his horses. I wounded him much with the story. Kill him, yes. Curse him, yes. But wound him, no. How came you to be with him? How is one with anyone? In the first days of the movement, and before he was something serious. But now he is finished. The plug has been drawn and the wine has all run out of the skin. I do not like him, nor does he like you, and with reason. Last night I slept with him. She smiled now and shook her head. Vamos a ver, she said. Elle said to him, Pablo, why did you not kill the foreigner? He's a good boy, Pilar, he said. He's a good boy. So I said, you understand now that I command? Yes, Pilar. Yes, he said. Later in the night I hear him awake, and he is crying. He is crying in a short and ugly manner, as a man cries, when it is as though there is an animal inside that is shaking him. What passes with thee, Pablo? I said to him, and I took hold of him and held him. Nothing, Pilar. Nothing. Yes. Something passes with thee. The people, he said. The way they left me. The gent underscore yes, but they are with me, I said, and I am thy woman. Pilar, he said, remember the train. Then he said, may God aid thee, Pilar. What are you talking of God for? I said to him. What way is that to speak? Yes, he said. God and the Virgin underscore Cuva, God and the Virgin, I said to him. Is that any way to talk? I'm afraid to die, Pilar, he said. Tengo miedo de morir, dost thou understand? Then get out of bed, I said to him. There is not room in one bed for me and thee and thy fear altogether. Then he was ashamed and was quiet, and I went to sleep. But, man, he's a ruin. Robert Jordan said nothing. All my life I have had this sadness, at intervals, the woman said. But it is not like the sadness of Pablo. It does not affect my resolution. I'll believe that it may be it is like the times of a woman, she said. It may be it is nothing. She paused, then went on. Put great illusion in the Republic. I believe firmly in the Republic, and I have faith. I believe in it with fervor, as those who have religious faith believe in the mysteries. I'll believe you. And you have this same faith. In the Republic. Yes, he said, hoping it was true. I am happy, the woman said. And you have no fear? Not to die, he said truly. But other fears? Only of not doing my duty, as I should. Not of capture, as the other had. No, he said truly. Fearing that, one would be so preoccupied as to be useless. You are a very cold boy No, he said. Do not think so. No. In the head you are very cold. It is that I am very preoccupied with my work. But you do not like the things of life. Yes. Very much. But not to interfere with my work. You like to drink, I know. I have seen. Yes. Very much. But not to interfere with my work. And women? I'll like them very much, but I have not given them much importance. You do not care for them? Yes. But I have not found one that moved me as they say they should move you. I'll think you lie. Maybe a little. But you care for Maria, yes. Suddenly and very much. Too. I care for her very much. Yes. Much. Too, said Robert Jordan, and could feel his voice thickening. TCN, yes. It gave him pleasure to say it, and he said it quite formally in Spanish. I care for her very much. Will leave you alone with her after we have seen El Sordo. Robert Jordan said nothing. Then he said, that is not necessary. Yes, man. It is necessary. There is not much time. Did you see that in the hand? He asked. No. Do not remember that nonsense of the hand. She had put that away with all the other things that might do ill to the Republic. Robert Jordan said nothing. He was looking at Maria putting away the dishes inside the cave. She wiped her hands, and turned and smiled at him. She could not hear what Pilar was saying, but as she smiled at Robert Jordan she blushed dark under the tawny skin, and then smiled at him again. There is the day also, the woman said. You have the night, but there is the day, too. Clearly, there is no such luxury as in Valencia in my time. But you could pick a few wild strawberries or something. She laughed. Robert Jordan put his arm on her big shoulder. I'll care for thee, too, he said. I'll care for thee very much. Thou art a regular Don Juan Tenorio, the woman said, embarrassed now with affection. There is a commencement of caring for everyone. Here comes Augustin. Robert Jordan went into the cave, and up to where Maria was standing. She watched him come toward her, her eyes bright, the blush again on her cheeks and throat. Hello, little rabbit, he said, and kissed her on the mouth. She held him tight to her and looked in his face and said, hello. Oh, hello. Hello. Fernando, still sitting at the table smoking a cigarette, stood up, shook his head, and walked out, picking up his carbine from where it leaned against the wall. It is very informal, he said to Pilar. And I do not like it. You should take care of the girl. I am, said Pilar. That comrade is her novio _no, said Fernando. In that case, since they are engaged, I encounter it to be perfectly normal. I am pleased, the woman said. Equally, Fernando agreed gravely. Salud, Pilar. Where are you going? To the upper post to relieve Primitivo _ where the hell are you going? Augustin asked the grave little man, as he came up. To my duty, Fernando said with dignity. Thy duty, said Augustin makingly _ besmirch the milk of thy duty. Then turning to the woman, where the unnameable is this vileness that I am to guard? In the cave, Pilar said. In 2 sacks. And I am tired of thy obscenity. Obscenity in the milk of thy tiredness, Augustin said. Then go and buffer thyself, Pilar said to him. Without eat thy mother, Augustin replied. Thou never had one, Pilar told him, the insults having reached the ultimate formalism in Spanish in which the acts are never stated but only implied. What are they doing in there? Augustin now asked confidentially. Nothing, Pilar told him. Nada. We are, after all, in the spring, animal. Animal, said Augustin, relishing the word. Animal. And thou _ daughter of the great whore of whores. I buffer myself in the milk of the springtime. Pilar slapped him on the shoulder. You, she said, and laughed that booming laugh. You lack variety in your cursing. But you have force. Did you see the planes? Lun name in the milk of their motors, Augustin said, nodding his head and biting his lower lip. That's something, Pilar said. That is really something, but really difficult of execution. At that altitude, yes, Augustin grinned. Desde luego _ but it is better to joke. Yes, the woman of Pablo said. It is much better to joke, and you are a man and you joke with force. Listen, Pilar Augustin said seriously. Something is preparing. It is not true. How does it seem to you? Of a foulness that cannot be worse. Those were many planes, woman. Many planes, and thou'st caught fear from them like all the others. Q that, said Augustin. What do you think they are preparing? Look, Pilar said. From this boy coming for the bridges, obviously the Republic is preparing an offensive. From these planes, obviously the fascists are preparing to meet it, but why show the planes? In this war are many foolish things, Augustin said. In this war there is an idiocy without bounds. Clearly, said Pilar. Otherwise we could not be here. Yes, said Augustin, we swim within the idiocy for a year now. But Pablo is a man of much understanding. Pablo is very wily. Why do you say this? I'll say it. But you must understand, Pilar explained. It is now too late to be saved by wiliness, and he has lost the other. I'll understand, said Augustin _ I'll know we must go. And since we must win to survive ultimately, it is necessary that the bridges must be blown. But Pablo, for the coward that he now is very smart. Too, smart. No, Pilar, Augustin said. You are not smart. You are brave. You are loyal. You have decision. You have intuition, much decision, and much head, but you are not smart. You believe that? The woman asked thoughtfully. Yes, Pilar. The boy is smart, the woman said. Smart and cold. Very cold in the head. Yes, Augustin said. He must know his business or they would not have him doing this. But I do not know that he is smart. Pablo I know is smart, but rendered useless by his fear, and his disinclination to action. But still smart. And what do you say? Nothing. I try to consider it intelligently. In this moment we need to act with intelligence. After the bridge we must leave at once. All must be prepared, we must know for where we are leaving, and how naturally. For this, Pablo. It must be done smartly. I have no confidence in Pablo in this, yes. No. You do not know how far he is ruined. Pero es muy vivo. He is very smart. And if we do not do this smartly, we are obscenity _ will think about it. Pilar said I have the day to think about it. For the bridges, the boy Augustin said. This he must know. Look at the fine manner in which the other organized the train. Yes, Pilar said, it was really he who planned all. You for energy and resolution, Augustine said. But Pablo for the moving. Pablo for the retreat. Force him now to study it. You are a man of intelligence _n intelligent, yes, Augustine said. But sin picadilla. Pablo for that. With his fear and all. With his fear and all. And what do you think of the bridges? It is necessary. That I know two things we must do. We must leave here and we must win. The bridges are necessary if we are to win. If Pablo is so smart, why does he not see that? He wants things as they are for his own weakness. He wants to stay in the eddy of his own weakness. But the river is rising. Forced to a change, he will be smart in the change. Es muy vivo. It is good that the boy did not kill him. Cuva, the gypsy wanted me to kill him last night. The gypsy is an animal. You're an animal, TN, she said. But intelligent. We are both intelligent, N, Augustine said. But the talent is Pablo, but difficult to put up with. You do not know how ruined. Yes. But a talent. Look, Pilar, to make war all you need is intelligence. But to win you need talent and material. Elle will think it over, she said. We must start now, we are late. Then, raising her voice, English, she called. Ingalls. Come on, let us go. Let us rest, Pilar said to Robert Jordan. Sit down here, Maria, and let us rest. We should continue, Robert Jordan said. Rest when we get there. I must see this man. You will see him, the woman told him. There is no hurry. Sit down here, Maria. Come on, Robert Jordan said. Rest at the top. Elle rest now, the woman said, and sat down by the stream. The girl sat by her in the heather, the sun shining on her hair. Only Robert Jordan stood looking across the high mountain meadow with a trout brook running through it. There was heather growing where he stood. There were grey boulders rising from the yellow bracken that replaced the heather in the lower part of the meadow, and below was the dark line of the pines. How far is it to El Sordo's? He asked. Not far, the woman said. It is across this open country, down into the next valley, and above the timber, at the head of the stream. Sit thee down, and forget thy seriousness. I want to see him and get it over with. I want to bathe my feet, the woman said, and, taking off her rope-soled shoes, and pulling off a heavy wool stocking, she put her right foot into the stream. My God, it's cold. We should have taken horses, Robert Jordan told her. This is God's eye for me, the woman said. This is what I have been missing. What's the matter with you? Nothing, except that I am in a hurry. Then calm yourself. There is much time. What a day it is, and how I am contented not to be in pine trees. You cannot imagine how one can tire of pine trees. Aren't you tired of the pines? Guapao like them, the girl said. What can you like about them? Elle like the odor and the feel of the needles underfoot. I like the wind in the high trees, and the creaking they make against each other. You like anything, Pilar said. You are a gift to any man if you could cook a little better. But the pine tree makes a forest of boredom. Thou'st never known a forest of beech, nor of oak, nor of chestnut. Those are forests. In such forests each tree differs, and there is character, and a forest of pine trees is boredom. What do you say, Ingalls? Elle like the pines, too. Pero, venga, Pilar said. Two of you. So do I like the pines, but we have been too long in these pines. Also I am tired of the mountains. In mountains there are only two directions. Down, and up and down leads only to the road and the towns of the fascists. Do you ever go to Segovia? Cuba with this face? This is a face that is known. How would you like to be ugly, beautiful one? She said to Maria. Thou art not ugly. Vamos, I'm not ugly. I was born ugly. All my life I have been ugly. You, Ingalls, who know nothing about women. Do you know how an ugly woman feels? Do you know what it is to be ugly all your life, and inside to feel that you are beautiful? It is very rare. And she put the other foot in the stream, then removed it. God, it's cold. Look at the water, wagtail, and she said, and pointed to the grey ball of a bird that was bobbing up and down on a stone up the stream. Those are no good for anything, neither to sing nor to eat. Only to jerk their tails up and down. Give me a cigarette, Ingalls, and she said, and taking it, lit it from a flint and steel lighter in the pocket of her skirt. She puffed on the cigarette, and looked at Maria, and Robin Jordan. Life is very curious, she said, and blew smoke from her nostrils. Elle would have made a man, but I am all woman and all ugly. Yet many men have loved me, and I have loved many men. It is curious. Listen, Ingalls, this is interesting. Look at me, as ugly as I am. Look closely, Ingalls. And thou art not ugly. Q. No. Don't lie to me. Or she laughed the deep laugh. Has it begun to work with thee? No. That is a joke. No. Look at the ugliness. Yet one has a feeling within one that blinds a man while he loves you. You, with that feeling, blind him, and blind yourself. Then one day, for no reason, he sees you ugly as you really are, and he is not blind any more, and then you see yourself as ugly as he sees you, and you lose your man, and your feeling. Do you understand, Gueva? She patted the girl on the shoulder. No, said Maria, because thou art not ugly. Try to use thy head and not thy heat, and listen. Pilar said, I am telling you things of much interest. Does it not interest you, Ingalls? Yes. But we should go. Cuva, go. I am very well here. Then she went on, addressing herself to Robert Jordan now as though she were aching to a classroom, almost as though she were lecturing. After a while, when you are as ugly as I am, as ugly as women can be, then, as I say, after a while the feeling, the idiotic feeling that you are beautiful, grows slowly in one again. It grows like a cabbage. And then, when the feeling is grown, another man sees you and thinks you are beautiful, and it is all to do over. Now I think I am past it, but it still might come. You are lucky, Guapa, that you are not ugly. But I am ugly, Maria insisted. Ask him, said Pilar. And don't put thy feet in the stream because it will freeze them. If Roberto says we should go, I think we should go, Maria said. Listen to you, Pilar said. I have as much at stake in this as thy Robino, and I say that we are well off resting here by the stream, and that there is much time. Furthermore, I like to talk. It is the only civilized thing we have. How Athenize can we divert ourselves? Does what I say not hold interest for you, Ingalls? You speak very well. But there are other things that interest me more than talk of beauty or lack of beauty. Then let us talk of what interests thee. And where were you at the start of the movement? In my town. Avila. Cuva, Avila. Pablo said he was from Avila. He lies. He wanted to take a big city for his town. It was this town, and she named a town, and what happened? Much, the woman said. Much. And all of it ugly. Even that which was glorious. Tell me about it, Robin Jordan said. It is brutal, the woman said. I do not like to tell it before the girl. Tell it, said Robert Jordan. And if it is not for her, that she should not listen? I can hear it, Maria said. She put her hand on Robert Jordan's. There is nothing that I cannot hear. It isn't whether you can hear it, Pilar said. It is whether I should tell it to thee and make thee bad dreams. Elle will not get bad dreams from a story, Maria told her. You think after all that has happened with us I should get bad dreams from a story? Maybe it will give thee, Ingalls, bad dreams. Try it and see. No, Ingalls, I am not joking. Didst thou see the start of the movement in any small town? No, Robert Jordan said. Then thou hast seen nothing, thou hast seen the ruin that now is Pablo, but you should have seen Pablo on that day. Tell it. Nay. I do not want to. Tell it. All right, then. I will tell it truly as it was. But thee, guepa, if it reaches a point that it molests thee, tell me _NL, will not listen to it if it molests me, Maria told her. It cannot be worse than many things. NL believe it can, the woman said. Give me another cigarette, Ingalls, and vamonos. The girl leaned back against the heather on the bank of the stream, and Robin Jordan stretched himself out, his shoulders against the ground, and his head against a clump of the heather. He reached out and found Maria's hand, and held it in his, rubbing their two hands against the heather until she opened her hand, and laid it flat on top of his as they listened. It was early in the morning when the civils surrendered at the barracks. Pilar Begum, you had assaulted the barracks? Robert Jordan asked. Pablo had surrounded it in the dark, cut the telephone wires, placed dynamite under one wall, and called on the Guardia Civil to surrender. They would not. And at daylight he blew the wall open. There was fighting. 2 civils were killed. 4 were wounded and 4 surrendered. We all lay on roofs and on the ground, and at the edge of walls and of buildings in the early morning light, and the dust cloud of the explosion had not yet settled, for it rose high in the air, and there was no wind to carry it, and all of us were firing into the broken side of the building, loading and firing into the smoke, and from within there was still the flashing of rifles, and then there was a shout from in the smoke not to fire more, and out came the 4 civils with their hands up. A big part of the roof had fallen in, and the wall was gone, and they came out to surrender. Are there more inside? Pablo shouted. There are wounded. Guard these, Pablo said to 4 who had come up from where we were firing. Stand there against the wall, he told the civils. The 4 civils stood against the wall, diffy, dusty, smoke-grimed, with the 4 who were guarding them pointing their guns at them, and Pablo and the others went in to finish the wounded. After they had done this, and there was no longer any noise of the wounded, neither groaning, nor crying out, nor the noise of shooting in the barracks, Pablo and the others came out, and Pablo had his shotgun over his back, and was carrying in his hand a Mauser pistol. Look, Pilar, he said. This was in the hand of the officer who killed himself. Never have I fired a pistol. You, he said to one of the guards, show me how it works. No. Don't show me. Tell me. The 4 civils had stood against the wall, sweating and saying nothing while the shooting had gone on inside the barracks. They were all tall men with the faces of Guardia Civils, which is the same model of face as mine is. Except that their faces were covered with a small stubble of this their last morning of not yet being shaved, and they stood there against the wall, and said nothing. You, said Pablo to the one who stood nearest him. Tell me how it works. Pull the small lever down, the man said in a very dry voice. Pull the receiver back and let it snap forward. What is the receiver? Asked Pablo, and he looked at the 4 civils. What is the receiver? The block on top of the action. Pablo pulled it back, but it stuck. What now? He said. It is jammed. You have lied to pull it farther back and let it snap lightly forward, the civil said, and I have never heard such a tone of voice. It was grayer than a morning without sunrise. Pablo pulled and let go as the man had told him, and the block snapped forward into place, and the pistol was cocked with the hammer back. It is an ugly pistol, small in the round handle, large and flat in the barrel, and unwieldy. All this time the civils had been watching him, and they had said nothing. What are you going to do with us? One asked him. Shoot thee, Pablo said. When? The man asked in the same grey voice. Now, said Pablo. Where? Asked the man. Here, said Pablo. Here. Now. Here and now. Have you anything to say? Nada, said the civil. Nothing. But it is an ugly thing. And you are an ugly thing, Pablo said. You murderer of you who would shoot your own mother. I'll have never killed anyone, the civil said. And do not speak of my mother. Show us how to die. You, who have always done the killing. There is no necessity to insult us, another civil said. And we know how to die. Kneel down against the wall with your heads against the wall, Pablo told them. The civils looked at one another. Kneel, I say, Pablo said. Get down and kneel. How does it seem to you, Paco? One civil said to the tallest, who had spoken with Pablo about the pistol. He wore a corporal's *S on his sleeves, and was sweating very much, although the early morning was still cool. It is as well to kneel, he answered. It is of no importance. It is closer to the earth / the first one who had spoken said, trying to make a joke, but they were all too grave for a joke, and no one smiled. Then let us kneel, the first civil said, and the four knelt, looking very awkward with their heads against the wall, and their hands by their sides, and Pablo passed behind them and shot each in turn in the back of the head, with a pistol, going from one to another and putting the barrel of the pistol against the back of their heads, each man slipping down as he fired. I can hear the pistol still, sharp and yet muffled, and see the barrel jerk and the head of the man drop forward. One held his head still when the pistol touched it, one pushed his head forward and pressed his forehead against the stone. One shivered in his whole body, and his head was shaking. Only one put his hands in front of his eyes, and he was the last one, and the four bodies were slumped against the wall, when Pablo turned away from them and came toward us with the pistols still in his hand. Hold this for me, Pilar, he said. I do not know how to put down the hammer, and he handed me the pistol and stood there looking at the four guards as they lay against the wall of the barracks. All those who were with us stood there too, looking at them, and no one said anything. We had won the town, and it was still early in the morning, and no one had eaten nor had anyone drunk coffee, and we looked at each other, and we were all powdered with dust from the blowing up of the barracks, as powdered as men are at a threshing, and I stood holding the pistol, and it was heavy in my hand, and I felt weak in the stomach when I looked at the guards, dead there against the wall, they all as grey and as dusty as we were, but each one was now moistening with his blood the dry dirt by the wall where they lay. And as we stood there the sun rose over the far hills, and shone now on the road where we stood and on the white wall of the barracks, and the dust in the air was golden in that first sun, and the peasant who was beside me looked at the wall of the barracks, and what lay there, and then looked at us, and then at the sun, and said, "Via, a day that commences. Now let us go and get coffee," I said. "Good, Pilar, good," he said. And we went up into the town to the plaza, and those were the last Opal who were shot in the village. What happened to the others? Robert Jordan asked. Were there no other fascists in the village? Cuva, were there no other fascists? There were more than 20. But none was shot. What was done? Pablo had them beaten to death with flails and thrown from the top of the cliff into the all 20. El will tell you. It is not so simple. And in my life never do I wish to see such a scene as the flailing to death in the plaza on the top of the cliff above the river. The town is built on the high bank above the river, and there is a square there with a fountain, and there are benches, and there are big trees that give a shade for the benches. The balconies of the houses look out on the plaza's 6 streets enter on the plaza, and there is an arcade from the houses that goes around the plaza so that one can walk in the shade of the arcade. When the sun is hot, on 3 sides of the plaza is the arcade, and on the south side is the walk shaded by the trees beside the edge of the cliff with, far below, the river. It is 300 feet down to the river. Pablo organized it all as he did the attack on the barracks. First he had the entrances to the streets blocked off with calves, as though to organize the plays for a copia for an amateur bullfight. The fascists were all held in the Ayuntamiento, the city hall, which was the largest building on one side of the plaza. It was there the clock was set in the wall, and it was in the buildings under the arcade that the club of the fascists was. and under the arcade on the sidewalk in front of their club was where they had their chairs and tables for their club. It was there, before the movement, that they were accustomed to take the aperitifs. The chairs and the tables were of wicker. It looked like a cafe but was more elegant. But was there no fighting to take them? Pablo had them seized in the night before he assaulted the barracks, but he had already surrounded the barracks. They were all seized in their homes at the same hour the attack started. That was intelligent. Pablo is an organizer. Otherwise he would have had Opel attacking him at his flanks and at his rear while he was assaulting the barracks of the Guardia Civil. Pablo is very intelligent but very brutal. He had this of the village well planned and well ordered. Listom after the assault was successful, and the last 4 guards had surrendered, and he had shot them against the wall, and we had drunk coffee at the cafe that always opened earliest in the morning by the corner from which the early bus left. He proceeded to the organization of the plaza. Carts were piled exactly as for a capilla, except that the side toward the river was not enclosed, that was left open. Then Pablo ordered the priest to confess the fascists and give them the necessary sacraments. N. Where was this done? In the Ayuntamiento. As I said, there was a great crowd outside, and while this was going on inside with the priest, there was some levity outside and shouting of obscenities, but most of the people were very serious and respectful. Those who made jokes were those who were already drunk from the celebration of the taking of the barracks, and there were useless characters who would have been drunk at any time. While the priest was engaged in these duties, Pablo organized those in the plaza into 2 lines. He placed them in 2 lines as you would place men for a rope pulling contest, or as they stand in a city to watch the ending of a bicycle road race, with just for the cyclists to pass between, or as men stood to allow the passage of a holy image in a procession. 2 meters was left between the lines, and they extended from the door of the Ayuntamiento clear across the plaza to the edge of the cliff, so that, from the doorway of the Ayuntamiento, looking across the plaza, one coming out would see 2 solid lines of people waiting. They were armed with flails such as are used to beat out the grain, and they were a good flail's length apart. All did not have flails, as enough flails could not be obtained. But most had flails obtained from the store of Don Guillermo Martin, who was a fascist and sold all sorts of agricultural implements. And those who did not have flails had heavy herdsmen's clubs, or ox goads, and some had wooden pitchforks, those with wooden tines that are used to fork the chaff and straw into the air after the flailing. Some had sickles and reaping hooks, but these Pablo placed at the far end where the lines reached the edge of the cliff. These lines were quiet, and it was a clear day, as today is clear, and there were clouds high in the sky, as there are now, and the plaza was not yet dusty, for there had been a heavy dew in the night, and the trees cast a shade over the men in the lines, and you could hear the water running from the brass pipe in the mouth of the lion, and falling into the bowl of the fountain, where the women bring the water jars to fill them. Only near the Ayuntamiento, where the priest was complying with his duties with the fascists, was there any ribaldry, and that came from those worthless ones who, as I said, were already drunk and were crowded around the windows shouting obscenities and jokes in bad taste in through the iron bars of the windows. Most of the men in the lines were waiting quietly, and I heard one say to another, "Will there be women?" And another said, "El hope to Christ, no." Then one said, "Here is the woman of Pablo. Listen, Pilar. Will there be women?" El looked at him, and he was a peasant dressed in his Sunday jacket and sweating heavily, and I said, "No, Joaquin. There are no women. We are not killing the women. Why should we kill their women?" And he said, "Thanks be to Christi, there are no women. And when does it start?" And I said, "As soon as the priest finishes." And the priest? El don't know, I told him, and I saw his face working, and the sweat coming down on his forehead. "El have never killed a man," he said. "Then you will learn," the peasant next to him said. "But I do not think one blow with this will kill a man," and he held his flail in both hands, and looked at it with doubt. "That is the beauty of it," another peasant said. "There must be many blows." They have taken Valladolid. They have Avila, someone said. El heard that before we came into town. They will never take this town. This town is ours. We have struck ahead of them, I said. Pablo is not one to wait for them to strike. Pablo is able, another said. But in this finishing off of the civils he was egoistic. Don't you think so, Pilar? Yes, I said, but now all are participating in this. Yes, he said. It is well organized. But why do we not hear more news of the movement? Pablo cut the telephone wires before the assault on the barracks. They are not yet repaired. Ah, he said. It is for this we hear nothing. I had my news from the roadmenders' station early this morning. Why is this done thus, Pilar? He said to me. To save bullets, I said. And that each man should have his share in the responsibility, that it should start then. That it should start. And I looked at him and saw that he was crying. Why are you crying, Joaquin? I asked him. This is not to cry about. El cannot help it, Pilar, he said. El have never killed anyone. If you have not seen the day of revolution in a small town where all know all in the town, and always have known all, you have seen nothing. And on this day most of the men in the double line across the plaza wore the clothes in which they worked in the fields, having come into town hurriedly, but some, not knowing how one should dress for the first day of a movement, wore their clothes for Sundays or holidays, and these, seeing that the others, including those who had attacked the barracks, wore their oldest clothes, were ashamed of being wrongly dressed. But they did not like to take off their jackets for fear of losing them, or that they might be stolen by the worthless ones, and so they stood, sweating in the sun, and waiting for it to commence. Then the wind rose, and the dust was now dry in the plaza, for the men walking, and standing, and shuffling had loosened it, and it commenced to blow, and a man in a dark blue Sunday jacket shouted "Agua, agua," and the caretaker of the plaza, whose duty it was to sprinkle the plaza each morning with a hose, came and turned the hose on, and commenced to lay the dust at the edge of the plaza, and then toward the center. Then the lines fell back, and let him lay the dust over the center of the plaza. The hose sweeping in wide arcs, and the water glistening in the sun, and the men leaning on their flails or the clubs or the white wood pitchforks, and watching the sweep of the stream of water. And then, when the plaza was nicely moistened and the dust settled, the lines formed up again, and a peasant shouted, "When do we get the first fascist? When does the first one come out of the box?" Soon, Pablo shouted from the door of the ayuntamiento. Soon the first one comes out. His voice was hoarse from shouting in the assault, and from the smoke of the barracks. What's the delay? Someone asked. They are still occupied with their sins, Pablo shouted. Clearly, there are 20 of them, a man said. More, said another. Among 20 there are many sins to recount, yes, but I think it's a trick to gain time. Surely facing such an emergency, one could not remember one's sins except for the biggest. Then have patience. For with more than 20 of them there are enough of the biggest sins to take some time. El have patience, said the other. But it is better to get it over with. Both for them and for us. It is July and there is much work. We have harvested but we have not threshed. We are not yet in the time of fairs and festivals. But this will be a fair and festival today, another said. The fair of liberty, and from this day, when these are extinguished, the town and the land are ours. We thresh fascists today, said one, and out of the chaff comes the freedom of this pueblo. We must administer it well to deserve it, said another. Pilar, he said to me, when do we have a meeting for organization? Immediately after this is completed, I told him. In the same building of the ayuntamiento I was wearing one of the three-cornered patent leather hats of the Guardia Civil as a joke, and I had put the hammer down on the pistol, holding it with my thumb to lower it as I pulled on the trigger, as seemed natural, and the pistol was held in a rope I had around my waist, the long barrel stuck under the rope. and when I put it on the joke seemed very good to me, although afterwards I wished I had taken the holster of the pistol instead of the hat. But one of the men in the line said to me, Pilar, daughter, it seems to me bad taste for thee to wear that hat. Now we have finished with such things as the Guardia Civil. Then I said, El will take it off, and I did. Give it to me, he said. It should be destroyed. And as we were at the far end of the line where the walk runs along the cliff by the river, he took the hat in his hand, and sailed it off over the cliff, with the motion a herdsman makes throwing a stone underhand at the bulls to herd them. The hat sailed far out into space, and we could see it smaller and smaller, the patent leather shining in the clear air, sailing down to the river. I looked back over the square, and at all the windows, and all the balconies. There were people crowded, and there was the double line of men across the square to the dune of the Ayuntamiento, and the crowd swarmed outside against the windows of that building, and there was the noise of many people talking, and then I heard a shout, and someone said, "Here comes the first one," and it was Don Benito Garcia, the mayor, and he came out bareheaded, walking slowly from the door, and down the porch, and nothing happened, and he walked between the line of men with the flails, and nothing happened. He passed though men, 4 men, 8 men, 10 men, and nothing happened, and he was walking between that line of men, his head up, his fat face grey, his eyes looking ahead and then flickering from side to side, and walking steadily. And nothing happened. From a balcony someone cried out, "Que pasa, cobards? What is the matter, cowards?" And still Don Benito walked along between the men, and nothing happened. Then I saw a man 3 men down from where I was standing, and his face was working, and he was biting his lips, and his hands were white on his flail. I saw him looking toward Don Benito, watching him come on. And still nothing happened. Then, just before Don Benito came abreast of this man, the man raised his flail high so that it struck the man beside him, and smashed a blow at Don Benito that hit him on the side of the head, and Don Benito looked at him, and the man struck again, and shouted, "That for you, cabron," and the blow hit Don Benito in the face, and he raised his hands to his face, and they beat him until he fell, and the man who had struck him first called to others to help him, and he pulled on the collar of Don Benito's shirt, and others took hold of his arms, and with his face in the dust of the plaza, they dragged him over the walk to the edge of the cliff, and threw him over and into the river. And the man who hit him first was kneeling by the edge of the cliff looking over after him, and saying, the cabron, oh, the cabron." He was a tenant of Don Benito, and they had never gotten along together. There had been a dispute about a piece of land by the river that Don Benito had taken from this man, and let to another, and this man had long hated him. This man did not join the line again, but sat by the cliff looking down where Don Benito had fallen. After Don Benito no one would come out. There was no noise now in the plaza, as all were waiting to see who it was that would come out. Then a drunkard shouted in a great voice, "Que salga el toro. Let the bull out." Then someone from by the windows of the Ayuntamiento yelled, "They won't move or they are all praying." Another drunkard shouted, "Pull them out. Come on, pull them out, the time for praying is finished." But none came out, and then I saw a man coming out of the door. It was Don Federico Gonzalez, who owned the mill and feed store, and was a fascist of the first order. He was tall and thin, and his hair was brushed over the top of his head from one side to the other to cover a baldness, and he wore a nightshirt that was tucked into his trousers. He was barefooted as when he had been taken from his home, and he walked ahead of Pablo holding his hands above his head, and Pablo walked behind him with the barrels of his shotgun pressing against the back of Don Federico Gonzalez until Don Federico entered the double line. But when Pablo left him and returned to the door of the Ayuntamiento, Don Federico could not walk from far, and stood there, his eyes turned up to heaven, and his hands reaching up as though they would grasp the sky. "He has no legs to walk," someone said. "What's the matter, Don Federico? Can't you walk?" someone shouted to him. But Don Federico stood there with his hands up, and only his lips were moving. Get on, Pablo shouted to him from the steps. Walk. Don Federico stood there and could not move. One of the drunkards poked him in the backside with a flail handle, and Don Federico gave a quick jump, as a balky horse might, but still stood in the same place, his hands up, and his eyes up toward the sky. Then the peasant who stood beside me said, "This is shameful. I have nothing against him, but such a spectacle must terminate." So he walked down the line and pushed through to where Don Federico was standing and said, "With your permission," and hit him a great blow alongside of the head with a club. Then Don Federico dropped his hands and put them over the top of his head where the bald place was, and with his head bent and covered by his hands, the thin long hairs that covered the bald place escaping through his fingers, he ran fast through the double line, with flails falling on his back and shoulders until he fell, and those at the end of the line picked him up and swung him over the cliff. Never did he open his mouth from the moment he came out, pushed by the shotgun of Pablo. His only difficulty was to move forward. It was as though he had no command of his legs. After Don Federico, I saw there was a concentration of the hardest men at the end of the lines by the edge of the cliff, and I left there, and I went to the arcade of the Ayuntamiento and pushed aside two drunkards, and looked in the window in the big room of the Ayuntamiento. They were all kneeling in a half circle praying, and the priest was kneeling and praying with them. Pablo and one named Cuatro Dedos, 4 Fingers, a cobbler, who was much with Pablo then, and 2 others were standing with shotguns, and Pablo said to the priest, "Who goes now?" And the priest went on praying and did not answer him. "Listen, you," Pablo said to the priest in his hoarse voice, "who goes now? Who is ready now?" The priest would not to Pablo, and acted as though he were not there, and I could see Pablo was very angry. "Let us all go together." Don Ricardo Montalvo, who was a landowner, said to Pablo, raising his head and stopping praying to speak. "Cuva," said Pablo. "One at a time, as you are ready." "Then I go now," Don Ricardo said. "I'll never be any more ready." The priest blessed him as he spoke and blessed him again as he stood up, without interrupting his praying, and held up a crucifix for Don Ricardo to kiss, and Don Ricardo kissed it, and then turned and said to Pablo, "Nor ever again as ready. You cabron of the bad milk, let us go." Don Ricardo was a short man, with grey hair, and a thick neck, and he had a shirt on with no collar. He was bow-legged from much horseback riding. "Goodbye," he said to all those who were kneeling. "Don't be sad, to die is nothing. The only bad thing is to die at the hands of this canalla. Don't touch me," he said to Pablo. "Don't touch me with your shotgun." He walked out of the front of the Ayuntamiento with his grey hair, and his small grey eyes, and his thick neck looking very shone and angry. He looked at the double line of peasants, and he spat on the ground. He could spit actual saliva, which, in such a circumstance, as you should know, Ingalls, is very rare, and he said, "Arriba España. Down with the miscalled republic, and obscenity in the milk of your fathers." So they clubbed him to death very quickly because of the insult, beating him as soon as he reached the first of the men, beating him as he tried to walk with his head up, beating him until he fell, and chopping at him with reaping hooks and the sickles, and many men bore him to the edge of the cliff to throw him over, and there was blood now on their hands and on their clothing, and now began to be the feeling that these who came out were truly enemies, and should be killed. Until Don Ricardo came out with that fierceness, and calling those insults, many in the line would have given much, I am sure, never to have been in the line. And if any one had shouted from the line, "Come, let us pardon the rest of them. Now they have had their lesson," I am sure most would have agreed. But Don Ricardo, with all his bravery, did a great disservice to the others. For he aroused the men in the line, and where, before, they were performing a duty, and with no great taste for it, now they were angry, and the difference was apparent. "Let the priest out, and the thing will go faster," someone shouted. "Let out the priest, we've had 3 thieves, let us have the priest." "2 thieves," a short peasant said to the man who had shouted. "It was 2 thieves with our lord." "Whose lord?" the man said. his face angry and red. In the manner of aching it is said, "Our Lord." "He isn't my Lord, not in joke," said the other. "And thee hadst best watch thy mouth if thou dost not want to walk between the lines. Am as good a libertarian Republican as thou." The short peasant said. Els struck Don Ricardo across the mouth. I struck Don Federico across the back. I missed Don Benito. But I say our Lord is the formal way of speaking of the man in question, and that it was two thieves. Obscenity in the milk of thy republicanism. You speak of Don this and Don that, here are they so called. Not by me, the cabrones and thy Lord. Hi, here comes a new one. It was then that we saw a disgraceful sight, for the man who walked out of the Dunve of the Ayuntamiento was Don Faustino Rivero, the oldest son of his father, Don Celestino Rivero, a landowner. He was tall and his hair was yellow and it was freshly combed back from his forehead, for he always carried a comb in his pocket, and he had combed his hair now before coming out. He was a great annoyer of girls, and he was a coward, and he had always wished to be an amateur bullfighter. He went much with gypsies, and with bullfighters, and with bull raisers, and delighted to wear the Andalusian costume, but he had no courage and was considered a joke. One time he was announced to appear in an amateur benefit fight for the old people's home in Avila, and to kill a bull from on horseback in the Andalusian style, which he had spent much time practicing, and when he had seen the size of the bull that had been substituted for him in place of the little one, weak in the legs, he had picked out himself. He had said he was sick and, some said, put 3 fingers down his throat to make himself vomit. When the lines saw him, they commenced to shout, "Hola, Don Faustino! Take care not to vomit. Listen to me, Don Faustino, there are beautiful girls over the cliff, Don Faustino. Wait a minute and we will bring out a bull bigger than the other." And another shouted, "Listen to me, Don Faustino. Hast thou ever heard speak of death?" Don Faustino stood there, still acting brave. He was still under the impulse that had made him announce to the others that he was going out. It was the same impulse that had made him announce himself for the bullfight, that had made him believe and hope that he could be an amateur matador. Now he was inspired by the example of Don Ricardo, and he stood there looking both handsome and brave, and he made his face scornful. But he could not speak. "Come, Don Faustino," someone called from the line. "Come, Don Faustino. Here is the biggest bull of all." Don Faustino stood looking out, and I think as he looked, that there was no pity for him on either side of the line. Still he looked both handsome and superb, but time was shortening, and there was only one direction to go. "Don Faustino," someone called. "What are you waiting for, Don Faustino?" "He is preparing to vomit," someone said, and the lines laughed. "Don Faustino," a peasant called. "Vomit if it will give thee pleasure." To me it is all the then. As we watched, Don Faustino looked along the lines, and across the square to the cliff, and then when he saw the cliff, and the emptiness beyond, he turned quickly and ducked back toward the entrance of the Ayuntamiento. All the lines roared, and someone shouted in a high voice, "Where do you go, Don Faustino? Where do you go?" "He goes to throw up," shouted another, and they all laughed again. Then we saw Don Faustino coming out again with Pablo behind him with a shotgun. All of his style was gone now. The sight of the lines had taken away his style, and he came out now with Pablo behind him as though Pablo were cleaning a street, and Don Faustino was what he was pushing ahead of him. Don Faustino came out now, and he was crossing himself and praying, and then he put his hands in front of his eyes, and walked down the steps toward the lines. "Leave him alone," someone shouted. "Don't touch him." The lines understood, and no one made a move to touch Don Faustino, and, with his hands shaking and held in front of his eyes, and with his mouth moving, he walked along between the lines. No one said anything and no one touched him, and, when he was halfway through the lines, he could go no farther and fell to his knees. No one struck him. I was walking along parallel to the line to see what happened to him, and a peasant leaned down and lifted him to his feet and said, "Get up, Don Faustino, and keep walking. The bull has not yet come out." Don Faustino could not walk alone, and the peasant in a black smock helped him on one side, and another peasant in a black smock and herdsman's boots helped him on the other, supporting him by the arms, and Don Faustino walking along between the lines, with his hands over his eyes, his lips never quiet, and his yellow hair slicked on his head and shining in the sun, and as he passed the peasants would say, "Don Faustino, Wine Provoco _Don Faustino, that you should have a good appetite," and others said, "Don Faustino, as sus ordens _Don Faustino, at your orders," and one, who had failed at bullfighting himself, said, "Don Faustino, Matador, as sus ordens," and another said, "Don Faustino, there are beautiful girls in heaven, Don Faustino." And they walked Don Faustino through the lines, holding him close on either side, holding him up as he walked, with his hands over his eyes. But he must have looked through his fingers, because when they came to the edge of the cliff with him, he knelt again, throwing himself down and clutching the ground, and holding to the grass, saying, "No. NC no. Please. No. Please please. No. No." Then the peasants who were with him and the others, the hard ones of the end of the line, squatted quickly behind him as he knelt, and gave him a rushing push, and he was over the edge without ever having been beaten, and you heard him crying loud and high as he fell. It was then I knew that the lines had become cruel, and it was first the insults of Don Ricardo, and second the cowardice of Don Faustino, that had made them so. "Let us have another," a peasant called out, and another peasant slapped him on the back and said, "Don Faustino. What a thing Don Faustino has seen the big bull now," another said, "Throwing up will never help him, now in my life," another peasant said, "In my life I've never seen a thing like Don Faustino." "There are others," another peasant said. "Have patience. Who knows what we may yet see? There may be giants and dwarfs," the first peasant said. "There may be Negroes and rare beasts from Africa. But for me never, never will there be anything like Don Faustino. But let's have another one, come on, let's have another one." The drunkards were handing around bottles of anise and cognac that they had looted from the bar of the club of the fascists, drinking them down like wine, and many of the men in the lines were beginning to be a little drunk, too, from drinking after the strong emotion of Don Benito, Don Federico, Don Ricardo, and especially Don Faustino. Those who did not drink from the bottles of liquor were drinking from leather wineskins that were passed about, and one handed a wineskin to me, and I took a long drink, letting the wine run cool down my throat from the leather bota, for I was very thirsty, too. "To kill gives much thirst," the man with the wineskin said to me. "Cuva," I said. "Hast thou killed?" "We have killed 4, he said, proudly. "Not counting the civils." "Is it true that thee killed one of the Sils, Pilar?" "Not one," I said. "L shot into the smoke when the wall fell, as did the others." "That is where got thee the pistol, Pilar?" "From Pablo. Pablo gave it to me after he killed the civils _ killed he them with this pistol." "With no other," I said. "And then he armed me with it." "Can I see it, Pilar? Can I hold it?" "Why not, man?" I said, and I took it out from under the robe, and handed it to him. But I was wondering why no one else had come out, and just then who should come out but Don Guillermo Martin, from whose store the flails, the herdsmen's clubs, and the wooden pitchforks had been taken. Don Guillermo was a fascist, but Artemis there was nothing against him. It is true he paid little to those who made the flails, but he charged little for them tck, and if one did not wish to buy flails from Don Guillermo, it was possible to make them for nothing more than the cost of the wood and the leather. He had a rude way of speaking, and he was undoubtedly a fascist, and a member of their club, and he sat at noon, and at evening in the cane chairs of their club to read /debate, to have his shoes shined, and to drink vermouth, and seltzer, and eat almonds, dried shrimps, and anchovies. But one does not kill for that, and I am sure if it had not been for the insults of Don Ricardo Montalvo, and the lamentable spectacle of Don Faustino, and the drinking consequent on the emotion of them and the others, someone would have shouted that Don Guillermo should go in peace. We have his flails. Let him go. Because the hash opal of this town are as kind as they can be cruel, and they have a natural sense of justice, and a desire to do that which is right, but cruelty had entered into the lines, and also drunkenness or the beginning of drunkenness, and the lines were not as they were when Don Benito had come out. I do not know how it is in other countries, and no one cares more for the pleasure of drinking than I do, but in Spain drunkenness, when produced by other elements than wine, is a thing of great ugliness, and the people do things that they would not have done. Is it not so in your country, Ingalls? It is so. Robert Jordan said when I was 7 years old, and going with my mother to attend a wedding in the state of Ohio, at which I was to be the boy of a pair of boy and girl who carried flowers. Did you do that? Asked Maria. How nice. In this town a Negro was hanged to a lamp post, and later burned. It was an arc light. A light which lowered from the post to the pavement, and he was hoisted, first by the mechanism which was used to hoist the arc light, but this broke, and a Negro. And Maria said, how barbarous. Were the people drunk? Asked Pilar. Were they drunk thus to burn a Negro? I do not know, Robert Jordan said. Because I saw it only looking out from under the blinds of a window in the house, which stood on the corner where the arc light was. The street was full of people, and when they lifted the Negro up for the second time, and if you had only 7 years, and were in a house, you could not tell if they were drunk or not, Pilar said. As I said, when they lifted the Negro up for the second time, my mother pulled me away from the window, so I saw no more, Robert Jordan said. But since I have had experiences which demonstrate that drunkenness is the same in my country, it is ugly and brutal. You were too young at 7, Maria said. You were too young for such things. I have never seen a Negro except in a circus. Unless the Moors are Negroes. Some are Negras and some are not, Pilar said. I can talk to you of the Moors. Not as I can, Maria said. Nay, not as I can. Don't speak of such things, Pilar said. It is unhealthy. Where were we? Speaking of the drunkenness of the lines, and Robert Jordan said. Go on. It is not fair to say drunkenness, Pilar said. For, yet they were a long way from drunkenness. But already there was a change in them, and when Don Guillermo came out, standing straight, near-sighted, grey-headed, of medium height, with a shirt with a collar buttoned but no collar, standing there and crossing himself once and looking ahead, but seeing little without his glasses, but walking forward well and calmly, he was an appearance to excite pity. But someone shouted from the line, here, Don Guillermo. Up here, Don Guillermo. In this direction here we all have your products. They had had such success joking at Don Faustino that they could not see, now, that Don Guillermo was a different thing, and if Don Guillermo was to be killed, he should be killed quickly and with dignity. Don Guillermo, another shouted, should we send to the house for thy spectacles? Don Guillermo's house was no house, since he had not much money, and was only a fascist to be a snob, and to console himself that he must work for little, running a wooden implement shop. He was a fascist, too, from the religiousness of his wife, which he accepted as his own due to his love for her. He lived in an apartment in the building 3 houses down the square, and when Don Guillermo stood there, looking near-sightedly at the lines, the double lines he knew he must enter, a woman started to scream from the balcony of the apartment where he lived. She could see him from the balcony, and she was his wife. Guillermo, she cried. Guillermo? Wait, and I will be with thee. Don Guillermo turned his head toward where the shouting came from. He could not see her. He tried to say something, but he could not. Then he waved his hand in the direction the woman had called from, and started to walk between the lines. Guillermo, she cried. Guillermo, oh, Guillermo. She was holding her hands on the rail of the balcony, and shaking back and forth. Guillermo. Don Guillermo waved his hand again toward the noise, and walked into the lines, with his head up, and you would not have known what he was feeling except for the color of his face. Then some drunkard yelled, "Guillermo," from the lines, imitating the high cracked voice of his wife, and Don Guillermo rushed toward the man, blindly, with tears now running down his cheeks, and the man hit him hard across the face with his flail, and Don Guillermo sat down from the force of the blow, and sat there crying, but not from fear, while the drunkards beat him, and one drunkard jumped on top of him, astride his shoulders, and beat him with a bottle. After this many of the men left the lines, and their places were taken by the drunkards who had been jeering and saying things in bad taste through the windows of the ayuntamiento. Myself had felt much emotion at the shooting of the Guardia Civil by Pablo. Pilar said. It was a thing of great ugliness, but I had thought, if this is how it must be, this is how it must be, and at least there was no cruelty, only the depriving of life, which, as we all have learned in these years, is a thing of ugliness, but also a necessity to do if we are to win, and to preserve the Republic. When the square had been closed off and the lines formed, I had admired and understood it as a conception of Pablo, although it seemed to me to be somewhat fantastic, and that it would be necessary for all that was to be done in good taste. If it were not to be repugnant, certainly if the fascists were to be executed by the people, it was better for all the people to have a pan in it, and I wished to share the guilt as much as any, just as I hoped to share in the benefits when the town should be ours. But after Don Guillermo I felt a feeling of shame and distaste, and with the coming of the drunkards, and the worthless ones into the lines, and the abstention of those who left the lines, as a protest after Don Guillermo, I wished that I might disassociate myself altogether from the lines, and I walked away, across the square, and sat down on a bench under one of the big trees that gave shade there. Two peasants from the lines walked over, talking together, and one of them called to me, "What passes with thee, Pilar?" "Nothing, man," I told him. "Yes," he said. "Speak. What passes?" "I'll think that I have a belly full / I told him. "Us, Q," he said, and they both sat down on the bench. One of them had a leather wineskin, and he handed it to me. "Rinse out thy mouth / he said, and the other said, going on with the talking they had been engaged in, "The worst is that it will bring bad luck. Nobody can tell me that such things as the killing of Don Guillermo in that fashion will not bring bad luck." Then the other said, "If it is necessary to kill them all, and I am not convinced of that necessity, let them be killed decently and without mockery." "Mockery is justified in the case of Don Faustino," the other said. "Since he was always a farcer, and was never a serious man, but to mock such a serious man as Don Guillermo is beyond all right. I'll have a belly full," I told him, and it was literally true, because I felt an actual sickness in all of me inside, and a sweating and a nausea, as though I had swallowed bad seafood. "Then, nothing," the one peasant said. "We will take no further part in it, but I wonder what happens in the other towns. They have not repaired the telephone wires yet," I said. "It is a lack that should be remedied." "Clearly," he said. "Who knows but what we might be better employed putting the town into a state of defense than massacring people with this slowness and brutality." "El will go to speak with Pablo," I told them, and I stood up from the bench and started toward the arcade that led to the door of the ayuntamiento, from where the lines spread across the square. The lines now were neither straight nor orderly, and there was much and very grave drunkenness. Two men had fallen down and lay on their backs in the middle of the square, and were passing a bottle back and forth between them. One would take a drink, and then shout, "Viva la anarquia," lying on his back and shouting as though he were a madman. He had a red and black handkerchief around his neck. The other shouted, "Viva la libertad," and kicked his feet in the air, and then bellowed, "Viva la libertad," again. He had a red and black handkerchief too, and he waved it in one hand, and waved the bottle with the other. A peasant who had left the lines, and now stood in the shade of the arcade, looked at them in disgust, and said, "They should shout, 'Long live drunkenness.' That's all they believe in." They don't believe even in that, another peasant said. Those neither understand nor believe in anything. Just then, one of the drunkards got to his feet, and raised both arms, with his fists clenched over his head, and shouted, "Long live anarchy, and liberty, and obscenity in the milk of the Republic." The other drunkard, who was still lying on his back, took hold of the ankle of the drunkard who was shouting, and rolled over so that the shouting drunkard fell with him, and they rolled over together, and then sat up, and the one who had pulled the other down put his arm around the shouter's neck, and then handed the shouter a bottle, and kissed the red and black handkerchief he wore, and they both drank together. Just then, a yelling went up from the lines, and, looking up the arcade, I could not see who it was that was coming out, because the man's head did not show above the heads of those crowded about the door of the Ayuntamiento. All I could see was that someone was being pushed out by Pablo and Cuatro Dedos with their shotguns, but I could not see who it was, and I moved on close toward the lines where they were packed against the door to try to see. There was much pushing now, and the chairs and the tables of the Fascists' cafe had been overturned, except for one table on which a drunkard was lying, with his head hanging down and his mouth open, and I picked up a chair, and set it against one of the pillars, and mounted on it so that I could see over the heads of the crowd. The man who was being pushed out by Pablo and Cuatro Dedos was Don Anastasio Rivas, who was an undoubted fascist, and the fattest man in the town. He was a grand buyer, and the agent for several insurance companies, and he also loaned money at high rates of interest. Standing on the chair, I saw him walk down the steps, and toward the lines, his fat neck bulging over the back of the collar band of his shirt, and his bald head shining in the sun, but he never entered them because there was a shout, not as of different men shouting, but of all of them. It was an ugly noise, and was the cry of the drunken lines all yelling, and the lines broke with the rush of men toward him, and I saw Don Anastasio throw himself down with his hands over his head, and then you could not see him for the men piled on top of him. And when the men got up from him, Don Anastasio was dead from his head being beaten against the stone flags of the paving of the arcade, and there were no more lines, but only a mob. "We're going in," they commenced to shout. "We're going in after them." "He's too heavy to carry," a man kicked at the body of Don Anastasio, who was lying there on his face. "Let him stay there. Why should we lug that tub of tripe to the cliff? Let him lie there. We are going to enter and finish with them inside," a man shouted. "We're going in." "Why wait all day in the sun?" another yelled. "Come on. Let us go." The mob was now pressing into the arcade. They were shouting and pushing, and they made a noise now like an animal, and they were all shouting, "Open up, open up!" For the guards had shut the doors of the Ayuntamiento when the lines broke. Standing on the chair, I could see in through the barred window into the hail of the Ayuntamiento, and in there it was as it had been before. The priest was standing, and those who were left were kneeling in a half-circle around him, and they were all praying. Pablo was sitting on the big table in front of the mayor's chair with his shotgun slung over his back. His legs were hanging down from the table, and he was rolling a cigarette. Cuatro Dedos was sitting in the mayor's chair with his feet on the table, and he was smoking a cigarette. All the guards were sitting in different chairs of the administration, holding their guns. The key to the big door was on the table beside Pablo. The mob was shouting, "Open up, open up, open up," as though it were a chant, and Pablo was sitting there as though he did not hear them. He said something to the priest, but I could not hear what he said for the noise of the mob. The priest, did not answer him but kept on praying. With many people pushing me, I moved the chair close against the wall, shoving it ahead of me as they shoved me from behind. I stood on the chair with my face close against the bars of the window, and held on by the bars. A man climbed on the chair too, and stood with his arms around mine, holding the wider bars. "The chair will break," I said to him. "What does it matter?" he said. "Look at them. Look at them pray." His breath on my neck smelled like the smell of the mob, sour, like vomit on paving stones, and the smell of drunkenness, and then he put his mouth against the opening in the bars, with his head over my shoulder, and shouted, "Open up, open," and it was as though the mob were on my back, as a devil is on your back in a dream. Now the mob was pressed tight against the door so that those in front were bang crushed by all the others who were pressing, and from the square a big drunkard in a black smock, with a red and black handkerchief around his neck, ran and threw himself against the press of the mob, and fell foamard onto the pressing men, and then stood up and backed away, and then ran foamard again, and threw himself against the backs of those men who were pushing, shouting, "Long live me and long live anarchy." As I watched, this man turned away from the crowd, and went and sat down and drank from a bottle, and then, while he was sitting down, he saw Don Anastasio, who was still lying face down on the stones, but much trampled now, and the drunkard got up and went over to Don Anastasio, and leaned over and poured out of the bottle onto the head of Don Anastasio, and onto his clothes, and then he took a matchbox out of his pocket, and lit several matches, trying to make a fire with Don Anastasio underscore, but the wind was blowing hard now, and it blew the matches out, and after a little the big drunkard sat there by Don Anastasio, shaking his head and drinking out of the bottle, and every once in a while, leaning over and patting Don Anastasio on the shoulders of his dead body. All this time the mob was shouting to open up, and the man on the chair with me was holding tight to the bars of the window, and shouting to open up until it deafened me with his voice roaring past my ear, and his breath foul on me, and I looked away from watching the drunkard who had been trying to set fire to Don Anastasio, and into the hall of the Ayuntamiento again, and it was just as it had been. They were still praying as they had, the men all kneeling, with their shirts open, some with their heads down, others with their heads up, looking toward the priest, and toward the crucifix that he held, and the priest praying fast and hard, and looking out over their heads, and in back of them Pablo, with his cigarette now lighted, was sitting there on the table swinging his legs, his shotgun slung over his back, and he was playing with a key. El saw Pablo speak to the priest again, leaning forward from the table, and I could not hear what he said for the shouting. But the priest did not answer him but went on praying. Then a man stood up from among the half-circle of those who were praying, and I saw he wanted to go out. It was Don Jose Castro, whom everyone called Don Pepe, a confirmed fascist, and a dealer in horses, and he stood up now, small, neat-looking, even unshaven, and wearing a pajama top tucked into a pair of grey-striped trousers. He kissed the crucifix, and the priest blessed him, and he stood up and looked at Pablo, and jerked his head toward the door. Pablo shook his head and went on smoking. I could see Don Pepe say something to Pablo but could not hear it. Pablo did not answer, he simply shook his head again and nodded toward the door. Then I saw Don Pepe look full at the door, and realized that he had not known it was locked. Pablo showed him the key, and he stood looking at it an instant, and then he turned and went and knelt down again. I saw the priest look around at Pablo, and Pablo grinned at him and showed him the key, and the priest seemed to realize for the first time that the door was locked, and he seemed as though he started to shake his head, but he only inclined it and went back to praying. I do not know how they could not have understood the door was locked unless it was that they were so concentrated on their praying and their own thoughts, but now they certainly understood, and they understood the shouting, and they must have known now that all was changed. But they remained the same as before. By now the shouting was so that you could hear nothing, and the drunkard who stood on the chair with me shook with his hands at the bars and yelled, open up, until he was hoarse. Watched Pablo speak to the priest again, and the priest did not answer. Then I saw Pablo unsling his shotgun, and he reached over and tapped the priest on the shoulder with it. The priest paid no attention to him, and I saw Pablo shake his head. Then he spoke over his shoulder to Cuatro Dedos, and Cuatro Dedos spoke to the other guards, and they all stood up and walked back to the far end of the RNRN, and stood there with their shotguns. El saw Pablo say something to Cuatro Dedos, and he moved over HVO tables, and some benches, and the guards stood behind them with their shotguns. It made a barricade in that corner of the room. Pablo leaned over and tapped the priest on the shoulder again with the shotgun, and the priest did not pay attention to him, but I saw Don Pepe watching him while the others paid no attention but went on praying. Pablo shook his head and, seeing Don Pepe looking at him, he shook his head at Don Pepe and showed him the key, holding it up in his hand. Don Pepe understood, and he dropped his head and commenced to pray very fast. Pablo swung his legs down from the table and walked around it to the big chair of the mayor on the raised platform behind the long council table. He sat down in it and rolled himself a cigarette, all the time watching the fascists who were praying with the priest. You could not see any expression on his face at all. The key was on the table in front of him. It was a big key of iron, over a foot long. Then Pablo called to the guards something I could not hear, and one guard went down to the door. I could see them all praying faster than ever, and I knew that they all knew now. Pablo said something to the priest, but the priest did not answer. Then Pablo leaned forward, picked up the key and tossed it underhand to the guard at the door. The guard caught it, and Pablo smiled at him. Then the guard put the key in the door, turned it, and pulled the door toward him, ducking behind it as the mob rushed him. El saw them come in, and just then the drunkard on the chair with me commenced to shout I and pushed his head forward so I could not see, and then he shouted, "Kill them! Kill them, club them! Kill them!" and he pushed me aside with his two arms, and I could see nothing. El hit my elbow into his belly, and I said, "Drunkard, whose chair is this? Let me see." But he just kept shaking his hands and arms against the bars and shouting, "Kill them, club them, that's it, club then kill them, cabrones, cabrones, cabrones." El hit him hard with my elbow and said, "Cabron. Drunkard, let me see." Then he put both his hands on my head to push me down, and so he might see better, and leaned all his weight on my head, and went on shouting, "Club them, that's it. Club them, club yourself," I said, and I hit him hard where it would hurt him, and it hurt him, and he dropped his hands from my head, and grabbed himself, and said, "No hey deco, muja _ this, woman, you have no right to do." And in that moment, looking through the bars, I saw the hail full of men flailing away with clubs, and striking with flails, and poking and striking and pushing and heaving against people with the white wooden pitchforks that now were red and with their tines broken, and this was going on all over the room, while Pablo sat in the big chair with his shotgun on his knees, watching, and they were shouting and clubbing and stabbing, and men were screaming as horses scream in a fire. And I saw the priest with his skills tucked up scrambling over a bench, and those after him were chopping at him with the sickles and the reaping hooks, and then someone had hold of his robe, and there was another scream, and I saw two men chopping into his back with sickles, while a third man held the skirt of his robe, and the priest's arms were up, and he was clinging to the back of a chair, and then the chair I was standing on broke, and the drunkard and I were on the pavement. That smelled of spilled wine and vomit, and the drunkard was shaking his finger at me and saying, "No hey deco, muja, no hey deco. You could have done me an injury," and the people were trampling over us to get into the hall of the Ayuntamiento, and all I could see was legs of people gong in the doorway, and the drunkard sitting there facing me and holding himself where I had hit him. That was the end of the killing of the fascists in our town, and I was glad I did not see more of it, and, but for that drunkard, I would have seen it all. So he sowed some good, because in the Ayuntamiento it was a thing one is sorry to have seen, but the other drunkard was something rarer still. As we got up after the breaking of the chair, and the people were still crowding into the Ayuntamiento, I saw this drunkard of the square with his red and black scarf, again pouring something over Don Anastasio. He was shaking his head from side to side, and it was very hard for him to sit up, but he was pouring and lighting matches, and then pouring and lighting matches, and I walked over to him and said, "What are you doing, shameless?" "Nada, muja, nada," he said. "Let me alone." And perhaps because I was standing there so that my legs made a shelter from the wind, the match caught and a blue flame began to run up the shoulder of the coat of Don Anastasio, and onto the back of his neck, and the drunkard put his head up and shouted in a huge voice, "They are burning the dead, or they are burning the dead." "Who said?" "Where?" shouted someone else. "Here," bellowed the drunkard. "Exactly here." Then someone hit the drunkard a great blow alongside the head with a flail, and he fell back, and lying on the ground, he looked up at the man who had hit him, and then shut his eyes, and crossed his hands on his chest, and lay there beside Don Anastasio, as though he were asleep. The man did not hit him again, and he lay there, and he was still there when they picked up Don Anastasio, and put him with the others in the cart, that hauled them all over to the cliff where they were thrown over that evening, with the others after there had been a cleaning up in the Ayuntamiento. It would have been better for the town if they had thrown over 20 or 30 of the drunkards, especially those of the red and black scarves, and if we ever have another revolution I believe they should be destroyed at the staff, but then we did not know this. But in the next days we were to learn. But that night we did not know what was to come. After the slaying in the Ayuntamiento there was no more killing, but we could not have a meeting that night because there were too many drunkards. It was impossible to obtain order, and so the meeting was postponed until the next day. That night I slept with Pablo. I should not say this to you, Guepa, but on the other hand, it is good for you to know everything, and at least what I tell you is true. Listen to this, Ingalls, it is very curious. As I say, that night we ate and it was very curious. It was as after a storm or a flood or a battle, and everyone was tired and no one spoke much. Myself, felt hollow and not well, and I was full of shame and a sense of wrongdoing, and I had a great feeling of oppression and of bad to come, as this morning after the plains. And certainly, bad came within 3 days. Pablo, when we ate, sink little. Did you like it, Pilar? He asked finally, with his mouth full of roast young goat. We were eating at the inn from where the buses leave, and the room was crowded and people were singing, and there was difficulty serving. No, I said, except for Don Faustino, I did not like it. Liked it, he said. All of it? I asked him. All of it, he said, and cut himself a big piece of bread with his knife, and commenced to mop up gravy with it. All of it, except the priest. You didn't like it about the priest? Because I knew he hated priests even worse than he hated fascists. He was a disillusionment to me, Pablo said sadly. So many people were singing that we had to almost shout to hear one another. Why? He died very badly, Pablo said. He had very little dignity. How did you want him to have dignity when he was being chased by the mob? I said. Thought he had much dignity all the time before. All the dignity that one could have. Yes, Pablo said. But in the last minute he was frightened. Who wouldn't be? I said. Did you see what they were chasing him with? Why would I not see? Pablo said. But I find he died badly. In such circumstances anyone dies badly, I told him. What do you want for your money? Everything that happened in the Ayuntamiento was scabrous. Yes, said Pablo. There was little organization, but a priest, he has an example to set. Thought you hated priests. Yes, said Pablo, and cut some more bread. But a Spanish priest should die very well. Think he died well enough, I said. Being deprived of all formality. No, Pablo said. To me he was a great disillusionment. All day I had waited for the death of the priest. I had thought he would be the last to enter the lines. I awaited it with great anticipation. I expected something of a culmination. I had never seen a priest die. There is time, I said to him sarcastically. Only today did the movement start. No, he said, I'm disillusioned. Now, I said, suppose you will lose your faith. You do not understand, Pili, he said. He was a Spanish priest. What people the Spaniards are, I said to him, and what a people they are for pride, Ingalls? What a people? We must get on, Robert Jordan said. He looked at the sun. It's nearly noon. Yes, Pilar said. We will go now. But let me tell you about Pablo. That night he said to me, Pilar, tonight we will do nothing. Good / I told him. That pleases me. Think it would be bad taste after the killing of so many people. Cuva, I told him. What a sant you are. You think I lived years with bullfighters not to know how they are after the corridor? Is it true, Pilar? He asked me. When did I lie to you? I told him. It is true, Pilar, I am a finished man this night. You do not reproach me. No, hombre, I said to him, but don't kill people every day, Pablo. And he slept that night like a baby, and I woke him in the morning at daylight, but I could not sleep that night, and I got up and sat in a chair, and looked out of the window, and I could see the square in the moonlight where the lines had been, and across the square the trees shining in the light, and the darkness of their shadows, and the benches bright too in the light, and the scattered bottles shining, and beyond the edge of the cliff where they had all been thrown. And there was no sound but the splashing of the water in the fountain, and I sat there, and I thought we have begun badly. The window was open, and up the square from the fonda I could hear a woman crying. I went out on the balcony, standing there in my bare feet on the iron, and the moon shone on the faces of all the buildings of the square, and the crying was coming from the balcony of the house of Don Guillermo. It was his wife, and she was on the balcony kneeling and crying. Then I went back inside the RNRN, and I sat there, and I did not wish to think, for that was the worst day of my life until one other day. What was the other? Maria asked. 3 days later, when the fascists took the town. Do not tell me about it, said Maria. I do not want to hear it. This is enough. This was too much. NL told you that you should not have listened, Pilar said. See. I did not want you to hear it. Now you will have bad dreams. No, said Maria, but I do not want to hear more. Wish you would tell me of it sometime, Robert Jordan said. Will, Pilar said. But it is bad for Maria. Don't want to hear it, Maria said pitifully. Please, Pilar, and do not tell it if I am there, for I might listen in spite of myself. Her lips were working, and Robert Jordan thought she would cry. Please, Pilar, do not tell it. Do not worry, little cropped head, Pilar said. Do not worry. But I will tell the Ingalls sometime. But I want to be there when he is there, Maria said. Oh, Pilar, do not tell it at all. Will tell it when thou art working. No. No. Please. Let us not tell it at all, Maria said. It is only fair to tell it since I have told what we did, Pilar said. But you shall never hear it. Are there no pleasant things to speak of? Maria said. Do we have to talk always of horrors? This afternoon, Pilar said, thou and Ingalls. The two of you can speak of what you wish. Then that the afternoon should come, Maria said. That it should come flying _ it will come, Pilar told her. It will come flying and go the same way, and tomorrow will fly, too. This afternoon, Maria said. This afternoon. That this afternoon should come. As they came up, still deep in the shadow of the pines, after dropping down from the high meadow into the wooded valley, and climbing up it on a trail that paralleled the stream, and then left it to gain, steeply, the top of a rimrock formation, a man with a carbine stepped out from behind a tree. Halt, he said. The mola, Pilar? Who is this with thee? An Ingalls, Pilar said. But with a Christian name, Roberto. And what an obscenity of steepness it is to arrive here. Salud, camarada, the guard said to Robert Jordan, and put out his hand. Are you well? Yes, said Robert Jordan. And thee equally, the guard said. He was very young, with a light build, thin, rather hawk-nosed face, high cheekbones, and grey eyes. He wore no hat, his hair was black and shaggy, and his handclasp was strong and friendly. His eyes were friendly too. "Hello, Maria," he said to the girl. "You did not tire yourself?" "Cuva, Joaquin," the girl said. "We have sat and talked more than we have walked." "Are you the dynamiter?" Joaquin asked. "We have heard you were here." "We passed the night at Pablo's." Robert Jordan said. "Yes, I am the dynamiter." "We are glad to see you," Joaquin said. "Is it for a train?" "Were you at the last train?" Robert Jordan asked and smiled. "Was I not?" Joaquin said. "That's where we got this." He grinned at Maria. "You are pretty now," he said to Maria. "Have they told thee how pretty?" "Shut up, Joaquin, and thank you very much," Maria said. "You'd be pretty with a haircut." "Elle carried thee," Joaquin told the girl. "Elle carried thee over my shoulder." "As did many others," Pilar said in the deep voice. "Who didn't carry her?" "Where is the old man?" "At the camp." "Where was he last night?" "In Segovia." "Did he bring news?" "Yes," Joaquin said, "there is news." "Good or bad?" "Elle believe bad." "Did you see the planes?" "Eight," said Joaquin and shook his head. "Don't talk to me of that, comrade dynamiter. What planes were those?" "Heinkel 111 bombers." Heinkel and Fiat pursuit. Robert Jordan told him what were the big ones, with the low wings. "Heinkel 111s. By any names they are as bad," Joaquin said. "But I am delaying you. I will take you to the commander." "The commander?" Pilar asked. Joaquin nodded seriously. "I'll like it better than chief," he said. "It is more military _ you are militarizing heavily," Pilar said and laughed at him. "No," Joaquin said. "But I like military terms because it makes orders clearer and for better discipline." "Here is one according to thy taste, Ingalls," Pilar said. "A very serious boy. Should I carry thee?" Joaquin asked the girl and put his arm on her shoulder, and smiled in her face. "Once was enough," Maria told him. "Thank you just the same." "Can you remember it?" Joaquin asked her. "I can remember carried," Maria said. "By you? No, I remember the gypsy because he dropped me so many times. But I thank thee, Joaquin, and I'll carry thee sometime." "I can remember it well enough," Joaquin said. "I can remember holding thy two legs, and thy belly was on my shoulder, and thy head over my back, and thy arms hanging down against my back." "Thou's much memory," Maria said, and smiled at him. "I'll remember nothing of that, neither thy arms nor thy shoulders nor thy back." "Do you want to know something?" Joaquin asked her. "What is it?" "I was glad thou wert hanging over my back when the shots were coming from behind." "What a swine," Maria said. "And was it for this the gypsy too carried me so much?" "For that and to hold on to thy legs." "My heroes," Maria said. "My saviors _ listen, Guapa and Pilar told her. This boy carried thee much, and in that moment thy legs said nothing to anyone. In that moment only the bullets talked clearly. And if he would have dropped thee he could soon have been out of range of the bullets. I have thanked him," Maria said. "And I will carry him sometime. Allow us to joke. I do not have to cry, do I, because he carried me. I'd have dropped thee," Joaquin went on teasing her. "But I was afraid Pilar would shoot me." "I'll shoot no one," Pilar said. "No has falter," Joaquin told her. "You don't need to. You scare them to death with your mouth." "What a way to speak," Pilar told him. "And you used to be such a polite little boy. What did you do before the movement, little boy?" "Very little," Joaquin said. "I was 16. "But what, exactly?" "A few pairs of shoes from time to time." "Make them?" "No." "Shine them?" "Cue that," said Pilar. "There is more to it than that." She looked at his brown face, his lithe build, his shock of hair, and the quick heel and toe way that he walked. "Why did you fail at it?" "Fail at what?" "What? You know what?" You're growing the pigtail now. I'll guess it was fear, and the boy said. You've a nice figure, Pilar told him. But the face isn't much. So it was fear, was it? You were all right at the train _N. I have no fear of them now, the boy said. None. And we have seen much worse things, and more dangerous than the bulls. It is clear no bull is as dangerous as a machine gun, but if I were in the ring with one now, I do not know if I could dominate my legs. He wanted to be a bullfighter, Pilar explained to Robert Jordan. But he was afraid. Do you like the bulls, Comrade Dynamiter? Joaquin grinned, showing white teeth. Very much, Robert Jordan said. Very, very much. Have you seen them in Valladolid? Asked Joaquin. Yes. In September at the feria. That's my town, Joaquin said. What a fine town, but how the Buenagent, the Goxai people of that town, have suffered in this war. Then, his face grave, there they shot my father, my mother, my brother-in-law, and now my sister. What barbarians, Robert Jordan said. How many times had he heard this? How many times had he watched people say it with difficulty? How many times had he seen their eyes fill, and their throats harden, with the difficulty of saying my father, or my brother, or my mother, or my sister? He could not remember how many times he had heard them mention their dead in this way. Nearly always they spoke as this boy did now, suddenly and apropos of the mention of the town, and always you said, what barbarians? You only heard the statement of the loss. You did not see the father fall, as Pilar made him see the fascists die in that story she had told by the stream. You knew the father died in some courtyard, or against some wall, or in some field or orchard, or at night, in the lights of a truck, beside some road. You had seen the lights of the car from the hills, and heard the shooting, and afterwards you had come down to the road, and found the bodies. You did not see the mother shot, nor the sister, nor the brother. You heard about it, you heard the shots, and you saw the bodies. Pilar had made him see it in that town. If that woman could only write. He would try to write it, and if he had luck, and could remember it, perhaps he could get it down as she told it. God, how she could tell a story. She's better than Quivedo. He thought. He never wrote the death of any Don Faustino as well as she told it. I wish I could write well enough to write that story, he thought. What we did. Not what the others did to us. He knew enough about that. He knew plenty about that behind the lines. But you had to have known the people before. You had to know what they had been in the village. Because of our mobility, and because we did not have to stay afterwards to take the punishment, we never knew how anything really ended, he thought. You stayed with a peasant and his family. You came at night and ate with them. In the day you were hidden, and the next night you were gone. You did your job and cleared out. The next time you came that way you heard that they had been shot. It was as simple as that. But you were always gone when it happened. The partisans did their damage, and pulled out. The peasants stayed and took the punishment. I've always known about the other, he thought, what we did to them at the start. I've always known it, and hated it, and I have heard it mentioned shamelessly and shamefully, bragged of, boasted of, defended, explained and denied. But that damned woman made me see it as though I had been there. Well, he thought, it is part of one's education. It will be quite an education when it's finished. You learn in this war if you listen. You most certainly did. He was lucky that he had lived parts of 10 years in full Spain before the war. They trusted you on the language, principally. They trusted you on understanding the language completely and speaking it idiomatically and having a knowledge of the different places. A Spaniard was only really loyal to his village in the end. First Spain, of course, then his own tribe, then his province, then his village, his family, and finally his trade. If you knew Spanish, he was prejudiced in your favor. If you knew his province, it was that much better, but if you knew his village and his trade, you were in as far as any foreigner ever could be. He never felt like a foreigner in Spanish, and they did not really treat him like a foreigner most of the time, only when they turned on you. Of course they turned on you. They turned on you often, but they always turned on everyone. They turned on themselves, too. If you had three together, two would unite against one, and then the two would start to betray each other, not always, but often enough for you to take enough cases, and start to draw it as a conclusion. This was no way to think, but who censored his thinking? Nobody but himself. He would not think himself into any defeatism. The first thing was to win the war. If we did not win the war, everything was lost. But he noticed, and listened to, and remembered everything. He was serving in a war, and he gave absolute loyalty, and as complete a performance as he could give while he was serving. But nobody owned his mind, nor his faculties for seeing and hearing, and if he were going to form judgments he would form them afterwards. And there would be plenty of material to draw them from. There was plenty already. There was a little too much sometimes. Look at the Pilar woman, he thought. No matter what comes, if there is time, I must make her tell me the rest of that story. Look at her walking along with those two kids. You could not get three better-looking products of Spain than those. She is like a mountain, and the boy and the girl are like young trees. The old trees are all cut down, and the young trees are growing clean like that. In spite of what has happened to the two of them, they look as fresh and clean and new and untouched as though they had never heard of misfortune. But according to Pilar, Maria has just gotten sound again. She must have been in an awful shape. He remembered a Belgian boy in the 11th Brigade who had enlisted with 5 other boys from his village. It was a village of about 100 Opel, and the boy had never been away from the village before. When he first saw the boy out at Hans' brigade staff, the other 5 from the village had all been killed, and the boy was in very bad shape, and they were using him as an orderly to wait on table at the staff. He had a big, blonde, ruddy Flemish face, and huge awkward peasant hands, and he moved, with the dishes, as unworthily and awkwardly as a draft horse. But he cried all the time. All during the meal he cried with no noise at all. You looked up and there he was, crying. If you asked for the wine, he cried, and if you passed your plate for stew, he cried, turning away his head. Then he would stop, but if you looked up at him, tears would start coming again between courses. He cried in the kitchen. Everyone was very gentle with him. But it did no good. He would have to find out what became of him, and whether he ever cleared up and was fit for soldiering again. Maria was sound enough now. She seemed so anyway. But he was no psychiatrist. Pilar was the psychiatrist. It probably had been good for them to have been together last night, yes, unless it stopped. It certainly had been good for him. He felt fine today, sound and good and unworried and happy. The show looked bad enough, but he was awfully lucky, too. He had been in others that announced themselves badly. Announced themselves, that was thinking in Spanish. Maria was lovely. Look at her, he said to himself. Look at her. He looked at her striding happily in the sun, her khaki shirt open at the neck. She walks like a colt moves, he thought. You do not run onto something like that. Such things don't happen. Maybe it never did happen, he thought. Maybe you dreamed it or made it up, and it never did happen. Maybe it is like the dreams you have when someone you have seen in the cinema comes to your bed at night, and is so kind and lovely. He'd slept with them all that way. When he was asleep in bed he could remember Garbo still, and Harlow. Yes, Harlow many times. It was like those dreams. But he could still remember the time Garbo came to his bed the flight before the attack at Pozoblanco, and she was wearing a soft silky wool sweater when he put his arm around her, and when she leaned forward her hair swept forward and over his face, and she said why had he never told her that he loved her when she had loved him all this time? She was not shy, nor cold, nor distant. She was just lovely to hold, and kind and lovely, and like the old days with Jack Gilbert, and it was as true as though it happened, and he loved her much more than Harlow, though Garbo was only there once while Harlow, maybe this was like those dreams. Maybe it isn't too, he said to himself. Maybe I could reach over and touch that Maria now, he said to himself. Maybe you are afraid to, he said to himself. Maybe you would find out that it never happened and it was not true and it was something you made up, like those dreams about the people of the cinema, or how all your old girls come back and sleep in that robe at night on all the bare floors, in the straw of the hay barns, the stables, the corrals and the cottages, the WCXDs, the garages, the trucks and all the hills of Spain. They all came to that robe when he was asleep, and they were all much nicer than they ever had been in life. Maybe it was like that you would be afraid to touch her to see if it was true. Maybe you would, and probably it is something that you made up or that you dreamed. He took a step across the trail, and put his hand on the girl's arm. Under his fingers he felt the smoothness of her arm in the worn khaki. She looked at him and smiled. "Hello, Maria," he said. "Hello, Ingalls," and she answered, and he saw her tawny brown face, and the yellow-grey eyes, and the full lips smiling, and the cropped sunburned hair, and she lifted her face at him and smiled in his eyes. It was true, all right. Now they were in sight of El Sorduf's camp in the last of the pines, where there was a rounded gulch head shaped like an upturned basin. All these limestone upper basins must be full of caves. He thought there are 2 caves there ahead. The scrub pines growing in the rock hide them well. This is as good or a better place than Pablo's. "How was this shooting of thy family?" Pilar was saying to Joaquin. "Nothing, woman," Joaquin said. "They were of the left, as many others in Valladolid. When the fascists purified the town, they shot first the father. He had voted socialist. Then they shot the mother. She had voted the same. It was the first time she had ever voted. After that they shot the husband of one of the sisters. He was a member of the syndicate of tramway drivers. Clearly he could not drive a tram without belonging to the syndicate. But he was without analytics _ I knew him well. He was even a little hit shameless. I do not think he was even a good comrade. Then the husband of the other girl, the other sister, who was also in the trams, had gone to the hills, as I had. They thought she knew where he was. But she did not, so they shot her because she would not tell them where he was." "What barbarians," said Pilar. "Where is El Sordo? I do not see him." "He is here. He is probably inside," answered Joaquin, and stopping now, and resting the rifle butt on the ground, said, "Pilar, listen to me. And thou, Maria. Forgive me if I have molested you speaking of things of the family. I know that all have the same troubles, and it is more valuable not to speak of them." "That you should speak," Pilar said. "For what are we born if not to aid one another? And to listen and say nothing is a cold enough aid. But it can molest the Maria. She has too many things of her own." "Cue that," Maria said. "Mine are such a big bucket that yours falling in will never fill it. I am sorry, Joaquin, and I hope thy sister is well." "So far she's all right," Joaquin said. "They have her in prison and it seems they do not mistreat her much." "Are there others in the family?" Robert Jordan asked. "No," the boy said. "Me? Nothing more. Except the brother-in-law who went to the hills, and I think he is dead." "Maybe he is all right," Maria said. "Maybe he is with a band in other mountains." "For me he is dead." Joaquin said. "He was never too good at getting about, and he was conductor of a tram, and that is not the best preparation for the hills. I doubt if he could last a year. He was somewhat weak in the chest too. But he may be all right." Maria put her arm on his shoulders. "Certainly, girl." "Why not?" said Joaquin. As they stood there, Maria reached up, put her arms around his neck, and kissed him. Joaquin turned his head away because he was crying. "That is as a brother," Maria said to him. "I'll kiss thee as a brother." The boy shook his head, crying without making any noise. "I am thy sister," Maria said. "And I love thee, and thou'st a family." "We are all thy family _ n including the Ingalls," boomed Pilar. Isn't it true, Ingalls? Yes, Robert Jordan said to the boy, we are all thy family, Joaquin. Here's your brother Pilar said. Hey, Ingalls. Robert Jordan put his arm around the boy's shoulder. We are all brothers, he said. The boy shook his head. I am ashamed to have spoken, he said. To speak of such things makes it more difficult for all. I am ashamed of molesting you. El obscenity in the milk of my shame, and Pilar said in her deep lovely voice. And if the Maria kisses thee again, I will commence kissing thee myself. It's years since I've kissed a bullfighter, even an unsuccessful one like thee. I would like to kiss an unsuccessful bullfighter turned communist. Hold him, Ingalls, till I get a goxeye kiss at him. Didja, the boy said, and turned away sharply. Leave me alone. I am all right, and I am ashamed. He stood there, getting his face under control. Maria put her hand in Robert Jordan's. Pilar stood with her hands on her hips looking at the boy uneasily now. When I kiss thee, she said to him, it will not be as any sister. This trick of kissing as a sister. It is not necessary to joke, the boy said. El told you I am all right, I am sorry that I spoke. Well then let us go and see the old man, Pilar said. I'll tire myself with such emotion. The boy looked at her. From his eyes you could see he was suddenly very hurt. Not thy emotion, Pilar said to him. Mine. What a tender thing thou art for a bullfighter. I was a failure, Joaquin said. You don't have to keep insisting on it. But you are growing the pigtail another time. Yes, and why not? Fighting stock serves best for that purpose economically. It gives employment to many, and the state will control it. And perhaps now I would not be afraid. Perhaps not, Pilar said. Perhaps not. Why do you speak in such a brutal manner, Pilar? Maria said to her. I love thee very much, but thou art acting very barbarous. It is possible that I am barbarous, Pilar said. Listen, Ingalls do you know what you are going to say to El Sordo? Because he is a man of few words unlike me and thee and this sentimental menagerie. Why do you talk thus? Maria asked again, angrily. El don't know, said Pilar as she strode along. Why do you think? I do not know. At times many things tire me, Pilar said angrily. You understand? And one of them is to have 48 years. You hear me? 48 years and an ugly face. And another is to see panic in the face of a failed bullfighter of communist tendencies when I say, as a joke, I might kiss him. It's not true, Pilar, the boy said. You did not see that. Cuva, it's not true, and I obscenity in the milk of all of you. Ah, there he is. Hola, Santiago. Cutal. The man to whom Pilar spoke was short and heavy, brown-faced with broad cheekbones, grey-haired, with wide-set yellow-brown eyes, a thin-bridged, hooked nose like an Indian's, a long LJP lip, and a wide, thin mouth. He was clean-shaven and he walked toward them from the mouth of the cave, moving with a bow-legged walk that went with his cattle herdsman's breeches and boots. The day was warm, but he had on a sheep's wool-lined short leather jacket buttoned up to the neck. He put out a big brown hand to Pilar. Hola, woman, he said. Hola, he said to Robert Jordan, and shook his hand, and looked him keenly in the face. Robert Jordan saw his eyes were yellow as a cat's, and flat as reptiles' eyes are. Guapa, he said to Maria, and patted her shoulder. Eaten, he asked Pilar. She shook her head. Eat, he said, and looked at Robert Jordan. Drink, he asked, making a motion with his hand, decanting his thumb downward. Yes, thanks. Good, El Sordo said. Whiskey. You have whiskey? El Sordo nodded. Ingalls, he asked. Not Russo. Americano few Americans here, he said. Now more. Less bad. North or south? North. Same as Ingalls _ Blow Bridge. You know about the bridge? El Sordo nodded. Day after tomorrow momming _ good said El Sordo _ Pablo, he asked Pilar. She shook her head. El Sordo grinned. Go away he said to Maria, and grinned again. Come back he looked at a large watch he pulled out on a leather thong from inside his coat. Half an hour. He motioned to them to sit down on a flattened log that served as a bench, and making at Joaquin, jerked his thumb down the trail in the direction they had come from. I'll walk down with Joaquin and come back Maria said. El Sordo went into the cave, and came out with a pinch bottle of Scotch whiskey, and 3 glasses. The bottle was under one arm, and 3 glasses were in the hand of that arm, a finger in each glass, and his other hand was around the neck of an earthenware jar of water. He put the glasses and the bottle down on the log, and set the jug on the ground. No ice he said to Robert Jordan, and handed him the bottle. El don't want any Pilar said, and covered her glass with her hand. Ice last night on ground El Sordo said, and grinned. All melt ice up there El Sordo said, and pointed to the snow that showed on the bare crest of the mountains. Too far? Robert Jordan started to pour into El Sordo's glass, but the deaf man shook his head, and made a motion for the other to pour for himself. Robert Jordan inured a big drink of Scotch into the glass, and El Sordo watched him eagerly, and when he had finished, handed him the water jug, and Robert Jordan filled the glass with the cold water that ran in a stream from the earthenware spout as he tipped up the jug. El Sordo inured himself half a glassful of whiskey, and filled the glass with water. Wine, he asked Pilar. No. Water. Take it en, he said. No good he said to Robert Jordan, and grinned. Knew many English always much whiskey. Where? Ranch El Sordo said. Friends of boss. Where do you get the whiskey? What, he could not hear. You have to shout Pilar said. Into the other ear. El Sordo to his better ear and grinned. Where do you get the whiskey? Robert Jordan shouted. Make it El Sordo said, and watched Robert Jordan's hand check on its way to his mouth with the glass. No El Sordo said, and patted his shoulder. Joke. Comes from La Granja heard last night comes English dynamiter. Good. Very happy. Get whiskey. For you. You like. Very much said Robert Jordan. It's very whiskey. Contented Sordo grinned. Was bringing tonight with information. What information? Much troop movement. Where? Segovia. Planes you saw? Bad, AQ bad. Troop movement. Much between Villacarsten and Segovia on Valladolid Road. Much between Villacarsten and San Rafael. Much. Much. What do you think? We prepare something? Possibly. They know. Prepare too. It is possible _ why not blow bridge tonight? Orders. Whose orders? General Staff. Is the time of the blowing important? Pilar asked. Of all importance. But if they are moving up troops? El will send Anselmo with a report of all movement and concentrations. He is checking the road _ you have someone at road? Sordo asked. Robert Jordan did not know how much he had heard. You never know with a deaf man. Yes he said. Me, too. Why not blow bridge now? I have my orders. El don't like it El Sordo said. This I do not like. Nor El said Robert Jordan. El Sordo shook his head, and took a sip of the whiskey. You want of me? How many men have you? 8 to cut the telephone, attack the NST at the house of the roadmenders, take it, and fall back on the bridge. It is easy. It will all be written out, don't trouble. And Pablo? Will cut the telephone, attack the post at the sawmill, take it and fall back on the bridge. And afterwards for the retreat. Pilar asked. We are 7 men, though women and 5 horses. You are, she shouted into Sordo's ear. 8 men and 4 horses. Fulton Cabal /OSN, he said. Lacks horses. 17 people and 9 horses, Pilar said. Without accounting for transport. Sordo said nothing. There is no way of getting horses. Robert Jordan said into Sordo's best ear. In war a year, Sordo said. Have 4, he showed 4 fingers. Now you want 8 for tomorrow _yes, said Robert Jordan. Knowing you are leaving. Having no need to be careful as you have been in this neighborhood, not having to be cautious here now. You could not cut out and steal 8 head of horses. Maybe, Sordo said. Maybe none. Maybe more. You have an automatic rifle? Robert Jordan asked. Sordo nodded. Where? Up the hill _N. What kind? Don't know name. With pans? How many rounds? 5 pans. Does anyone know how to use it? Me. A little, not shoot too much. Not want make noise here. Not want use cartridges. El will look at it afterwards, Robert Jordan said. Have you hand grenades? Plenty _how many rounds per rifle? Plenty. How many? 150 more maybe. What about other people? For what? To have sufficient force to take the posts and cover the bridge while I am blowing it. We should have double what we have. Take posts, don't worry. What time day? Daylight, don't worry. I could use 20 more men, to be sure, Robert Jordan said. GND ones do not exist, you want undependables. No. How many good ones? Maybe 4 _N. Why so few? No trust. N for horseholders. Must trust much to be horseholders. I'd like 10 more good men if I could get them. Foul Anselmo told me there were over 100 here in these hills. No good. You said 30, Robert Jordan said to Pilar. 30 of a certain degree of dependability. What about the people of Elias? Pilar shouted to Sordo. He shook his head. No good. You can't get 10. Robert Jordan asked. Sordo looked at him with his flat, yellow eyes and shook his head. 4, he said, and held up 4 fingers. Yours are good? Robert Jordan asked, regretting it as he said it. Sordo nodded. Dentro de la gravedad, he said in Spanish. Within the limits of the danger _N, he grinned. Will be bad, eh? Possibly. Is the same to me, Sordo said simply and not boasting. Better for good than much bad. In this war always much bad, very little good. Every day fewer good. And Pablo, he looked at Pilar. As you know, Pilar said, worse every day. Sordo shrugged his shoulders. Take drink, Sordo said to Robert Jordan. I'll bring mine, and 4 more. Makes 12. Tonight we discuss all. I have 60 sticks dynamite. You want? What percent? Don't know. Common dynamite. I bring. We'll blow the small bridge above with that, Robert Jordan said. That is fine. You'll come down tonight? Bring that, will you? I've no orders for that, but it should be blown. I'll come tonight, then hunt horses. N. What chance for horses? Maybe. Now does he talk that way to everyone? Robert Jordan thought, or is that his idea of how to make foreigners understand? And where are we going to go when this is done? Pilar shouted into Sordo's ear. He shrugged his shoulders. All that must be arranged, the woman said. Of course, said Sordo _ why not? It is bad enough, Pilar said. It must be planned very well. Yes, woman, Sordo said. What has thee worried? Everything, Pilar shouted. Sordo grinned at her. You've been going about with Pablo, he said. So he does only speak that pidgin Spanish for foreigners, Robert Jordan thought. Good. I'm glad to hear him talking straight. Where do you think we should go? Pilar asked. Where? Yes, where? There are many places, Sordo said. Many places. You know Gredosque, there are many people there. All these places will be cleaned up as soon as they have time. Yes. But it is a big country, and very wild. It would be very difficult to get there, Pilar said. Everything is difficult, El Sordo said. We can get to Gredos as well as to anywhere else. Traveling at night. Here it is very dangerous now. It is a miracle we have been here this long. Gredos is safer country than this. Do you know where I want to go? Pilar asked him. Where? The Paramra? That's no good, no, Pilar said. Not the Sierra de Paramra _ I want to go to the Republic. That is, would your people go? Yes. If I say to. Of mine, I do not know, Pilar said. Pablo would not want to, although, truly, he might feel safer there. He is too old to have to go for a soldier unless they call more classes. The gypsy will not wish to go. I do not know about the others. Because nothing passes her for so long they do not realize the danger, El Sordo said. Since the plains today they will see it more, Robert Jordan said. But I should think you could operate very well from the Gredos _ what? El Sordo said and looked at him with his eyes very flat. There was no friendliness in the way he asked the question. You could raid more effectively from there, Robert Jordan said. So El Sordo said. You know Gredosque, yes. You could operate against the main line of the railway from there. You could keep cutting it as we are doing farther south in Extremadura. To zero hash rate from there would be better than returning to the Republic, Robert Jordan said. You are more useful there. And they had both gotten sullen as he talked. Sordo looked at Pilar and she looked back at him. You know Gredosque, Sordo asked. Truly. Sure, said Robert Jordan. Where would you go? Above Barco de Avila? Better places than here. Raid against the main road and the railroad between Baja and Placentia _ very difficult, Sordo said. We have worked against that same railroad in much more dangerous country in Extremadura, Robert Jordan said. Who is we? The guerrilleros group of Extremadura. You are many. About 40. Was the one with the bad nerves and the strange name from there? Asked Pilar. Where is he now? Dead, as I told you. You are from there, too. You see what I mean? Pilar said to him, and I have made a mistake, Robert Jordan thought to himself. I have told Spaniards we can do something better than they can when the rule is never to speak of your own exploits or abilities. When I should have flattered them I have told them what I think they should do, and now they are Funes _ well, they will either get over it or they will not. They are certainly much more useful in the Gredos than here. The proof is that here they have done nothing since the train that Kashkin organized. It was not much of a show. It cost the fascists one engine and killed a few troops, but they all talk as though it were the high point of the war. Maybe they will shame into going to the Gredos _ yes, and maybe I will get thrown out of here too. Well, it is not a very rosy-looking dish anyway that you look into it. Listen, Ingalls, Pilar said to him. How are your nerves? All right, said Robert Jordan. Okay. Because the last dynamiter they sent to work with us, although a formidably technician, was very nervous. We have nervous ones, Robert Jordan said. I do not say that he was a coward because he composed himself very well, Pilar went on. But he spoke in a very rare and windy way. And she raised her voice. Isn't it true, Santiago, that the last dynamiter, he of the train, was a little rare? I'll go row, and the deaf man nodded, and his eyes went over Robert Jordan's face in a way that reminded him of the round opening at the end of the wand of a vacuum cleaner. Sigh, I'll go row, pero bueno. En Murio, and Robert Jordan said into the deaf man's ear. He is dead. How was that? The deaf man asked, dropping his eyes down from Robert Jordan's eyes to his lips. El shot him, Robert Jordan said. He was too badly wounded to travel, and I shot him. He was always talking of such a necessity. Pilar said it was his obsession. Yes, said Robert Jordan, he was always talking of such a necessity, and it was his obsession. Como fu? The deaf man asked. Was it a train? It was returning from a train, Robert Jordan said. The train was successful. Returning in the dark, we encountered a fascist patrol, and as we ran he was shot high in the back, but without hitting any bone except the shoulder blade. He traveled quite a long way, but with the wound was unable to travel more. He was unwilling to be left behind, and I shot him. Adenos mal en, said El Sordo. Less bad. Are you sure your nerves are all right? Pilar said to Robert Jordan. Yes, he told her. 11 I'm sure that my nerves are all right, and I think that when we terminate this of the bridge you would do well to go to the guerrilleros. As he said that, the woman started to curse in a flood of obscene invective that rolled over and around him like the hot white water splashing down from the sudden eruption of a geyser. The deaf man shook his head at Robert Jordan and grinned in delight. He continued to shake his head happily as Pilar went on vilifying, and Robert Jordan knew that it was all right again now. Finally she stopped cursing, reached for the water jug, tipped it up and took a drink and said, calmly, then just shut up about what we are to do afterwards, will you, Ingalls? You go back to the Republic, and you take your peace with you, and leave us others alone here to decide what part of these hills we'll die in. Live in El Sordo said. Calm thyself, Pilar. Live in and die in, Pilar said. I can see the end of it well enough. I like thee, Ingalls, but keep thy mouth off of what we must do when thy business is finished. It is thy business, Robert Jordan said. I do not put my hand in it. But you did, Pilar said. Take thy little cropped-headed whore, and go back to the Republic, but do not shut the door on others who are not foreigners, and who loved the Republic when thou wert wiping thy mother's milk off thy chin. Maria had come up the trail while they were talking, and she heard this last sentence, which Pilar, raising her voice again, shouted at Robert Jordan. Maria shook her head at Robert Jordan violently and shook her finger warningly. Pilar saw Robert Jordan looking at the girl, and saw him smile, and she turned and said, yes. I said whore, and I mean it, and I suppose that you'll go to Valencia together, and we can eat goat crut in Gredos _n. I'm a whore if thee wishes, Pilar. Maria said. I'll suppose I am in all case if you say so. But calm thyself what passes with EQ nothing, Pilar said, and sat down on the bench, her voice calm now and all the metallic rage gone out of it. I do not call thee that. But I have such a desire to go to the Republic. We can all go, Maria said. Why not? Robert Jordan said. Since thou seemest not to love the Gredos. N. Sordo grinned at him. We'll see, Pilar said, her rage gone now. Give me a glass of that rare drink. I have worn my throat out with anger. We'll see what happens. You see, Comrade El Sordo explained. It is the morning that is difficult. He was not talking the pidgin Spanish now, and he was looking into Robert Jordan's eyes calmly and explainingly, not searchingly nor suspiciously, nor with the flat superiority of the old campaigner that had been in them before. I'll understand your needs, and I know the posts must be exterminated and the bridge covered while you do your work. This I understand perfectly. This is easy to do before daylight or at daylight, yes, Robert Jordan said. Run along a minute, will you, he said to Maria without looking at her. The girl walked away out of hearing, and sat down, her hands clasped over her ankles. You see, Sordo said. In that there is no problem. But to leave afterward and get out of this country in daylight presents a grave problem, clearly said Robert Jordan. I have thought of it. It is daylight for me also. But you are one, El Sordo said. We are various. There is the possibility of returning to the camps, and leaving from there at dark, Pilar said, putting the glass to her lips, and then lowering it. That is very dangerous, too, El Sordo explained. That is perhaps even more dangerous. I can see how it would be, Robert Jordan said. To do the bridge in the night would be easy, El Sordo said. Since you make the condition that it must be done at daylight, it brings grave consequences. No, you could not do it at night. Would be shot for it. It is very possible we will all be shot for it if you do it in the daytime. For me myself that is less important once the bridge is blown, Robert Jordan said, but I see your viewpoint. You cannot work out a retreat for daylight. Certainly, Nei Sordo said. We will work out such a retreat. But I explain to you why one is preoccupied and why one is irritated. You speak of going to Gredos, as though it were a military man's verb to be accomplished. To arrive at Gredos would be a miracle. Robert Jordan said nothing. Listen to me, the deaf man said. I am speaking much, but it is so we may understand one another. We exist here by a miracle. By a miracle of laziness and stupidity of the fascists, which they will remedy in time. Of course we are very careful, and we make no disturbance in these hills. No. But now, with this, we must go. We must think much about the manner of our going. Clearly then, said El Sordo. Let us eat now. I have talked much. Never have I heard thee talk so much, Pilar said. Is it this? She held up the glass. No, El Sordo shook his head. It isn't whiskey. It is that never have I had so much to talk of. Appreciate your aid, and your loyalty, Robert Jordan said. Appreciate the difficulty caused by the timing of the blowing of the bridge. Don't talk of that, El Sordo said. We are here to do what we can do. But this is complicated. And on paper very simple, Robert Jordan grinned. On paper the bridge is blown at the moment the attack starts, in order that nothing shall come up the road. It is very simple. That they should let us do something on paper, El Sordo said. That we should conceive and execute something on paper. Paper bleeds little, Robert Jordan quoted the proverb. But it is very useful, Pilar said. Es muy útil. What I would like to do is use thy orders for that purpose. Me too, said Robert Jordan. But you could never win a war like that, no, the big woman said. Suppose not, but do you know what I would like? To go to the Republic, Nei Sordo said. He had put his good ear close to her as she spoke. Ya eyes, Mujan, let us win this and it will all be Republic. All right, Pilar said. And now, for God's sake, let us eat. They left El Sordo's after eating, and strolled down the trail. El Sordo had walked with them as far as the lower post. Salud, he said. Until tonight, Salud, Camarada Robert Jordan had said to him, and the three of them had gone on down the trail, the deaf man standing after them. Maria had turned and waved her hand at him, and El Sordo waved disparagingly with the abrupt, Spanish upward flick of the forearm, as though something were being tossed away, which seems the negation of all salutation, which has not to do with business. Through the meal he had never unbuttoned his sheepskin coat, and he had been carefully polite, careful to turn his head to hear, and had returned to speaking his broken Spanish, asking Robert Jordan about conditions in the Republic politely, but it was obvious he wanted to be fed of them. As they had left him, Pilar had said to him, well, Santiago. Well, nothing, woman, the deaf man said. It is all right, but I am thinking. Me, too, Pilar had said, and now as they walked down the trail, the walking easy and pleasant down the steep trail through the pines that they had toiled up, Pilar said nothing, neither Robert Jordan nor Maria Zink, and the three of them traveled along fast until the trail rose steeply out of the wooded valley to come up through the timber, leave it, and come out into the high meadow. It was hot in the late May afternoon, and halfway up this last steep grade the woman Robert Jordan, stopping and looking back, saw the sweat beading on her forehead. He thought her brown face looked pallid and the skin sallow, and that there were dark areas under her eyes. "Let us rest a minute," he said. "We go too fast." "No," she said. "Let us go on." "Rest, Pilar," Maria said. "You look badly." "Shut up," the woman said. "Nobody asked for thy advice." She started on up the trail, but at the top she was breathing heavily and her face was wet with perspiration, and there was no doubt about her pallor now. "Sit down," Pilar Maria said. "Please, please sit down." "All right," said Pilar, and the three of them sat down under a pine tree and looked across the mountain meadow to where the tops of the peaks seemed to jut out from the roll of the high country, with snow shining bright on them now in the early afternoon sun. "What rotten stuff is the snow, and how beautiful it looks," Pilar said. "What an illusion is the snow," she turned to Maria. "I am sorry I was rude to thee, Guapa _ I don't know what has held me today. I have an evil temper." "Never mind what you say when you are angry," Maria told her, "and you are angry often." "Nay, it is worse than anger," Pilar said, looking across at the peaks. "Thou art not well," Manna said. "Neither is it that," the woman said. "Come here, Guapa, and put thy head in my lap." Maria moved close to her, put her arms out and folded them as one does who goes to sleep without a pillow, and lay with her head on her arms. She turned her face up at Pilar and smiled at her, but the big woman looked on across the meadow at the mountains. She stroked the girl's head without looking down at her and ran a blunt finger across the girl's forehead and then around the line of her ear and down the line where the hair grew on her neck. "You can have her in a little while, Ingalls," she said. Robert Jordan was sitting behind her. "Do not talk like that," Maria said. "Yes, he can have the Pilar said and looked at neither of them. "I have never wanted the _ but I am jealous. Pilar Maria said. "Do not talk thus. He can have the Pilar said and ran her finger around the lobe of the girl's ear. "But I am very jealous." "But Pilar Maria said. It was the explained to me there was nothing like that between us." "There is always something like that," the woman said. "There is always something like something that there should not be. But with me there is not, truly there is not. I want thy happiness and nothing more." Maria said nothing but lay there, trying to make her head rest lightly. "Listen, Guapa," said Pilar and ran her finger now absently but tracingly over the contours of her cheeks. "Listen, Guapa, I love thee and he can have thee. I am no tortillero but a woman made for men." "That is true. But now it gives me pleasure to say thus, in the daytime, that I care for thee. I love thee, too." "Cuva, do not talk nonsense. Thou dost not know even of what I speak." "No. Cuva, that you know. You are for the Ingalls, that is seen, and as it should be. That I would have. Anything else I would not have. I do not make hash aversions _ I only tell you something true. Few people will ever talk to thee truly, and no women. I am jealous and say it, and it is there. And I say it." "Do not say it," Maria said. "Do not say it, Pilar." "Poor Q, do not say it," the woman said, still not looking at either of them. "Will say it until it no longer pleases me to say it. And she looked down at the girl now, that time has come already. I do not say it more, you understand." Pilar Maria said. "Do not talk thus. Thou art a very pleasant little rabbit," Pilar said. "And lift thy head now because this silliness is over." "It was not silly," said Maria. "And my head is well where it is." "Nay. Lift it," Pilar told her, and put her big hands under the girl's head, and raised it. "And thou, Ingalls," she said, still holding the girl's head as she looked across at the mountains. "What cat has eaten thy tongue?" "No cat," Robert Jordan said. "What animal then?" She laid the girl's head down on the ground. No animal, Robert Jordan told her. You swallowed it yourself, eh? Guess so, Robert Jordan said. And did you like the taste? Pilar turned now and grinned at him. Not much. Thought not, Pilar said. Thought not, but I give you back our rabbit. Nor ever did I try to take your rabbit, that's a good name for her. I heard you call her that this morning and Robert Jordan felt his face redden. You are a very hard woman, he told her. No, Pilar said. But so simple, I am very complicated. Are you very complicated, Ingalls? No. Nor not so simple. You please me, Ingalls, Pilar said. Then she smiled and leaned forward, and smiled and shook her head. Now if I could take the rabbit from thee, and take thee from the rabbit, you could not. No, it, Pilar said, and smiled again, nor would I wish to. But when I was young I could have. Believe it, you believe it. Surely, Robert Jordan said, but such talk is nonsense. It is not like thee, Maria said. I am not much like myself today, Pilar said. Very little like myself. Thy bridge has given me a headache, Englishman, we can tell it the headache bridge, Robert Jordan said. But I will drop it in that gorge like a broken bird cage, good, said Pilar. Keep on talking like that, I'll drop it as you break a banana from which you have removed the skin. I could eat a banana now, said Pilar. Go on, Ingalls. Keep on talking largely. There is no need, Robert Jordan said. Let us get to camp. Thy duty, Pilar said. It will come quickly enough. I said that I would leave the two of you. No, I have much to do. That is much too, and does not take long. Shut thy mouth, Pilar, Maria said. You speak grossly. I am gross, Pilar said, but I am also very delicate. Soy muy delicada _ I will leave the two of you. And the talk of jealousness is nonsense. I was angry at Joku, because I saw from his look how ugly I am. I am only jealous that you are 19. It is not a jealousy which lasts. You will not be 19 always. Now I go. She stood up, and with a hand on one hip looked at Robert Jordan, who was also standing. Maria sat on the ground under the tree, her head dropped forward. Let us all go to camp together, Robert Jordan said. It is better, and there is much to. Pilar nodded with her head toward Maria, who sat there, her head turned away from them, saying nothing. Pilar smiled and shrugged her shoulders almost imperceptibly and said, You know the way. No, it, Maria said, not raising her head. Puise me voe, Pilar said. Then I am going. We'll have something hearty for you to eat, Ingalls _ She started to walk off into the heather of the meadow toward the stream that led down through it toward the camp. Wait, Robert Jordan called to her. It is better that we should all go together _ Maria sat there and said nothing. Pilar did not turn. Cuva, go together, she said. Will see thee at the camp. Robert Jordan stood there. Is she all right? He asked Maria. She looked ill before. Let her go, Maria said, her head still down. Think I should go with her. Let her go, said Maria. Let her go. They were walking through the heather of the mountain meadow, and Robert Jordan felt the brushing of the heather against his legs, felt the weight of his pistol in its holster against his thigh, felt the sun on his head, felt the breeze from the snow of the mountain peaks cool on his back, and, in his hand, he felt the girl's hand firm and strong, the fingers locked in his from the palm of her hand against the palm of his, from their fingers locked together, and from her wrist across his wrist. Something came from her hand, her fingers and her wrist to his that was as fresh as the first light air, that moving toward you over the sea barely wrinkles the glassy surface of a calm, as light as a feather moved across one's lip, or a leaf falling when there is no breeze, so light that it could be felt with the touch of their fingers alone, but that was so strengthened, so intensified, and made so urgent, so aching and so strong by the hard pressure of their fingers, and the close pressed palm and wrist, that it was as though a current moved up his arm, and filled his whole body with an aching hollowness of wanting. With the sun shining on her hair, tawny as wheat, and on her gold-brown smooth lovely face, and on the cunny of her throat, he bent her head back, and held her to him, and kissed her. He felt her trembling as he kissed her, and he held the length of her body tight to him, and felt her breasts against his chest through the two khaki shirts. He felt them small and firm, and he reached and undid the buttons on her shirt, and bent and kissed her, and she stood shivering, holding her head back, his arm behind her. Then she dropped her chin to his head, and then he felt her hands holding his head, and rocking it against her. He straightened and with his two arms around her held her so tightly that she was lifted off the ground, tight against him, and he felt her trembling, and then her lips were on his throat, and then he put her down and said, "Maria, oh, my Marian." Then he said, "Where should we go?" She did not say anything but slipped her hand inside of his shirt, and he felt her undoing the shift buttons, and she said, "You, too. I want to kiss, _n no, little rabbit." Yes. Yes. Everything as you _n nay. That is an impossibility. Well, them oh, then. Oh, then. Oh. Then there was the smell of heather crushed, and the roughness of the bent stalks under her head, and the sun bright on her closed eyes, and all his life he would remember the curve of her throat, with her head pushed back into the heather roots, and her lips that moved smallly and by themselves, and the fluttering of the lashes on the eyes tight closed against the sun, and against everything, and for her everything was red, orange, gold red from the sun on the closed eyes, and it all was that color. All of it, the filling, the possessing, the having, all of that all in a blindness of that color. For him it was a dark passage, which led to nowhere, then to nowhere, then again to nowhere, once again to nowhere, always and forever to nowhere, heavy on the elbows in the earth to nowhere, dark, never any end to nowhere, hung on all time always to unknowing nowhere, this time and again for always to nowhere, now not to be born once again always and to nowhere, now beyond all bearing up, up and into nowhere, suddenly, scaldingly, holdingly all nowhere gone, and time absolutely still, and they were both there, time having stopped and he felt the earth move out and away from under them. Then he was lying on his side, his head deep in the heather, smelling it and the smell of the roots, and the earth, and the sun came through it, and it was scratchy on his bare shoulders, and along his flanks, and the girl was lying up inside him with her eyes still shut, and then she opened them, and smiled at him, and he said very tiredly, and from a grey but friendly distance, "Hello, rabbit." And she smiled and from no distance said, "Hello, my Ingles." "I'm not an Ingles," he said very lazily. "Oh yes, you are," she said. "You're my Ingles and reached and took hold of both his ears, and kissed him on the forehead. "That," she said. "How is that? Do I kiss thee better?" Then they were walking along the stream together, and he said, "Maria, I love thee, and thou art so lovely, and so wonderful, and so beautiful, and it does such things to me to be with thee that I feel as though I wanted to die when I am loving thee." "Oh," she said, "I'll die each time." "Do you not die?" "No. Almost. But did thee feel the earth move?" "Yes." "As I died, put thy arm around me, please." "No, I have thy hand." "Thy hand is enough." He looked at her, and across the meadow where a hawk was hunting, and the big afternoon clouds were coming now over the mountains. "And it is not thus for thee with others?" Maria asked him, they now walking hand in hand. "No. Truly. Thou hast loved many others." "Some. But not as the and it was not thus." "Truly. It was a pleasure, but it was not thus." "And then the earth moved." "The earth never moved before." "Nay. Truly never?" She said. "And this we have for one day?" He said nothing. "But we have had it now, at least," Maria said. "And do you like me too? Do I please thee? I will look better later. Thou art very beautiful now." Nay, she said. But stroke thy hand across my head. He did that, feeling her cropped hairs soft and flattening and then rising between his fingers, and he put both hands on her head and turned her face up to his and kissed her. "I'll like to kiss very much," she said. "But I do not do it well." "Thou'st no need to kiss." "Yes, I have. If I am to be thy woman I should please thee in all ways _n you please me enough. I would not be more pleased. There is no thing I could do if I were more pleased. But you will see n," she said very happily. "My hair amuses thee now because it is odd, but every day it is growing. It will be long and then I will not look ugly, and raps you will love me very much." "Thou'st a lovely body," he said. "The loveliest in the world. It is only young and thin _n no. In a fine body there is magic. I do not know what makes it in one and not in another. But thou'st it for thee," she said. "Nay. Yes. For thee and for thee always, and only for thee. But it is litty to bring thee _ I would learn to take good care of thee. But tell me truly, did the earth never move for thee before?" "Never," he said truly. "Now am I happy," she said. "Now am I truly happy." "You are thinking of something else now?" she asked him. "Yes. My work." "I'll wish we had horses to ride," Maria said. "In my happiness I would like to be on a good horse, and ride fast with thee riding fast beside me, and we would ride faster and faster, galloping, and never pass my happiness. We could take thy happiness in a plane," he said absently. "And go over and over in the sky like the little pursuit planes shining in the sun," she said. "Rolling it in loops and in dives." "Que bueno," she laughed. "My happiness would not even notice it." "Thy happiness has a good stomach," he said, half hearing what she said. Because now he was not there. He was walking beside her, but his mind was thinking of the problem of the bridge now, and it was all clear and hard and sharp as when a camera lens is brought into focus. He saw the two posts and Anselmo and the gypsy watching. He saw the road empty and he saw movement on it. He saw where he would place the two automatic rifles to get the most level field of fire, and who will sew them, he thought, me at the end, but who at the stall. He placed the charges, wedged and lashed them, sunk his caps and crimped them, ran his wires, hooked them up and got back to where he had placed the old box of the exploder, and then he started to think of all the things that could have happened and that might go wrong. "Stop it," he told himself. "You have made love to this girl, and now your head is clear, properly clear, and you start to worry. It is one thing to think you must do, and it is another thing to worry. Don't worry. You mustn't worry. You know the things that you may have to do, and you know what may happen. Snidely it may happen. You went into it knowing what you were fighting for. You were fighting against exactly what you were doing, and being forced into doing to have any chance of winning. So now he was _LLED to use these people whom he liked as you should use TRCXVS toward whom you have no feeling at all if you were to be successful. Pablo was evidently the smartest. He knew how bad it was instantly. The woman was all for it, and still was, but the realization of what it really consisted in had overcome her steadily, and it had done plenty to her already. Sordo recognized it instantly and would do it, but he did not like it any more than he, Robert Jordan, liked it. "So you say that it is not that which will happen to yourself, but that which may happen to the woman, and the girl, and to the others, that you think ought all right. What would have happened to them if you had not come? What happened to them and what passed with them before you were ever here? You must not think in that way. You have no responsibility for them except in action. The orders do not come from you. They come from goals, and who is goals? A general. The best you've ever served under. But should a man carry out impossible orders knowing what they lead to? Even though they come from goals, who is the party as well as the army? Yes. He should carry them out because it is only in the performing of them that they can prove to be impossible. How do you know they are impossible until you have tried them? If everyone said orders were impossible to carry out when they were received, where would you be? Where would we all be if you just said, impossible when orders came? He had seen enough of commanders to whom all orders were impossible. That swine Gomez in Estremadura, he had seen enough attacks when the flanks did not advance because it was impossible. No, he would carry out the orders, and it was bad luck that you liked the people you must do it with. In all the work that they, the partisans, did, they brought added danger and bad luck to the people that sheltered them and worked with them. For what? So that, eventually, there should be no more danger, and so that the country should be a GOC 11 place to live in. That was true no matter how trite it sounded. If the Republic lost, it would be impossible for those who believed in it to live in Spain. But would it? Yes, he knew that it would be, from the things that happened in the parts the fascists had already taken. Pablo was a swine, but the others were fine people, and was it not a betrayal of them all to get them to do this? Perhaps it was. But if they did not do it, those squadrons of cavalry would come and hunt them out of these hills in a week. No. There was nothing to be gained by leaving them alone. Except that all people should be left alone, and you should interfere with no one. So he believed that, did he? Yes, he believed that. And what about a planned society, and the rest of it? That was for the others to do. He had something else to do after this war. He fought now in this war because it had started in a country that he loved, and he believed in the Republic, and that if it were destroyed, life would be unbearable for all those people who believed in it. He was under communist discipline for the duration of the war. Here in Spain the communists offered the best discipline, and the soundest and sanest for the prosecution of the war. He accepted the discipline for the duration of the war because, in the conduct of the war, they were the only paini whose program and whose discipline he could respect. What were his politics then? He had none now, he told himself. But do not tell anyone else that, he thought. Don't ever admit that. And what are you going to do afterwards? I am going back and earn my living teaching Spanish as before, and I am going to write a true book. He said. I'll bet that will be easy. He would have to talk with Pablo about politics. It would certainly be interesting to see what his development had been. The classical move from left to right, probably, like old Leroux. Pablo was quite a lot like Leroux _ Prieto was as bad. Pablo and Prieto had about an equal faith in the ultimate victory. They all had the politics of horse thieves. He believed in the Republic as a form of government, but the Republic would have to get rid of all of that bunch of horse thieves that brought it to the pass it was in when the rebellion started. Was there ever a people whose leaders were as truly their enemies as this one? Enemies of the people. That was a phrase he might omit. That was a catchphrase he would skip. That was one thing that sleeping with Maria had done. He had gotten to be as bigoted and hidebound about his politics as a hard-shelled Baptist, and phrases like enemies of the people came into his mind without his much criticizing them in any way. Any sort of clichés, both revolutionary and patriotic. His NMND employed them without criticism. Of course they were true, but it was too easy to be nimble about using them. But since last night and this afternoon his mind was much clearer and cleaner on that business. Bigotry is an odd thing. To be bigoted you have to be absolutely sure that you are right, and nothing makes that surety and righteousness like continence. Continence is the foe of heresy. How would that premise stand up if he examined it? That was probably why the communists were always cracking down on bohemianism. When you were drunk or when you committed either fornication or adultery, you recognized your own personal fallibility of that so mutable substitute for the Apostles' Creed, the party line. Down with bohemianism, the sin of Mayakovsky _ but Mayakovsky was a saint again. That was because he was safely dead. You'll be safely dead yourself, he told himself. Now stop thinking that sort of thing. Think about Maria. Maria was very hard on his bigotry. So far she had not affected his resolution, but he would much prefer not to die. He would abandon a hero's or a martyr's end gladly. He did not want to make a Thermopylae, nor be Horatius at any bridge, nor be the Dutch boy with his finger in that dike _no. He would like to spend some time with Maria, that was the simplest expression of it. He would like to spend a long, long time with her. He did not believe there was ever going to be any such thing as a long time anymore, but if there ever was such a thing he would like to spend it with her. We could go into the hotel, and register as Dr. and Mrs. Livingston, I presume, he thought. Why not marry her? Sure, he thought, I will marry her. Then we will be Mount and Mrs. Robert Jordan of Sun Valley, Idaho. Or Corpus Christi, Texas, or Butte, Montana. Spanish girls make wonderful wives. I've never had one, so I know. And when I get my job back at the university, she can be an instructor's wife, and when undergraduates who take Spanish 4 come in to smoke pipes in the evening, and have those so valuable informal discussions about Quevedo, Lope de Vega, Gald 6s, and the other always admirable dead, Maria can tell them about how some of the blue-shirted crusaders for the true faith sat on her head, while others twisted her arms, and pulled her skirts up, and stuffed them in her mouth. I wonder how they will like Maria. In Missoula, Montana? That is, if I can get a job back in Missoula. I suppose that I am ticketed as a Red there now for good, and will be on the general blacklist, though you never know. You never can tell. They've no proof of what you do, and as a matter of fact they would never believe it if you told them, and my passport was valid for Spain before they issued the restrictions. The time for getting back will not be until the fall of 37. I left in the summer of 36, and though the leave is for a year, you do not need to be back until the fall term opens in the following year. There is a lot of time between now and the fall term. There is a lot of time between now and day after tomorrow, if you want to put it that way. NC, I think there is no need to worry about the university. Just you turn up there in the fall, and it will be all right. Just try and turn up there. But it has been a strange life for a long time now. Damned if it hasn't. Spain was your work and your job, so being in Spain was natural and sound. You had worked summers on engineering projects, and in the forest service building roads, and in the park, and learned to handle, so the demolition was a sound and normal job. Talk always a little hasty, but sound. Once you accept the idea of demolition as a problem, it is only a problem. But there was plenty that was not so good that went with it, although God knows you took it easily enough. There was the constant attempt to approximate the conditions of successful assassination that accompanied the demolition. Did big words make it more defensible? Did they make killing any more palatable? You took to it a little too readily, if you ask me, he told himself. And what you will be like, or just exactly what you will be suited for when you leave the service of the Republic is, to me, he thought, extremely doubtful. But my guess is you will get rid of all that by writing about it, he said. Once you write it down, it is all gone. It will be a Gokzai book if you can write it. Much better than the other. But in the meantime, all the life you have or ever will have is today, tonight, tomorrow, today, tonight, tomorrow, over and over again, I hope, he thought, and so you had better take what time there is, and be very thankful for it if the bridge goes bad. It does not look too good just now, but Maria has been good. Has she not? Oh, has she not, he thought. Maybe that is what I am to get now from life. Maybe that is my life, and instead of it being 60 years, and 10 it is 48 hours, or just 60 hours, and 10 or 12 rather. 24 hours in a day would be 12 for the 3 full days. I suppose it is possible to live as full a life in 70 hours, as in 70 years, granted that your life has been full up to the time that the 70 hours start, and that you have reached a certain age. What nonsense, he thought, what rot you get to thinking by yourself that is really nonsense. And maybe it isn't nonsense too. Well, we will see.
The last time I slept with a girl was in Madrid. No, it wasn't, it was in the Escorial, and, except that I woke in the night, and thought it was someone else, and was excited until I realized who it really was, it was just dragging ashes, except that it was pleasant enough. And the time before that was in Madrid, and except for some lying and pretending I did to myself as to identity while things were going on, it was the same or something less. So I am no romantic glorifier of the Spanish woman, nor did I ever think of a casual peace as anything much other than a casual peace in any country. But when I am with Maria, I love her so that I feel, literally, as though I would die, and I never believed in that nor thought that it could happen. So if your life trades its 70 years for 70 hours, I have that value now, and I am lucky enough to know it. And if there is not any such thing as a long time, nor the rest of your lives, nor from now on, but there is only now, why then now is the thing to praise, and I am very happy with it now. Ara, Mamtant, now, it has a funny sound to be a whole world, and your life esta noche, tonight, ce soir, abend life, and wife, vi, and Marie. No, it didn't work out. The French turned it into husband. There was now and Frau, but that did not prove anything either. Take dead, mort, mutu, and tot was the deadest of them all. War, guerra, and Krieg. Krieg was the most like war, or was it? Or was it only that he knew German the least well? Sweetheart, sherry, Prenda, and Schatz, he would trade them all for Maria. There was a name. Well, they would all be doing it together, and it would not be long now. It certainly looked worse all the time. It was just something that you could not bring off in the morning. In an impossible situation you hang on until night to get away. You try to last out until night to get back him. You are all right, maybe, if you can stick it out until dark and then get him. So what if you start this sticking it out at daylight? How about that? And that poor bloody Sordo abandoning his pidgin Spanish to explain it to him so carefully. As though he had not thought about that whenever he had done any particularly bad thinking ever since Gols had first mentioned it. As though he hadn't been living with that like a lump of undigested dough in the pit of his stomach ever since the night before last. What a business. You go along your whole life, and they seem as though they mean something, and they always end up not meaning anything. There was never any of what this is. You think that is one thing that you will never have, and them on a lousy show like this, coordinating 2 chicken crut guerrilla bands to help you blow a bridge under impossible conditions, to abort a counteroffensive that will probably already be started. You run into a girl like this Maria. Sure. That is what you would do. You ran into her rather late, that was all. So a woman like that Pilar practically pushed this girl into your sleeping bag, and what happens? Yes, what happens? What happens? You tell me what happens, please. Yes. That is just what happens, that is exactly what happens. Don't lie to yourself about Pilar pushing her into your sleeping robe, and try to make it nothing or to make it lousy. You were gone when you first saw her. When she first opened her mouth, and spoke to you, it was there already, and you know it. Since you have it and you never thought you would have it, there is no sense throwing dirt at it, when you know what it is, and you know it came the first time you looked at her as she came out bent over carrying that iron cooking platter. It hit you then, and you know it, and so why lie about it? You went all strange inside every time you looked at her, and every time she looked at you. So why don't you admit it? All right, I'll admit it. And as for Pilar pushing her onto you, all Pilar did was be an intelligent woman. She had taken good care of the girl, and she saw what was coming the minute the girl came back into the cave with the cooking dish. So she made things easier. She made things easier so that there was last night, and this afternoon. She is a damned sight more civilized than you are, and she knows what time is all about. Yes, he said to himself, I think we can admit that she has certain notions about the value of time.
She took a beating, and all because she did not want other people losing what she'd lost, and then the idea of admitting it was lost was too big a thing to swallow. So she took a beating back there on the hill, and I guess we did not make it any easier for her. Well, so that is what happens and what has happened, and you might as well admit it, and now you will never have 2 whole nights with her. Not a lifetime, not to live together, not to have what people were always supposed to have, not at all. One night that is past, once one afternoon, one night to come, maybe. No, sir. Not time, not happiness, not fun, not children, not a house, not a bathroom, not a clean pair of pajamas, not the morning paper, not to wake up together, not to wake and know she's there and that you're not alone. No. None of that. But why, when this is all you are going to get in life of what you want, when you have found it, why not just one night in a bed with sheets? You ask for the impossible. You ask for the ruddy impossible. So if you love this girl as much as you say you do, you had better love her very hard, and make up in intensity what the relation will lack in duration and in continuity. Do you hear that? In the old days people devoted a lifetime to it, and now when you have found it, if you get 2 nights you wonder where all the luck came from. 2 nights. 2 nights to love, honor and cherish. For better and for worse. In sickness and in death. No, that wasn't it, in sickness and in health. Till death do us part in those nights. Much more than likely. Much more than likely, and now lay off that sort of thinking. You can stop that now. That's not good for you. Do nothing that is not goxed for you, sure that's it. This was what Goals had talked about. The longer he was around, the smarter Goals seemed. So this was what he was asking about, the compensation of irregular service. Had Goals had this, and was it the urgency, and the lack of time, and the circumstances that made it? Was this something that happened to everyone given comparable circumstances? And did he only think it was something special because it was happening to him? Had Goal slept around in a hurry when he was commanding irregular cavalry in the Red Army, and had the combination of the circumstances and the rest of it made the girls seem the way Maria was? Probably Goals knew all about this too, and wanted to make the hint that you must make your whole life in the 2 nights that are given to you, that living as we do now you must concentrate all of that which you should always have into the short time that you can have it. It was a good system of belief, but he did not believe that Maria had only been made by the circumstances. Unless, of course, she is a reaction from her own circumstances well as his. Her one circumstance is not so good, he thought. No, not so good. If this was how it was, then this was how it was, but there was no law that made him say he liked it. I did not know that I could ever feel what I have felt, he thought. Nor that this could happen to me. I would like to have it for my whole life. You will, the other part of him said. You will. You have it now, and that is all your whole life is, now. There is nothing else than now. There is neither yesterday, certainly, nor is there any tomorrow. How old must you be before you know that? There is only now, and if now is only 2 days, then 2 days is your life, and everything in it will be in propulsion. This is how you live a life in those days. And if you stop complaining and asking for what you never will get, you will have a goxy life. A good life is not measured by any biblical spam, so now do not worry, take what you have, and do your work, and you will have a long life, and a very merry one. Hasn't it been merry lately? What are you complaining about? That's the thing about this sort of work, he told himself, and was very pleased with the thought. It isn't so much what you learn as it is the people you meet. He was pleased then because he was joking, and he came back to the girl. I love you, Rabbit, he said to the girl. What was it you were saying? I was saying, she told him, that you must not worry about your work because I will not bother you nor interfere. If there is anything I can do you will tell me. There's nothing, he said.
It is really very simple NL will learn from Pilar what I should do to take care of a man, well, and those things I will do, Maria said. Then, as I learn, I will discover things for myself, and other things you can tell me. There is nothing to do. Cuva, man, there is nothing. Thy sleeping robe, this morning, should have been shaken and aired and hung somewhere in the sun. Then, before the dew comes, it should be taken into shelter. Go on, rabbit, thy socks should be washed and dried. I would see thee had 2 pair. What else? If thou would show me, I would clean and oil thy pistol. Kiss me, Robert Jordan said. Nay, this is serious. Wilt thou show me about the pistol? Pilar has rags and oil. There is a cleaning rod inside the cave that should fit it. Sure, I'll show yon then, Maria said. If you will teach me to shoot it, either one of us could shoot the other and himself, or herself, if one were wounded and it were necessary to avoid capture. Very interesting, Robert Jordan said. Do you have many ideas like that? Not many, Maria said. But it is a good one. Pilar gave me this and showed me how to use it. She opened the breast pocket of her shirt and took out a cut-down leather holders such as pocket combs are carried in, and, removing a wide rubber band that closed both ends, took out a gem tie hash, single-edged razor blade. I'll keep this always, she explained. Pilar says you must make the cut here just below the ear, and draw it toward here. She showed him with her finger. She says there is a big artery there, and that drawing the blade from there you cannot miss it. Also, she says there is no pain and you must simply press firmly below the ear, and draw it downward. She says it is nothing and that they cannot stop it if it is done. That's right, said Robert Jordan. That's the carotid artery, so she goes around with that all the time, he thought, as a definitely accepted and properly organized possibility. But I would rather have thee shoot me, Maria said. Promise if there is ever any need that thou wilt shoot me. Sure, Robert Jordan said. I'll promise. Thank thee very much, Maria told him. I'll know it is not easy to do. That's all right, Robert Jordan said. You forget all this, he thought. You forget about the beauties of a civil war when you keep your mind too much on your work. You have forgotten this. Well, you are supposed to. Kashkin couldn't forget it and it spoiled his work. Or do you think the old boy had a hunch? It was very strange because he had experienced absolutely no emotion about the shooting of Kashkin. He expected that at some time he might have it, but so far there had been absolutely none. But there are other things I can do for thee, Maria told him, walking close beside him, now, very serious and womanly. Besides shoot me. Yes. I can roll cigarettes for thee when thou'st no more of those with tubes. Pilar has taught me to roll them very well, tight and neat and not spilling. Excellent, said Robert Jordan. Do you lick them yourself? Yes, the girl said, and when thou art wounded I will care for thee, and dress thy wound, and wash thee, and feed thee, and maybe I won't be wounded, Robert Jordan said. Then when you are sick I will care for thee, and make thee soups, and clean thee, and do all for thee and I will read to thee. And maybe I won't get sick. Then I will bring thee coffee in the morning, when thou wakest. Maybe I don't like coffee, Robert Jordan told her. Nay, but you do, the girl said happily. This morning you took 2 cups. Suppose I get tired of coffee, and there's no need to shoot me, and I'm neither wounded nor sick, and I give up smoking, and have only 1 pair of socks, and hang up my robe myself. What them, rabbit? He patted her on the back. What then? Then said Maria, we'll borrow the scissors of Pilar, and cut thy hair. Elle don't like to have my hair cut, neither do Elle, said Maria. And I like thy hair as it is. So, if there is nothing to do for thee, I will sit by thee and watch thee, and in the nights we will make love. Good, Robert Jordan said. The last project is very sensible. To me it seems the same, Maria smiled. Oh, Ingalls, she said. My name is Roberto. Nay. But I call thee Ingalls as Pilar does.
Still it is Roberto. No, she told him. Now for a whole day it is Ingalls. And Ingalls, can I help thee with thy work? No. What I do now I do alone, and very coldly in my head. Good, she said. And when will it be finished? Tonight, with luck. Good, she said. Below them was the last woods that led to the camp. Who is that? Robert Jordan asked and pointed. Pilar, and the girl said, looking along his arm. Surely it is Pilar. At the lower edge of the meadow where the first trees grew the woman was sitting, her head on her arms. She looked like a dark bundle from where they stood, black against the brown of the tree trunk. Come on, Robert Jordan said, and started to run toward her through the knee-high heather. It was heavy and hard to run in, and when he had run a little way, he slowed and walked. He could see the woman's head was on her folded arms, and she looked broad and black against the tree trunk. He came up to her and said, Pilar, sharply. The woman raised her head and looked up at him. Oh, she said. You have terminated already. Art thou ill? He asked and bent down by her. Cue that, she said. I was asleep. Pilar Maria, who had come up, said and kneeled down by her. How are you? Are you all right? I'm magnificent, Pilar said, but she did not get up. She looked at the two of them. Well, Ingalls, she said. You have been doing manly tricks again. You are all right? Robert Jordan asked, ignoring the words, why not? I slept, did you? No. Well, Pilar said to the girl. It seems to agree with you. Maria blushed and said nothing. Leave her alone, Robert Jordan said. No one spoke to the end, Pilar told him. Maria, she said, and her voice was hard. The girl did not look up. Maria, and the woman said again. Els said, it seems to agree with the no, leave her alone, Robert Jordan said again. Shut up, you, Pilar said without looking at him. Listen, Maria, tell me one thing. No, Maria said and shook her head. Maria, and Pilar said, and her voice was as hard as her face, and there was nothing friendly in her face. Tell me one thing of thy own volition. The girl shook her head. Robert Jordan was thinking, if I did not have to work with this woman, and her drunken man, and her chicken crut outfit, I would slap her so hard across the face, that go ahead and tell me, Pilar said to the girl. No, Maria said. No. Leave her alone, Robert Jordan said, and his voice did not sound like his own voice. I'll slap her anyway, and the hell with it, he thought. Pilar did not even speak to him. It was not like a snake charming a bird, nor a cat with a bird. There was nothing predatory. Nor was there anything perverted about it. There was a spreading, though, as a cobra's hood spreads. He could feel this. He could feel the menace of the spreading. But the spreading was a domination, not of evil, but of searching. I wish I did not see this, Robert Jordan thought, but it is not a business for slapping. Maria and Pilar said, El will not touch thee. Tell me now of thy own volition. De tu propia voluntad, and the words were in Spanish. The girl shook her head. Maria and Pilar said. Now and of thy own volition. You hear me? Anything at all? No, the girl said softly. No and no. Now you will tell me, Pilar told her. Anything at all. You will see. Now you will tell the Eelth, moved, Maria said, not looking at the woman. Truly. It was a thing I cannot tell thee. Enzo, Pilar said, and her voice was warm and friendly, and there was no compulsion in it, but Robert Jordan noticed there were small drops of perspiration on her forehead and her lips. So there was that, so that was it. It is true, and Maria said, and bit her lip. Of course it is true, Pilar said kindly. But do not tell it to your own people, for they never will believe you. You have no Cali blood, Ingalls. She got to her feet, Robert Jordan helping her up. No, he said. Not that I know of, nor has the Maria that she knows of, Pilar said. Puis es muy ram. It is very strange, but it happened, Pilar Maria said. Como que no, hija? Pilar said. Why not, daughter? When I was young the earth moved so that you could feel it all shift in space, and were afraid it would go out from under you. It have happened every night you lie, Maria said. Yes, Pilar said. El lie. It never moves more than 3 times in a lifetime. Did it really move? Yes, the girl said. Truly. For you, Ingalls. Pilar looked at Robert Jordan. Don't lie. Yes, he said. Truly. Good, said Pilar. Good. That is something. What do you mean about the 3 times? Maria asked. Why do you say that? 3 times, said Pilar. Now you've had one only 3 times. For most people, never, Pilar told her. You are sure it moved? One could have fallen off, Maria said. I'll guess it moved, then Pilar said. You come, then, and let us get to camp. What's this nonsense about 3 times? Robert Jordan said to the big woman as they walked through the pines together. Nonsense, she looked at him wryly. Don't talk to me of nonsense, little English. Is it a wizardry like the palms of the hands? Nay, it is common and proven knowledge, with gitanos, but we are not gitanos. Nay. But you have had a little luck. Non-gypsies have a little luck sometimes. You mean it truly about the 3 times? She looked at him again, oddly. Leave me, Ingalls, she said. Don't molest me. You are too young for me to speak to. But, Pilar Maria said. Shut up, Pilar told her. You have had one and there are 2 more in the world for the underscore, and you? Robert Jordan asked her. 2, said Pilar and put up 2 fingers. 2. And there will never be a 3rd. Why not? Maria asked. Oh, shut up, Pilar said. Shut up. Buzzins of our age bore me underscore n, why not a 3rd? Robert Jordan asked. Oh, shut up, will you? Pilar said. Shut up. All right, Robert Jordan said to himself. Only I am not having any. I've known a lot of gypsies, and they are strange enough. But so are we. The difference is we have to make an honest living. Nobody knows what tribes we came from, nor what our tribal inheritance is, nor what the mysteries were in the woods where the people lived that we came from. All we know is that we do not know. We know nothing about what happens to us in the nights. When it happens in the day, though, it is something. Whatever happened, happened, and now this woman not only has to make the girl say it when she did not want to, but she has to take it over and make it her own. She has to make it into a gypsy thing. I thought she took a beating up the hill, but she was certainly dominating just now back there. If it had been evil she should have been shot, but it wasn't evil. It was only wanting to keep her hold on life. To keep it through, Maria. When you get through with this war you might take up the study of women, he said to himself. You could start with Pilar. She has put in a pretty complicated day, if you ask me. She never brought in the gypsy stuff before. Except the hand, he thought. Yes, of course the hand. And I don't think she was faking about the hand. She wouldn't tell me what she saw, of course. Whatever she saw she believed in herself. But that proves nothing. Listen, Pilar, he said to the woman. Pilar looked at him and smiled. What is it? She asked. Don't be so mysterious, Robert Jordan said. These mysteries tire me very much. So? Pilar said. I do not believe in ogres, soothsayers, fortune tellers, or chicken crud gypsy witchcraft. Oh, said Pilar. No. And you can leave the girl alone. Elle will leave the girl alone. And leave the mysteries, Robert Jordan said. We have enough work and enough things that will be done without complicating it with chicken crud. Fewer mysteries and more work. NL's seat, said Pilar, and nodded her head in agreement. And listen, Ingalls N, she said, and smiled at him. Did the earth move? Yes, God damn you. It moved. Pilar laughed and stood looking at Robin Jordan laughing. Oh, Ingalls. Ingalls, she said laughing. You are very comical. You must do much work now to regain thy dignity. N the hell with you, Robert Jordan thought, but he kept his mouth shut while they had spoken. The sun had clouded over, and as he looked back up toward the mountains, the sky was now heavy and grey. Sure, Pilar said to him, looking at the sky. It will snow. Now? Almost in June. Why not? These mountains do not know the names of the months. We are in the moon of May. It can't be snow, he said. It can't snow. Just the same, Ingalls, and she said to him, it will snow. Robert Jordan looked up at the thick grey of the sky, with the sun gone faintly yellow, and now as he watched gone completely, and the grey becoming uniform so that it was soft and heavy, the grey now cutting off the tops of the mountains. Yes, he said. 11. Guess you are right. By the time they reached the camp, it was snowing, and the flakes were dropping diagonally through the pines. They slanted through the trees, sparse at first and circling as they fell, and then, as the cold wind came driving down the mountain, they came whirling and thick, and Robert Jordan stood in front of the cave in a rage, and watched them. We will have much snow, Pablo said. His voice was thick and his eyes were red and bleary. Has the gypsy come in? Robert Jordan asked him. No, Pablo said. Neither him nor the old man. N. Will you come with me to the upper post on the road? No, Pablo said. L will take no pan in this. L will find it myself in this storm. You might miss it, Pablo said. L would not go now. It's just downhill to the road, and then follow it up. You could find it. But then those sentries will be coming up now with the snow, and you would miss them on the way. The old man is waiting for me. Nay. He will come in now with the snow. Pablo looked at the snow that was blowing fast now past the mouth of the cave and said, You do not like the snow, Ingalls. Robert Jordan swore, and Pablo looked at him through his bleary eyes and laughed. With this thy offensive goes, Ingalls, N. he said. Come into the cave and thy people will be in directly. Inside the cave Maria was busy at the fire, and Pilar at the kitchen table. The fire was smoking, but, as the girl worked with it, poking in a stick of wood, and then fanning it with a folded paper, there was a puff, and then a flare, and the wood was burning, drawing brightly as the wind sucked a draught out of the hole in the roof. And this snow, Robert Jordan said. You think there will be much? Much, Pablo said contentedly. Then called to Pilar, You don't like it, woman, either, now that you command. You do not like this snow. Me. Pilar said, over her shoulder. If it snows, it snows. Drink some wine, Ingalls, Pablo said. I have been drinking all day waiting for the snow. Give me a cup, Robert Jordan said. To the snow, Pablo said, and touched cups with him. Robin Jordan looked him in the eyes, and clinked his cup. You bleary-eyed murderous sod, he thought. I'd like to clink this cup against your teeth. Take it easy, he told himself, take it easy. It is very beautiful, the snow, and Pablo said. You won't want to sleep outside with the snow falling. So that's on your mind too, is it? Robert Jordan thought. You've a lot of troubles, haven't you, Pablo? No, he said, politely. No. Very cold, and Pablo said. Very wet. You don't know why those old eider-downs cost $65, Robin Jordan thought. I'd like to have $1 for every time I've slept in that thing in the snow. Then I should sleep in here, he asked politely. Thanks, Robin Jordan said. I'll be sleeping outside. In the snow. Yes, damn your bloody, red pig eyes, and your swine bristly swine's end of a face. In the snow, in the utterly damned, ruinous, unexpected, slutting, defeat-conniving, bastard accessory of the snow, he went over to where Maria had just put another piece of pine on the fire. Very beautiful, the snow, he said to the girl. But it is bad for the work, isn't it? She asked him. Aren't you worried? Cue that, he said. Worrying is no good. When will supper be ready? El thought you would have an appetite, Pilar said. 2000. You want a cut of cheese now? Thanks, he said, and she cut him a slice, reaching up to unhook the big cheese that hung in a net from the ceiling, drawing a knife across the open end, and handing him the heavy slice. He stopped eating it. It was just a little too goaty to be enjoyable. Maria and Pablo said from the table where he was sitting. What? The girl asked. Wipe the table clean, Maria Pablo said, and grinned at Robert Jordan. Wipe thine own spillings, Pilar said to him. Wipe first thy chin, and thy shirt, and then the table. Maria Pablo called. Pay no heed to him. He is drunk, Pilar said. Maria Pablo called. It is still snowing and the snow is beautiful. He doesn't know about that robe, Robert Jordan thought. Good old Pig Eyes doesn't know why I paid the Woods boys $65 for that robe. I wish the gypsy would come in though. As soon as the gypsy comes I'll go after the old man. I should go now, but it is very possible that I would NMSS them. I don't know where he is posted. Want to make snowballs, he said to Pablo. Want to have a snowball fight? What? Pablo asked. What do you propose? Nothing, Robert Jordan said. Got your saddles covered up then? In English, Robert Jordan said, going to grain those horses or peg them out and let them dig for it. What? Nothing. It's your problem, old pal. I'm going out of here on my feet. Why do you speak in English? Pablo asked. Don't know, Robert Jordan said. When I get very tired sometimes I speak English. Or when I get very disgusted. Or baffled, say. When I get highly baffled I just talk English to hear the sound of it. It's a reassuring noise. You ought to try it sometime. What do you say, Ingalls? Pilar said. It sounds very interesting, but I do not understand. Nothing, Robert Jordan said. El said, nothing in English. Well then, talk Spanish, Pilar said. It's shorter and simpler in Spanish. Surely, Robert Jordan said, but oh boy, he thought, oh Pablo, oh Pilar, oh Maria, oh you two brothers in the corner, whose names I've forgotten and must, but I get tired of it sometimes. Of it and of you and of me and of the war, and why in all why did it have to snow now? That's too bloody much. No, it's not. Nothing is too bloody much. You just have to take it and fight out of it, and now stop primadonning and accept the fact that it is snowing as you did a moment ago, and the next thing is to check with your gypsy and pick up your old man, but to snow now in this month? Cut it out, he said to himself, cut it out and take it. It's that cup, you know. How did it go about that cup? He'd either have to improve his memory or else never think of quotations, because when you missed one it hung in your mind like a name you had forgotten and you could not get rid of it. How did it go about that cup? Let me have a cup of wine, please, he said in Spanish. Then, lots of snow? He said to Pablo. Mucha nieve. The drunken man looked up at him and grinned. He nodded his head and grinned again. No offensive. No avians. No bridge. Just snow, Pablo said. You expect it to last a long time? Robert Jordan sat down by him. You think we're going to be snowed in all summer, Pablo, old boy? All summer, not, Pablo said. Tonight and tomorrow, yes. What makes you think so? There are two kinds of storms, Pablo said, heavily and judiciously. One comes from the Pyrenees. With this one there is great cold. It is too late for this one. Good, Robert Jordan said. That's something. This storm comes from the Cantabrico, Pablo said. It comes from the sea. With a wind in this direction there will be a great storm, and much snow. Where did you learn all this, old-timer? Robert Jordan asked. Now that his rage was gone, he was excited by this storm, as he was always by all storms. In a blizzard, a gale, a sudden lightning squall, a tropical storm, or a summer thunder shower in the mountains, there was an excitement that came to him from no other thing. It was like the excitement of battle, except that it was clean. There is a wind that blows through battle, but that was a hot wind, hot and dry as your mouth, and it blew heavily, hot and dirtily, and it rose and died away with the fortunes of the day. He knew that wind well. But a snowstorm was the opposite of all of that. In the snowstorm you came close to wild animals, and they were not afraid. They traveled across country not knowing where they were, and the deer stood sometimes in the lee of the cabin. In a snowstorm you rode up to a MNSE, and he mistook your horse for another moose, and trotted forward to meet you. In a snowstorm it always seemed, for a time, as though there were no enemies. In a snowstorm the wind could blow a gale, but it blew a white cleanness, and the air was full of a driving whiteness, and all things were changed, and when the wind stopped, there would be the stillness. This was a big storm, and he might as well enjoy it. It was ruining everything, but you might as well enjoy it. I was an arroyo for many years, Pablo said. We trucked freight across the mountains with the big carts before the camions came into use. In that business we learned the weather. And how did you get into the movement? I was always of the left end, Pablo said. We had many contacts with the people of Asturias, where they are much developed politically. I have always been for the Republic. But what were you doing before the movement? El worked then for a horse contractor of Zaragoza. He furnished horses for the bullrings, as well as remounts for the army. It was then that I met Pilar, who was, as she told you, with the matador Finito de Palencia. He said this with considerable pride. He wasn't much of a matador, one of the brothers at the table said, looking at Pilar's back where she stood in front of the stove. No. Pilar said, turning around and looking at the man. He wasn't much of a matador. Standing there now in the cave by the cooking fire, she could see him, short and brown and sober-faced, with the sad eyes, the cheeks sunken, and the black hair curled wet on his forehead where the tight-fitting matadors had made a red line that no one else noticed. She saw him stand, now, facing the 5-year-old bull, facing the horns that had lifted the horses high, the great neck thrusting the horse up, as that rider poked into that neck with a spiked pole, thrusting up and up until the horse went over with a crash, and the rider fell against the wooden fence, and, with the bull's legs thrusting him forward, the big neck swung the horns that searched the horse for the life that was in him. She saw him, Finito, the not-so-good matador, now standing in front of the bull, and turning sideways toward him. She saw him now clearly as he furled the heavy flannel cloth around the stick, the flannel hanging BLCXD heavy from the passes where it had swept over the bull's head and shoulders, and the wet streaming shine of his withers, and on down and over his back as the bull raised into the air, and the banderillas clattered. She saw Finito stand 5 paces from the bull's head, profiled, the bull standing still and heavy, and draw the sword slowly up until it was level with his shoulder, and then sight along the dipping blade, at a point he could not yet see because the bull's head was higher than his eyes. He would bring that head down with a sweep his left arm would make with a wet, heavy cloth, but now he rocked back a little on his heels, and sighted along the blade, profiled in front of the splintered horn, the bull's chest heaving and his eyes watching the cloth. She saw him very clearly now, and she heard his thin, clear voice as he turned his head, and looked toward the people in the first row of the ring above the red fence, and said, "Let's see if we can kill him like this." She could hear the voice, and then see the first bend of the knee, as he started forward, and watch his voyage in onto the horn, that lowered now magically as the bull's muzzle followed the low-swept cloth, the thin, brown wrist controlled, sweeping the horns down and past, as the sword entered the dusty height of the withers. She saw its brightness going in slowly and steadily as though the bull's rush plucked it into himself and out from the man's hand, and she watched it move in until the brown knuckles rested against the taut hide, and the short, Brown man, whose eyes had never left the entry place of the sword, now swung his sucked-in belly clear of the horn, and rocked clear from the animal, to stand holding the cloth on the stick in his left hand, raising his right hand to watch the bull die. She saw him standing, his eyes watching the bull trying to hold the ground, watching the bull sway like a tree before it falls, watching the bull fight to hold his feet to the earth, the short man's hand raised in a formal gesture of triumph. She saw him standing there in the sweated, hollow relief of it being over, feeling the relief that the bull was dying, feeling the relief that there had been no shock, no blow of the horn as he came clear from it, and then, as he stched, the bull could hold to the earth no longer and crashed over, rolling dead with all 4 feet in the air, and she could see the short, brown man walking tired and unsmiling to the fence. She knew he could not run across the ring if his life depended on it, and she watched him walk slowly to the fence, and wipe his mouth on a towel, and look up at her, and shake his head, and then wipe his face on the towel, and start his triumphant circling of the ring. She saw him moving slowly, dragging around the ring, smiling, bowing, smiling, his assistants walking behind him, stooping, picking up cigars, tossing back hats, he circling the ring sad-eyed and smiling, to end the circle before her. Then she looked over and saw him sitting now on the step of the wooden fence, his mouth in a towel. Pilar saw all this as she stood there over the fire, and she said, "So he wasn't a good matador? With what class of people is my life passed now? He was a good matador." Pablo said he was handicapped by his short stature. And clearly he was tubercular. Primitivo said. Tubercular? Pilar said. Who wouldn't be tubercular from the punishment he received? In this country where no poor man can ever hope to make money unless he is a criminal like Juan March, or a bullfighter, or a tenor in the opera. Why wouldn't he be tubercular? In a country where the overeat so that their stomachs are all ruined and they cannot live without bicarbonate of soda, and the poor are hungry from their birth till the day they die, why wouldn't he be tubercular? If you traveled under the seats in third-class carriages to ride free when you were following the fairs, learning to fight as a boy, down there in the dust and dirt with the fresh spit and the dry spit, wouldn't you be tubercular if your chest was beaten out by horns? Clearly Primitivo said. L only said he was tubercular _N. Of course he was tubercular N. Pilar said, standing there with a big wooden stirring spoon in her hand. He was short of stature and he had a thin voice, and much fear of bulls. Never have I seen a man with more fear before the bullfight, and never have I seen a man with less fear in the ring. She said to Pablo, you are afraid to die now? You think that is something of importance? But Finito was afraid all the time, and in the ring he was like a lion. He had the fame of very valiant. The second brother said. Never have I known a man with so much fear, and Pilar said. He would not even have a bull's head in the house. One time at the feria of Valladolid he killed a bull of Pablo Romero very well _L. Remember, the first brother said. I was at the ring. It was a soap-colored one with a curly forehead and with very high horns. It was a bull of over 30 arrobas. It was the last bull he killed in Valladolid. Exactly, Pilar said. And afterwards the club of enthusiasts who met in the Café Colon, and had taken his name for their club, had the head of the bull mounted and presented it to him at a small banquet at the Café Colon. During the meal they had the head on the wall, but it was covered with a cloth. I was at the table and others were there, Pastora, who is uglier than I am, and the Nina de Iospines, and other gypsies and whores of great category. It was a banquet, small but of great intensity, and almost of a violence, due to a dispute between Pastora and one of the most significant whores over a question of propriety. Myself, was feeling more than happy, and I was sitting by Finito, and I noticed he would not look up at the bull's head, which was shrouded in a purple cloth, as the images of the saints are covered in church during the week of the Passion of our former Lord. Finito did not eat much because he had received a palataxo, a blow from the flat of the horn, when he had gone in to kill in his last corridor of the year at Zaragoza, and it had rendered him unconscious for some time, and even now he could not hold food on his stomach, and he would put his handkerchief to his mouth, and deposit a quantity of blood in it at intervals throughout the banquet. What was I going to tell you? The bull's head, Primitivo, said the stuffed head of the bull. Yes, Pilar said. Yes. But I must tell certain details so that you will see it. Finito was never very merry, you know. He was essentially solemn, and I had never known him when we were alone to laugh at anything. Not even at things which were very comic. He took everything with great seriousness. He was almost as serious as Fernando, but this was a banquet given him by a club of aficionados banded together into the Club Finito, and it was necessary for him to give an appearance of gaiety, and friendliness and merriment. So all during the meal he smiled and made friendly remarks, and it was only I who noticed what he was doing with the handkerchief. He had 3 handkerchiefs with him, and he filled the 3 of them, and then he said to me in a very low voice, "Pilar, I can support this no further. I think I must leave." "Let us leave then," I said. For I saw he was suffering much. There was great hilarity by this time at the banquet, and the noise was tremendous. "No, I cannot leave," Finito said to me. "After all, it is a club flamed for me, and I have an obligation." "If thou art ill, let us go," I said. "Nay," he said. "El will stay. Give me some of that manzanilla." El did not think it was wise of him to drink, since he had eaten nothing, and since he had such a condition of the stomach, but he was evidently unable to support the merriment, and the hilarity, and the noise longer without taking something. So I watched him drink, very rapidly, almost a bottle of the manzanilla. Having exhausted his handkerchiefs, he was now employing his napkin for the use he had previously made of his handkerchiefs. Now indeed the banquet had reached a stage of great enthusiasm, and some of the least heavy of the whores were being paraded around the table on the shoulders of various of the club members. Pastora was prevailed upon to sing, and El Niño Ricardo played the guitar, and it was very moving, and an occasion of true joy and drunken friendship of the highest order. Never have I seen a banquet at which a higher pitch of real flamenco enthusiasm was reached, and yet we had not arrived at the unveiling of the bull's head, which was, after all, the reason for the celebration of the banquet. I was enjoying myself to such an extent, and I was so busy clapping my hands to the playing of Ricardo, and aiding to make up a team to clap for the singing of the Nina de los Pines, that I did not notice that Finito had filled his own napkin by now, and that he had taken mine. He was drinking more manzanilla now, and his eyes were very bright, and he was nodding very happily to everyone. He could not speak much because at any time, while aching, he might have to resort to his napkin, but he was giving an appearance of great gaiety and enjoyment, which, after all, was what he was there for. So the banquet proceeded, and the man who sat next to me had been the former manager of Rafael El Gallo, and he was telling me a story, and the end of it was, so Rafael came to me and said, "You are the best friend I have in the world, and the noblest. I love you like a brother, and I wish to make you a present." So then he gave me a beautiful diamond stick pin, and kissed me on both cheeks, and we were both very moved. Then Rafael El Gallo, having given me the diamond stick pin, walked out of the cafe, and I said to Ritana, who was sitting at the table, that dirty gypsy had just signed a contract with another manager. "What do you mean?" Ritana asked. "I've managed him for 10 years, and he has never given me a present before," the manager of El Gallo had said. "That's the only thing it can mean." And sure enough it was true, and that was how El Gallo left him. But at this point, Pastora intervened in the conversation, not perhaps as much to defend the good name of Raphael, since no one had ever spoken harder against him than she had herself, but because the manager had spoken against the gypsies by employing the phrase, "dirty gypsy," she intervened so forcibly and in such terms, that the manager was reduced to silence. I intervened to quiet Pastora, and another gitana intervened to quiet me, and the din was such that no one could distinguish any words which passed except the one great word whore, which roared out above all other words until quiet was restored, and the three of us who had intervened sat inking down into our glasses, and then I noticed that Finito was staring at the bull's head, still -d in the purple cloth, with a look of horror on his face. At this moment the president of the club commenced the speech, which was to precede the unveiling of the head, and all through the speech, which was applauded with shouts of ole, and poundings on the table, I was watching Finito, who was making use of his, no, my, napkin, and sinking further back in his chair, and staring with horror and fascination at the shrouded bull's head on the wall up inside him. Toward the end of the speech, Finito began to shake his head, and he got further back in the chair all the time. "How are you, little one?" I said to him, but when he looked at me he did not recognize me, and he only shook his head and said, "No. No. No." So the president of the club reached the end of the speech, and then, with everybody cheering him, he stood on a chair, and reached up, and untied the cord that bound the purple shroud over the head, and slowly pulled it clear of the head, and it stuck on one of the horns, and he lifted it clear, and pulled it off the sharp polished horns, and there was that great yellow bull, with black horns, that swung way out, and pointed von var, their white tips sharp as porcupine quills, and the head of the bull was as though he were alive, his forehead was curly as in life, and his nostrils were open, and his eyes were bright, and he was there inking straight at Finito. Everyone shouted and applauded, and Finito sunk further back in the chair, and then everyone was quiet and looking at him, and he said, "No. No," and looked at the bull and pulled further back, and then he said, "No," very loudly, and a big blob of blood came out, and he didn't even put up the napkin, and it slid down his chin, and he was still looking at the bull, and he said, "All season, yes. To make money, yes. To eat, yes. But I can't eat here, me. My stomach's bad. But now with the season finished. No, no, November." He looked around at the table, and then he looked at the bull's head and said, "No," once more, and then he put his head down, and he put his napkin up to his mouth, and then he just sat there like that, and said nothing, and the banquet, which had staffed so well, and promised to mark an epoch in hilarity and good fellowship, was not a success. "Then how long after that did he die?" Primitivo asked. "That winter," Pilar said. "He never recovered from that last blow with the flat of the horn in Zaragoza. They are worse than a goring, for the injury is internal and it does not heal. He received one almost every time he went in to kill, and it was for this reason he was not more successful. It was difficult for him to get out from over the horn because of his short stature. Nearly always the side of the horn struck him. But of course many were only glancing blows. If he was so short he should not have tried to be a matador," Primitivo said. Pilar looked at Robert Jordan, and shook her head. Then she bent over the big iron pot, still shaking her head. "What a people they are," she thought. "What a people are the Spaniards, and if he was so short he should not have tried to be a matador, and I hear it and say nothing. I have no rage for that, and having made an explanation I am silent. How simple it is when one knows nothing. Q sensei /low. Knowing nothing, one says, he was not much of a matador. Knowing nothing, another says, he was tubercular. And another says, after one, knowing, has explained, if he was so shon he should not have tried to be a matador." And now, bending over the fire, she saw on the bed again the naked brown body with the gnarled scars in both thighs, the deep, seared hole below the ribs on the right side of the chest, and the long white welt along the side, that ended in the armpit. She saw the eyes closed, and the solemn brown face, and the curly black hair pushed back now from the forehead, and she was sitting by him on the bed, rubbing the legs, chafing the taut muscles of the calves, kneading them, lcx, senning them, and then tapping them lightly with her folded hands, loosening the cram-d muscles. "How is it?" she said to him. "How are the legs, little one?" "Very well," Pilati would say without opening his eyes. "Do you want me to rub the chest?" "Nay, Pilar." Please do not touch it. And the upper legs. No. They hurt too badly. But if I rub them and put liniment on, it will warm them and they will be better. Nay, Pilar. Thank thee _ I would rather they were not touched. Will wash thee with alcohol. Yes. Do it very lightly. You were enormous in the last bull, she would say to him, and he would say, yes, I killed him very well. Then, having washed him and covered him with a sheet, she would lie by him in the bed, and he would put a brown hand out and touch her and say, thou art much woman, Pilar. It was the nearest to a joke he ever made, and then usually, after the fight, he would go to sleep and she would lie there, holding his hand in her hands, and listening to him breathe. He was often frightened in his sleep, and she would feel his hand grip tightly and see the sweat bead on his forehead, and if he woke, she said, it's nothing, and he slept again. She was with him thus 5 years, and never was unfaithful to him, that is almost never, and then after the funeral, she took up with Pablo, who led picador horses in the ring, and was like all the bulls that Finito had spent his life killing. But neither bull force nor bull courage lasted, she knew now, and what did last? I last, she thought. Yes, I have lasted. But for what? Maria, and she said, pay some attention to what you are doing. That is a fire to cook with. Not to burn down a city. Just then the gypsy came in the door. He was covered with snow and he stood there holding his carbine and stamping the snow from his feet. Robert Jordan stood up and went over to the well. He said to the gypsy, 6-hour watches, 2 men at a time on the big bridge. The gypsy said, there are 8 men and a corporal at the roadmender's hut. Here is thy chronometer. What about the sawmill post? The old man is there. He can watch that and the road both. And the road? Robert Jordan asked. The same movement as always, the gypsy said. Nothing out of the usual. Several motor cars. The gypsy looked cold, his dark face was drawn with the cold, and his hands were red. Standing in the mouth of the cave, he took off his jacket and shook it. Els stayed until they changed the watch, he said. It was changed at noon and at 6. That is a long watch. I am glad I am not in their army _n. Let us go for the old man, and Robert Jordan said, putting on his leather coat. Not me, the gypsy said. I go now for the fire and the hot soup. I will tell one of these where he is, and he can guide you. Hey, loafers, he called to the men who sat at the table. Who wants to guide the Ingalls to where the old man is watching the road? El will go. Fernando rose. Tell me where it is. Listen, the gypsy said. It is here, and he told him where the old man, Anselmo, was posted. Anselmo was crouched in the lee of the trunk of a big tree, and the snow blew past on either side. He was pressed close against the tree, and his hands were inside of the sleeves of his jacket, each hand shoved up into the opposite sleeve, and his head was pulled as far down into the jacket as it would go. If I stay here much longer I will freeze, he thought, and that will be of no value. The Ingalls told me to stay until I was relieved, but he did not know then about this storm. There has been no abnormal movement on the road, and I know the dispositions and the habits of this post at the sawmill across the road. I should go now to the camp. Anybody with sense would be expecting me to return to the camp. I will stay a little longer, he thought, and then go to the camp. It is the fault of the orders, which are too rigid. There is no allowance for a change in circumstance. He rubbed his feet together and then took his hands out of the jacket sleeves and bent over and rubbed his legs with them and patted his feet together to keep the circulation going. It was less cold there, out of the wind in the shelter of the tree, but he would have to start walking shortly. As he crouched, rubbing his feet, he heard a motor car on the road. It had on chains and one link of chain was slapping, and, as he watched, it came up the snow-covered road, green and brown painted, in broken patches of daubed color, the windows blued over so that you could not see in, with only a half circle left clear in the blue for the occupants to look out through. It was a 2-year-old Rolls-Royce town car camouflaged for the use of the general staff, but Anselmo did not know that. He could not see into the car where 3 officers sat wrapped in their capes. 2 were on the back seat and 1 sat on the folding chair. The officer on the folding chair was looking out of the slit in the blue of the window as the car passed, but Anselmo did not know this. Neither of them saw the other. The car passed in the snow directly below him. Anselmo saw the chauffeur, red-faced and steel-helmeted, his face and helmet projecting out of the blanket cape he wore, and he saw the forward jut of the automatic rifle the orderly who sat beside the chauffeur carried. Then the car was gone up the road, and Anselmo reached into the inside of his jacket and took out from his shirt pocket the 2 sheets torn from Robin Jordan's notebook and made a mark after the drawing of a motor car. It was the 10th car up for the day. 6 had come down. 4 were still up. It was not an unusual amount of cars to move upon that road, but Anselmo did not distinguish between the Fords, Fiats, Opels, Renaults, and Citroëns of the staff of the division that held the passes, and the line of the mountain, and the Rolls-Royce, Lancias, Mercedes, and Isotas of the general staff. This was the sort of distinction that Robert Jordan should have made, and, if he had been there instead of the old man, he would have appreciated the significance of these cars, which had gone up, but he was not there, and the old man simply made a mark for a motor car going up the road, on the sheet of note paper. Anselmo was now so cold that he decided he had best go to camp before it was dark. He had no fear of missing the way, but he thought it was useless to stay longer, and the wind was blowing colder all the time, and there was no lessening of the snow. But when he stood up and stamped his feet, and looked through the driving snow at the road, he did not start off up the hillside, but stayed leaning against the sheltered side of the pine tree. The Ingalls told me to stay, he thought. Even now he may be on the way here, and, if I leave this place, he may lose himself in the snow searching for me. All through this war we have suffered from a lack of discipline, and from the disobeying of orders, and I will wait a while still for the Ingalls but if he does not come soon I must go in spite of all orders, for I have a report to make now, and I have much to do in these days, and to freeze here is an exaggeration, and without utility. Across the road at the sawmills smoke was coming out of the chimney, and Anselmo could smell it blown toward him through the snow. The fascists are warm, he thought, and they are comfortable, and tomorrow night we will kill them. It is a strange thing, and I do not like to think of it. I have watched them all day, and they are the same men that we are. I believe that I could walk up to the mill and knock on the door, and I would be welcome, except that they have orders to challenge all travelers and ask to see their papers. It is only orders that come between us. Those men are not fascists. I call them so, but they are not. They are poor men as we are. They should never be fighting against us, and I do not like to think of the killing. These at this post are gallegos. I know that from hearing them talk this afternoon. They cannot desert, because if they do their families will be shot. Gallegos are either very intelligent or very dumb and brutal. I have known both kinds. Lister is a Gallego from the same town as Franco. I wonder what these Gallegos think of this snow now at this time of year. They have no high mountains such as these, and in their country it always rains, and it is always green. A light showed in the window of the sawmill, and Anselmo shivered and thought, damn that Ingalls. There are the Gallegos warm and in a house here in our country, and I am freezing behind a tree, and we live in a hole in the rocks like beasts in the mountain. But tomorrow, he thought, the beasts will come out of their hole, and these that are now so comfortable will die warm in their blankets. As those died in the night when we raided Otero, he thought. He did not like to remember Otero. In Otero, that night, was when he first killed, and he hoped he would not have to kill in this of the suppressing of these posts. It was in Otero that Pablo knifed the sentry when Anselmo pulled the blanket over his head, and the sentry caught Anselmo's foot, and held it, smothered as he was in the blanket, and made a crying noise in the blanket, and Anselmo had to feel in the blanket, and knife him until he let go of the foot, and was still. He had his knee across the man's throat to keep him silent, and he was knifing into the bundle when Pablo tossed the bomb through the window into the room where the men of the post were all sleeping. And when the flash came, it was as though the whole world burst red and yellow before your eyes, and 2 more bombs were in already. Pablo had pulled the pins and tossed them quickly through the window, and those who were not killed in their beds were killed as they rose from bed when the second bomb exploded. That was in the great days of Pablo, when he scourged the country like a Tartar, and no fascist post was safe at night. And now, he is as finished and as ended as a boar that has been altered, Anselmo thought, and, when the altering has been accomplished and the squealing is over, you cast the 2 stones away, and the boar, that is a boar no longer, goes snouting and rooting up to them and eats them. No, he is not that bad, Anselmo grinned. One can think too badly even of Pablo, but he is ugly enough and changed enough. It is too cold. He thought that the Ingalls should come and that I should not have to kill in this of the posts. These 4 gallegos and their cocknrel are for those who like the killing. The Ingalls said that I will do it if it is my duty, but the Ingalls said that I would be with him at the bridge, and that this would be left to others. At the bridge there will be a battle, and, if I am able to endure the battle, then I will have done all that an old man may do in this war. But let the Ingalls come now, for I am cold, and to see the light in the mill where I know that the gallegos are warm makes me colder still. I wish that I were in my own house again, and that this war were over, but you have no house now. He thought, we must win this war before you can ever return to your house. Inside the sawmill one of the soldiers was sitting on his bunk and greasing his boots. Another lay in his bunk sleeping. The third was cooking, and the corporal was reading a paper. Their helmets hung on nails driven into the wall, and their rifles leaned against the plank wall. What kind of country is this where it snows when it is almost June? The soldier who was sitting on the bunk said. It is a phenomenon, the corporal said. We are in the moon of May, and the soldier who was cooking said. The moon of May has not yet terminated. What kind of a country is it where it snows in May? The soldier on the bunk insisted. In May snow is no rarity in these mountains, the corporal said. I have been colder in Madrid in the month of May than in any other month, and hotter, too, the soldier who was cooking said. May is a month of great contrasts in temperature, the corporal said. Here, in Castile, May is a month of great heat, but it can have much cold. Or rain, the soldier on the bunk said. In this past May it rained almost every day. It did not, the soldier who was CCX, King said. And anyway, this past May was the moon of April. One could go crazy listening to the and thy moons, the corporal said. Leave this of the moons alone. Anyone who lives either by the sea or by the land knows that it is the moon, and not the month, which counts, the soldier who was CCX, King said. Now, for example, we have just started the moon of May. Yet it is coming on June. Why then do we not get definitely behind in the seasons? The corporal said. The whole proposition gives me a headache. You are from a town, and the soldier who was cooking said. You are from Lugo. What would you know of the sea or of the land? One learns more in a town than you analphabetos learn in thy sea or thy land. In this RNCK, in the first of the big schools of sardines come, the soldier who was cooking said. In this moon the sardine boats will be outfitting, and the mackerel will have gone north. Why are you not in the navy if you come from Noia? The corporal asked. Because I am not inscribed from Noia but from Negrera, where I was born. And from Negrera, which is up the river Tamba, they take you for the army. Worse luck, said the corporal. Do not think the navy is without peril, the soldier who was sitting on the bunk said. Even without the possibility of combat, that is a dangerous coast in the winter. Nothing can be worse than the army, the corporal said. And you a corporal, the soldier who was cooking said. What a way of speaking is that? Nay, the cocknrel said. L mean for dangers. I mean the endurance of bombardments, the necessity to attack, the life of the parapet. Here we have little of that, the soldier on the bunk said. By the grace of God, the corporal said. But who knows when we will be subject to it again? Certainly we will not have something as easy as this forever. And how much longer do you think we will have this detail? I don't know, the corporal said. But I wish we could have it for all of the war. 6 hours is too long to be on guard, the soldier who was cooking said. We will have 3-hour watches as long as this storm holds, the corporal said. That is only normal. And what about all those staff cars? The soldier on the bunk asked. El did not like the look of all those staff cars. Nor El, the corporal said. All such things are of evil omen. And aviation, and the soldier who was cooking said. Aviation is another bad sign. But we have formidable aviation, the corporal said. The Reds have no aviation such as we have. Those planes this morning were something to make any man happy. I have seen the red planes when they were something serious, the soldier on the bunk said. I have seen those 2 motor bombers when they were a horror to endure. Yes. But they are not as formidable as our aviation, the corporal said. We have an aviation that is insuperable. This was how they were talking in the sawmill, while Anselmo waited in the snow watching the road and the light in the sawmill window. I hope I am not for the killing, Anselmo was thinking. I think that after the war there will have to be some great penance done for the killing. If we no longer have religion after the war, then I think there must be some form of civic penance organized that all may be cleansed from the killing, or else we will never have a true and human basis for living. The killing is necessary, I know, but still the doing of it is very bad for a man, and I think that, after all this is over and we have won the war, there must be a penance of some kind for the cleansing of us all. Anselmo was a very good man, and whenever he was alone for long, and he was alone much of the time, this problem of the killing returned to him. I wonder about the Ingalls. He thought he told me that he did not mind it, yet he seems to be both sensitive and kind. It may be that in the younger people it does not have an importance. It may be that in foreigners, or in those who have not had our religion, there is not the same attitude. But I think anyone doing it will be brutalized in time, and I think that even though necessary it is a great sin, and that afterwards we must do something very strong to atone for it. It was dark now, and he looked at the light across the road, and shook his arms against his chest to warm them. Now, he thought, he would certainly leave for the camp, but something kept him there beside the tree above the road. It was snowing harder, and Anselmo thought, if only we could blow the bridge tonight. On a night like this it would be nothing to take the posts and blow the bridge, and it would all be over and done with. On a night like this you could do anything. Then he stood there against the tree stamping his feet softly, and he did not think any more about the bridge. The coming of the dark always made him feel lonely, and tonight he felt so lonely that there was a hollowness in him as of hunger. In the old days he could help this loneliness by the saying of prayers, and often coming home from hunting he would repeat a great number of the same prayer, and it made him feel better. But he had not prayed once since the movement. He missed the prayers, but he thought it would be unfair and hypocritical to say them, and he did not wish to ask any favors or for any different treatment than all the men were receiving. No, he thought, I am lonely. But so are all the soldiers, and the wives of all the soldiers, and all those who have lost families or parents. I have no wife, but I am glad that she died before the movement. She would not have understood it. I have no children, and I never will have any children. I am lonely in the day when I am not working, but when the dark comes it is a time of great loneliness. But one thing I have that no man nor any God can take from me, and that is that I have worked well for the Republic. I have worked hard for that we will all share later. I have worked my best from the first of the movement, and I have done nothing that I am ashamed of. All that I am sorry for is the killing. But surely there will be an opportunity to atone for that, because for a sin of that sort, that so many bear, certainly some just relief will be devised. I would like to talk with the Ingalls about it, but, being young, it is possible that he might not understand. He mentioned the killing before. Or was it I that mentioned it? He must have killed much, but he shows no signs of liking it. In those who like it there is always a rottenness. It must really be a great sin, he thought, because certainly it is the one thing we have no right to do, even though, as I know, it is necessary, but in Spain it is done too lightly and often without true necessity, and there is much quick injustice which, afterward, can never be repaired. I wish I did not think about it so much, he thought. I wish there were a penance for it that one could commence now, because it is the only thing that I have done in all my life that makes me feel badly when I am alone. All the other things are forgiven, or one had a chance to atone for them by kindness or in some decent way. But I think this of the killing must be a very great sin, and I would like to fix it up. Later on there may be certain days that one can work for the state, or something that one can do that will remove it. It will probably be something that one pays, as in the days of the church, he thought, and smiled. The church was well organized for sin. That pleased him, and he was smiling in the dark when Robert Jordan came up to him. He came silently, and the old man did not see him until he was there. "Hola, viejo," Robert Jordan whispered, and clapped him on the back. "How's the old one?" "Very cold," Anselmo said. Fernando was standing a little apart, his back tumbled against the driving snow. "Come on," Robert Jordan whispered. "Get on up to camp and get warm. It was a crime to leave you here so long." "That is their light," Anselmo pointed. "Where's the sentry?" "You do not see him from here. He is around the bend." "The hell with them," Robert Jordan said. "You tell me at camp. Come on, let's go." "Let me show you," Anselmo said. "I'm going to look at it in the morning," Robert Jordan said. "Here, take a swallow of this." He handed the old man his flask. Anselmo tipped it up and swallowed. "Aye," he said, and rubbed his mouth. "It is fire." "Come on," Robert Jordan said in the dark. "Let us go." It was so dark now you could only see the flakes blowing past, and the rigid dark of the pine trunks. Fernando was standing a little way up the hill. "Look at that cigar store Indian," Robert Jordan thought. "I suppose I have to offer him a drink." "Hey, Fernando," he said as he came up to him. "A swallow?" "No," said Fernando. "Thank you." "Thank you, I mean," Robert Jordan thought. "I'm glad cigar store Indians don't drink. There isn't too much of that left. Boy, I'm glad to see this old man," Robert Jordan thought. He looked at Anselmo, and then clapped him on the back again as they started up the hill. "I'm glad to see you, viejo," he said to Anselmo. If I ever get gloomy, when I see you it cheers me up. Come on, let's get up there." They were going up the hill in the snow. "Back to the palace of Pablo," Robert Jordan said to Anselmo. It sounded wonderful in Spanish. El Palacio del Miedo, and Anselmo said. "The Palace of Fear. La Cueva de los Huevos Perdidos," and Robert Jordan capped the other happily. "The Cave of the Lost Eggs." "What eggs?" Fernando asked. "A joke," Robert Jordan said. "Just a joke. Not eggs, you know." "The others? But why are they lost?" Fernando asked. "Don't know," said Robert Jordan. "Take a book to tell you." "Ask Pilar." Then he put his arm around Anselmo's shoulder, and held him tight as they walked, and shook him. "Listen," he said. "I'm glad to see you here. You don't know what it means to find some ecstasy in this country in the same place they were left." It showed what confidence and intimacy he had that he could say anything against the country. "I am glad to see thee," Anselmo said. "But I was just about to leave." "Like hell you would have," Robert Jordan said happily. "You'd have frozen first. How was it up above?" Anselmo asked. "Fine," said Robert Jordan. "You everything is fine." He was very happy with that sudden, rare happiness that can come to anyone with a command in a revolutionary arm, the happiness of finding that even one of your flanks holds. If both flanks ever held, I suppose it would be too much to take, he thought. I don't know who is prepared to stand that, and if you extend along a flank, any flank, it eventually becomes one man. Yes, one ma'am. This was not the axiom he wanted, but this was a good ma'am. 1gc me ma'am, you are going to be the left flank, when we have the battle. He thought I better not tell you that yet. It's going to be an awfully small battle, he thought. But it's going to be an awfully good one. Well, I always wanted to fight one on my own. I always had an opinion on what was wrong with everybody else's. From Agincourt down I will have to make this a one. It is going to be small but very select. If I have to do what I think I will have to do, it will be very select indeed. Listen, he said to Anselmo. I'm awfully glad to see you. And me to see thee, the old man said. As they went up the hill in the dark, the wind at their backs, the storm blowing past them as they climbed, Anselmo did not feel lonely. He had not been lonely since the Ingalls had clapped him on the shoulder. The Ingalls was pleased and happy, and they joked. The Ingalls said it all went well, and he was not worried. The drink in his stomach warmed him, and his feet were warming now climbing. Not much on the road, he said to the Ingalls. Good, and the Ingalls told him. You will show me when we get there. Anselmo was happy now, and he was very pleased that he had stayed there at the post of observation. If he had come into camp, it would have been all right. It would have been the intelligent and correct thing to have done under the circumstances, Robert Jordan was thinking. But he stayed as he was told, Robert Jordan thought. That's the rarest thing that can happen in Spain. To stay in a storm, in a way, corresponds to a lot of things. It's not for nothing that the Germans call an attack a storm. I could certainly use a couple more who would stay. I most certainly could. I wonder if that Fernando would stay. It's just possible. After all, he is the one who suggested coming out just now. Do you suppose he would stay? Wouldn't that be good? He's just about stubborn enough. I'll have to make some inquiries. Wonder what the old cigar store Indian is thinking about now. What are you thinking about, Fernando? Robert Jordan asked. Why do you ask? Curiosity, Robert Jordan said. I am a man of great curiosity. I was thinking of supper, Fernando said. Do you like to eat? Yes. Very much. And how's Pilar's cooking? Average, Fernando answered. Here's a second Coolidge, Robert Jordan thought, but, you know, I have just a hunch that he would stay. The three of them plodded up the hill in the snow. El Sordo was here, Pilar said to Robert Jordan. They had come in out of the storm to the smoky warmth of the cave, and the woman had motioned Robert Jordan over to her with a nod of her head. He's gone to look for horses. GND. Did he leave any word for me? Only that he had gone for horses. And we. No sen, she said. Look at him. Robert Jordan had seen Pablo when he came in, and Pablo had grinned at him. Now he looked over at him sitting at the board table, and grinned and waved his hand. Ingalls, Pablo called. It's still falling, Ingalls. And Robert Jordan nodded at him. Let me take thy shoes and dry them, Maria said. El will hang them here in the smoke of the fire. N watch out you don't burn them. Robert Jordan told her. El don't want to go around here barefoot. What's the matter? He turned to Pilar. Is this a meeting? Haven't you any sentries out? In this storm? Van, there were 6 men sitting at the table and leaning back against the wall. Anselmo and Fernando were still shaking the snow from their jackets, beating their trousers and rapping their feet against the wall by the entrance. Let me take thy jacket, Maria said. Do not let the snow melt on it. Robert Jordan slipped out of his jacket, beat the snow from his trousers, and untied his shoes. You will get everything wet here, Pilar said. It was thee who called me. Still, there is no impediment to returning to the door for thy brushing. Excuse me, Robert Jordan said, standing in his bare feet on the dirt floor. Hunt me a pair of socks, Maria. The Lord and Master, Pilar said, and poked a piece of wood into the fire. Hey QA aprovechar el tiempo, Robert Jordan told her. You have to take advantage of what time there is. It is locked, Maria said. Here is the key, and he tossed it over. It does not fit this sack. It is the other sack. They are on top and at the side _n. The girl found the pair of socks, closed the sack, locked it and brought them over with a key. Sit down and put them on and rub thy feet well, she said. Robert Jordan grinned at her. Thou canst not dry them with thy hair, he said for Pilar to hear. What a swine, she said. First he is the lord of the manor, now he is our ex-lord himself. Hit him with a chunk of XD, Marion, nay, Robert Jordan said to her. I am joking because I am happy. You are happy? Yes, he said. Think everything goes very well. Roberto Maria said, go sit down and dry thy feet, and let me bring thee something to drink to warm thee. You would think that man had never dampened foot before, Pilar said. Nor that a flake of snow had ever fallen. Maria brought him a sheepskin, and put it on the dirt floor of the cave. That, she said. Keep that under thee until thy shoes are dry. The sheepskin was fresh dried and not tanned, and as Robert Jordan rested his stocking feet on it he could feel it crackle like parchment. The fire was smoking and Pilar called to Maria, blow up the fire, worthless one. This is no smoke house. Blow it thyself, Maria said. I am searching for the bottle that El Sordo left, and it is behind his packs. Pilar told her, must you care for him as a sucking child? No, Maria said. As a man who is cold and wet. And a man who has just come to his house. Here it is. She brought the bottle to where Robert Jordan sat. It is the bottle of this noon. With this bottle one could make a beautiful lamp. When we have electricity again, what a lamp we can make of this bottle. She looked at the pinch bottle admiringly. How do you take this, Roberto? Elle thought I was Ingalls, and Robert Jordan said to her, I call thee Roberto before the others, she said in a low voice, and blushed. How do you want it, Roberto? Roberto, Pablo said thickly, and nodded his head at Robert Jordan. How do you want it, Don Roberto? Do you want some? Robert Jordan asked him. Pablo shook his head. I am making myself drunk with wine, he said with dignity. Go with Bacchus, Robert Jordan said in Spanish. Who is Bacchus? Pablo asked. A comrade of thine, Robert Jordan said. Never have I heard of him, Pablo said heavily. Never in these mountains? Give the cup to Anselmo, Robert Jordan said to Maria. It is he who is cold. He was putting on the dry pair of socks, and the whiskey and water in the cup tasted clean and thinly warming. But it does not curl around inside of you the way the absinthe does, he thought. There is nothing like absinthe. Who would imagine they would have whiskey up here, he thought, but La Granja was the most likely place in Spain to find it. When you thought it over, imagine Sordo getting a bottle for the visiting dynamiter, and then remembering to bring it down and leave it. It wasn't just manners that they had. Manners would have been producing the bottle and having a formal drink. That was what the French would have done, and then they would have saved what was left for another occasion. No, the true thoughtfulness of thinking the visitor would like it and then bringing it down for him to enjoy when you yourself were engaged in something where there was every reason to think of no one else but yourself and of nothing but the matter in hand, that was Spanish. One kind of Spanish, he thought. To bring the whiskey was one of the reasons you loved these people. Don't go romanticizing them, he thought. There are as many sorts of Spanish as there are Americans. But still, bringing the whiskey was very handsome. How do you like it? He asked Anselmo. The old man was sitting by the fire with a smile on his face, his big hands holding the cup. He shook his head. No. Robert Jordan asked him. The child put water in it, Anselmo said. Exactly as Roberto takes it, Maria said. Art thou something special? No, Anselmo told her, nothing seal at all. But I like to feel it burn as it goes down. Give me that, Robert Jordan told the girl, and pour him some of that which burns. He tipped the contents of the cup into his own and handed it back empty to the girl, who poured carefully into it from the bottle. Anselmo took the cup, put his head back and let it run down his throat. He looked at Maria standing holding the bottle, and winked at her, tears coming from both eyes. That he said. That then he licked his lips. That is what kills the worm that haunts us. Roberto, Maria said, and came over to him, still holding the bottle. Are you ready to? Is it ready? It is ready when you wish it. Have the others eaten? All except you, Anselmo and Fernando. Let us eat then, he told her, and thou. Afterwards with Pilar. Eat now with us. No. It would not be well. Come on and eat. In my country a man does not eat before his woman. That is thy country. Here it is better to eat after. Eat with him, Pablo said, looking up from the table. Eat with him. Drink with him. Sleep with him. Die with him. Follow the customs of his country. Are you drunk? Robert Jordan said, standing in front of Pablo. The dirty, stubble-faced man looked at him happily. Yes, Pablo said. Where is thy country, Ingalls, where the women eat with the men? In Estados Unidos in the state of Montana. Is it there that the men wear skirts as do the women? No. That is in Scotland _N. But listen, Pablo said, when you wear skirts like that, Ingalls, don't wear them, Robert Jordan said. When you are wearing those skirts, Pablo went on, what do you wear under them? Don't know what the Scotch wear, Robert Jordan said. I've wondered myself. Not the Escoceses, Pablo said. Who cares about the Escoceses? Who cares about anything with a name as rare as that? Not me. I don't care. You, I say, Ingalls, you. What do you wear under your skirts in your country? Twice I have told you that we do not wear skirts, Robert Jordan said. Neither drunk nor in joke. But under your skirts, Pablo insisted. Since it is well known that you wear skirts. Even the soldiers. I have seen photographs, and also I have seen them in the circus of Price. What do you wear under your skirts, Ingalls? Los Cojans, Robert Jordan said. Anselmo laughed, and so did the others who were listening, all except Fernando. The sound of the gross word sign before the women, was offensive to him. Well, that is normal, Pablo said, but it seems to me that with enough Cojans you would not wear skirts. Don't let him get started again, Ingalls. The flat-faced man with a broken nose who was called Primitivo said. He is drunk. Tell me, what do they raise in your country? Cattle and sheep, Robert Jordan said. Vluch grain also, and beans. And also much beets for sugar _N. The three were at the table now, and the others sat close by except Pablo, who sat by himself in front of a bowl of the wine. It was the same stew as the night before, and Robert Jordan ate it hungrily. In your country there are mountains? With that name surely there are mountains, Primitivo asked politely to make conversation. He was embarrassed at the drunkenness of Pablo. Many mountains, and very high. And are there good pastures? Excellent, high pasture in the summer in forests controlled by the government, then in the fall the cattle are brought down to the lower ranges. Is the land there owned by the peasants? Most land is owned by those who farm it. Originally the land was owned by the state, and by living on it and declaring the intent of improving it, a man could obtain a title to 150 hectares. Tell me how this is done, Augustine asked. That is an agrarian reform, which means something. Robert Jordan explained the process of homesteading. He had never thought of it before as an agrarian reform. That is magnificent, Primitivo said. Then you have a communism in your country? No. That is done under the Republic for me, Augustine said. Everything can be done under the Republic. I see no need for other form of government. Do you have no big proprietors? Andres asked. Many. Then there must be abuses. Certainly. There are many abuses. But you will do away with them? We try to more and more. But there are many abuses still. But there are not great estates that must be broken up. Yes. But there are those who believe that taxes will break them up. How? Robert Jordan, wiping out the stew bowl with bread, explained how the income tax and inheritance tax worked. But the big estates remain. Also there are taxes on the land, he said. But surely the big proprietors and the rich will make a revolution against such taxes. Such taxes appear to me to be revolutionary. They will revolt against the government when they see that they are threatened, exactly as the fascists have done here, Primitivo said. It is possible _n, then you will have to fight in your country, as we fight here. Yes, we will have to fight, but are there not many fascists in your country? There are many who do not know they are fascists, but will find it out when the time comes. But you cannot destroy them until they rebel. No, Robert Jordan said. We cannot destroy them. But we can educate the people so that they will fear fascism, and recognize it as it appears, and combat it. Do you know where there are no fascists? Andres asked. Where? In the town of Pablo, Andres said and grinned. You know what was done in that village? Primitivo asked Robert Jordan. Yes. I have heard the story. From Pilar? You could not hear all of it from the woman, Pablo said heavily. Because she did not see the end of it, because she fell from a chair outside of the window. You tell him what happened then, Pilar said. Since I know not the story, let you tell it. Nay, Pablo said. I have never told it. No, Pilar said. And you will not tell it. And now you wish it had not happened? No, Pablo said. That is not true. And if all had killed the fascists, as I did, we would not have this war. But I would not have had it happen as it. Why do you say that? Primitivo asked him. Are you changing your politics? No. But it was barbarous, Pablo said. In those days I was very barbarous. And now you are drunk, Pilar said. Yes, Pablo said. I with your permission. El liked you better when you were barbarous, the woman said. Of all men the drunkard is the foulest. The thief when he is not stealing is like another. The extortioner does not practice in the home. The murderer when he is at home can wash his hands. But the drunkard stinks and vomits in his own bed, and dissolves his organs in alcohol. You are a woman, and you do not understand. Pablo said equably. I am drunk on wine, and I would be happy except for those people I have killed. All of them fill me with sorrow. He shook his head lugubriously. Give him some of that which Sordo brought, Pilar said. Give him something to animate him. He is becoming too sad to bear. If I could restore them to life, I would, Pablo said. Go and obscenity thyself, Augustine said to him. What sort of place is this? El would bring them all back to life, Pablo said sadly. Everyone. Thy mother, Augustine shouted at him. Stop talking like this or get out. Those were fascists you killed. You heard me, Pablo said. El would restore them all to life. And then you would walk on the water, Pilar said. In my life I have never seen such a man. Up until yesterday you preserved some remnants of manhood. And today there is not enough of you left to make a sick kitten. Yet you are happy in your soddenness. We should have killed all or none. Pablo nodded his head. All or none. Listen, Ingalls, Augustine said. How did you happen to come to Spain? Pay no attention to Pablo. He is drunk. El came first 12 years ago to study the country and the language, Robert Jordan said. El teach Spanish in a university. You look very little like a professor. Primitivo said. He has no beard, Pablo said. Look at him. He has no beard. Are you truly a professor? An instructor? But you teach. But why Spanish? Andres asked. Would it not be easier to teach English since you are English? He speaks Spanish as we do, Anselmo said. Why should he not teach Spanish? Yes. But it is, in a way, presumptuous for a foreigner to teach Spanish, Fernando said. "I'll mean nothing against you, Don Roberto. He's a false professor," Pablo said, very pleased with himself. "He hasn't got a beard." "Surely you know English better," Fernando said. "Would it not be better and easier and clearer to teach English?" "He doesn't teach it to Spaniards," Pilar started to intervene. "El should hope not," Fernando said. "Let me finish, you mule," Pilar said to him. "He teaches Spanish to Americans. North Americans. Can they not speak Spanish?" Fernando asked. "South Americans can." Mule Pilar said. "He teaches Spanish to N01th Americans who speak English. Still and all, I think it would be easier for him to teach English if that is what he speaks," Fernando said. "Can't you hear he speaks Spanish?" Pilar shook her head hopelessly at Robert Jordan. "Yes. But with an accent." "Of where?" Robert Jordan asked. "Of Extremadura," Fernando said primly. "Oh, my mother," Pilar said. "What a people!" "It is possible," Robert Jordan said. 11 have come here from there." "As he well knows," Pilar said. "You old maid," she turned to Fernando. "Have you had enough to eat?" "I could eat more if there is a sufficient quantity," Fernando told her. "And do not think that I wish to say anything against you, Don Roberto," Milk Auguste said simply. "And milk again. Do we make the revolution in order to say Don Roberto to a comrade? For me the revolution is so that all will say Don to all," Fernando said. "Thus should it be under the Republic," Milk Auguste said. "Black milk. And I still think it would be easier and clearer for Don Roberto to teach English." "Don Roberto has no beard," Pablo said. "He is a false professor." "What do you mean, I have no beard?" Robert Jordan said. "What's this?" He stroked his chin and his cheeks where the 3-day growth made a blonde stubble. "Not a beard," Pablo said. He shook his head. "That's not a beard." He was almost jovial now. "He's a false professor." "El obscenity in the milk of all," Augustine said, "if it does not seem like a lunatic asylum here." "You should drink," Pablo said to him. "To me everything appears normal. Except the lack of beard of Don Roberto." Maria ran her hand over Robert Jordan's cheek. "He has a beard," she said to Pablo. "You should know," Pablo said, and Robert Jordan looked at him. "I don't think he is so drunk," Robert Jordan thought. "No, not so drunk. And I think I had better watch myself." "Now," he said to Pablo. "Do you think this snow will last?" "What do you think?" "El asked you." "Ask another," Pablo told him. "I am not thy service of information." "You have a paper from thy service of information?" "Ask the woman." "She commands." "El asked the _ go and obscenity thyself," Pablo told him. "The and the woman and the girl." "He is drunk," Primitivo said. "Pay him no heed, Ingalls. I do not think he is so drunk," Robert Jordan said. Maria was standing behind him, and Robert Jordan saw Pablo watching her over his shoulder. The small eyes, like a boar's, were watching her out of the round, stubble-covered head, and Robert Jordan thought, "I have known many killers in this war, and some before, and they were all different. There is no common trait nor feature, nor any such thing as the criminal type, but Pablo is certainly not handsome." "El don't believe you can drink," he said to Pablo. "Nor that you're drunk." "I am drunk," Pablo said with dignity. "To drink is nothing. It is to be drunk that is important." "Estoy muy borracho _NL doubted," Robert Jordan told him. "Cowardly, yes." It was so quiet in the cave, suddenly, that he could hear the hissing noise the wood made burning on the hearth where Pilar cooked. He heard the sheepskin crackle. As he rested his weight on his feet, he thought he could almost hear the snow falling outside. He could not, but he could hear the silence where it fell. "I'd like to kill him and have it over with," Robert Jordan was thinking. I don't know what he is going to do, but it is nothing good. Day after tomorrow is the bridge, and this man is bad, and he constitutes a danger to the success of the whole enterprise. Come on. Let us get it over with. Pablo grinned at him and put one finger up and wiped it across his throat. He shook his head, that turned only a little each way on his thick, shorn neck. Nay, Ingalls, he said. Do not provoke me. He looked at Pilar and said to her, it is not thus that you get rid of me. Sinvergensir Robert Jordan said to him, committed now in his own mind to the action. Cobard _ it is very possible, Pablo said. But I am not to be provoked. Take something to drink, Ingalls, and signaled to the woman. It was not successful. Shut thy mouth, Robert Jordan said. I'll provoke thee for myself. It is not worth the trouble, Pablo told him. I do not provoke, thou art a bichoro, Robert Jordan said, not wanting to let it go, not wanting to have it fail for the second time, knowing as he spoke that this had all been gone through before, having that feeling that he was playing a part from memory of something that he had read or had dreamed, feeling it all moving in a circle. Very rare, yes, Pablo said. Very rare and very drunk. To your health, Ingalls _ he dipped a cup in the wine bowl, and held it up. Salud, why cogence his rare, all right, Robert Jordan thought, and smart, and very complicated. He could no longer hear the fire for the sound of his own breathing. Here's to you, Robert Jordan said, and dipped a cup into the wine. Betrayal wouldn't amount to anything without all these pledges, he thought. Pledge up. Salud, he said. Salud and salud again, you salud, he thought. Salud, you salud, Don Roberto, Pablo said heavily. Don Pablo, Robert Jordan said. You're no professor, Pablo said, because you haven't got a beard, and also to do away with me you have to assassinate me, and, for this, you have not cogence. He was looking at Robert Jordan, with his mouth closed so that his lips made a tight line, like the mouth of a fish, Robert Jordan thought. With that head it is like one of those porcupine fish that swallow air and swell up after they are caught. Salud, Pablo, Robert Jordan said, and raised the cup up and drank from it. I am learning much from thee. I am teaching the professor. Pablo nodded his head. Come on, Don Roberto, we will be friends. We are friends already, Robert Jordan said. But now we will be good friends. We are good friends already. I'm going to get out of here, Augustine said. Truly, it is said that we must eat a ton of it in this life, but I have 25 pounds of it stuck in each of my ears this minute. What is the matter, Negro? Pablo said to him. Do you not like to see friendship between Don Roberto and me? Watch your mouth about calling me Negro _ Augustine went over to him and stood in front of Pablo holding his hands low. So you are called, Pablo said. Not by thee, well, then, Blanco, nor that, either. What are you then, Red? Yes. Red. Rojo _ with the red star of the army, and in favor of the Republic, and my name is what a patriotic man, Pablo said. Look, Ingalls, what an exemplary patriot. August hit him hard across the mouth with his left hand, bringing it forward in a slapping, backhand sweep. Pablo sat there. The corners of his mouth were wine-stained, and his expression did not change, but Robert Jordan watched his eyes narrow, as a cat's pupils close to vertical slits in a strong light. Nor this, Pablo said. Do not count on this, woman. He turned his head toward Pilar. I am not provoked. August hit him again. This time he hit him on the mouth with his closed fist. Robert Jordan was holding his pistol in his hand under the table. He had shoved the safety catch off, and he pushed Maria away with his left hand. She moved a little way, and he pushed her hard in the ribs with his left hand again to make her get really away. She was gone now, and he saw her from the corner of his eye, slipping along the side of the cave toward the fire, and now Robert Jordan watched Pablo's face. The round-headed man sat staring at Augustine from his flat little eyes. The pupils were even smaller now. He licked his lips, then put up an arm and wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, looked down and saw the blood on his hand. He ran his tongue over his lips, then spat. Nor that he said, I am not a fool. I do not provoke. Cabron Auguste, N said. You should know, Pablo said. You know the woman? Auguste, N hit him again hard in the mouth, and Pablo laughed at him, showing the yellow, bad, broken teeth in the reddened line of his mouth. Leave it alone, Pablo said, and reached with a cup to scoop some wine from the bowl. Nobody here has cogence to kill me, and this of the hands is silly. Coward, Augustin said. Nor words either, Pablo said, and made a swishing noise, rinsing the wine in his mouth. He spat on the floor. I'm far past words. Auguste, N stood there inking down at him and cursed him, speaking slowly, clearly, bitterly and contemptuously, and cursing as steadily as though he were dumping manure on a field, lifting it with a dung fork out of a wagon. Nor of those, Pablo said. Leave it, Augustin _ and do not hit me more. Thou wilt injure thy hands. Auguste, N turned from him and went to the door. Do not go out, N, Pablo said. It is snowing outside. Make thyself comfortable in here. And thou there, Augustin turned from the door, and spoke to him, putting all his contempt in the single, Tuesday. Yes, me, said Pablo. I will be alive when you are dead. He dipped up another cup of wine, and raised it to Robert Jordan. To the professor he said. Then turned to Pilar. To the Sphero commander. Then toasted them all, to all the illusioned ones. Auguste, N walked over to him and, striking quickly with the side of his hand, knocked the cup out of his hand. That is a waste, Pablo said. That is silly. Augustin said something vile to him. No, Pablo said, dipping up another cup. I am drunk, seest thou? When I am not drunk I do not talk. You have never heard me talk much. But an intelligent man is sometimes forced to be drunk to spend his time with fools. Go and obscenity in the milk of thy cowardice, Pilar said to him. No tch, much about thee and thy cowardice. How the woman talks, N, Pablo said. Will be going out to see the horses. Go and buffer them, Auguste, N said. Is not that one of thy customs? No, Pablo said, and shook his head. He was taking down his big blanket cape from the wall, and he looked at Auguste, N thou he said, and thy violence? What do you go to do with the horses? Auguste, N said. Look to them, Pablo said. Buffer them, Augustin said. Horse lover? Care for them very much, Pablo said. Even from behind they are handsomer and have more sense than these people. Divert yourselves, N, he said, and grinned. Speak to them of the bridge, Ingalls. Explain their duties in the attack. Tell them how to conduct the retreat. Where will you take them, Ingalls, after the bridge? Where will you take your patriots? I have thought of it all day while I have been drinking. What have you thought? Augustin asked. What have I thought? Pablo said, and moved his tongue around exploringly inside his lips. Cute importer, what have I thought? Say it, N, Augustin said to him. Much, N, Pablo said. He pulled the blanket coat over his head, the roundness of his head protruding now from the dirty yellow folds of the blanket. Have thought much. What? Augustin said. What? I have thought you are a group of illusioned people, Pablo said. Led by a woman with her brains between her thighs, and a foreigner who comes to destroy you. Get out, Pilar shouted at him. Get out and fist yourself into the snow. Take your bad milk out of here, you horse-exhausted American. Thus one talks, N, Augustin said admiringly, but absent-mindedly. He was worried. I go, said Pablo. But I will be back shortly. He lifted the blanket over the door of the cave, and stepped out. Then from the door he called, It's still falling, Ingalls. The only noise in the cave now was the hissing from the hearth where snow was falling through the hole in the roof onto the coals of the fire. Pilar, N, Fernando said. Is there more of the stew?
Oh, shut up, the woman said. But Maria took Fernando's bowl over to the big pot set back from the edge of the fire, and ladled into it. She brought it over to the table, and set it down, and then patted Fernando on the shoulder, as he bent to eat. She stood for a moment beside him, her hand on his shoulder. But Fernando did not look up. He was devoting himself to the stew. Auguste stood beside the fire. The others were seated. Pilar sat at the table opposite Robert Jordan. Now, Ingalls, she said, you have seen how he is. What will he do? Robert Jordan asked. Anything. The woman looked down at the table. Anything. He is capable of doing anything. Where is the automatic rifle? Robert Jordan asked. There in the corner, wrapped in the blanket, Primitivo said. Do you want it? Later Robert Jordan said. Elle wished to know where it is. It is there, Primitivo said. Elle brought it in, and I have wrapped it in my blanket to keep the action dry. The pans are in that sack. He would not do that, Pilar said. He would not do anything with the Marquina. Elle thought you said he would do anything. He might, she said. But he has no practice with the Marquina. He could toss in a bomb. That is more his style. It is an idiot and a weakness not to have killed him, the gypsy said. He had taken no part in any of the talk all evening. Last night Roberto should have killed him. Kill him, Pilar said. Her big face was dark and tired looking. I am for it now. I was against it, Augustin said. He stood in front of the fire, his long arms hanging by his sides, his cheeks, stubble shadowed below the cheekbones, hollow in the firelight. Now I am for it, he said. He is poisonous now, and he would like to see us all destroyed. Let all speak, Pilar said, and her voice was tired. Thou, Andres. Metallo, the brother with the dark hair growing far down in the point on his forehead, said, and nodded his head. Eladio. Equally the other brothers said. To me he seems to constitute a great danger. And he serves for nothing. Primitivo. Equally. Fernando. Could we not hold him as a prisoner? Fernando asked. Who would look after a prisoner? Primitivo said. It would take 2 men to look after a prisoner, and what would we do with him in the end? We could sell him to the fascists, the gypsy said. None of that, Augustin said. None of that filthiness. It was only an idea, Raphael, the gypsy said. It seems to me that the facciosos would be happy to have him. Leave it alone, Augustin said. That is filthy. No filthier than Pablo, the gypsy justified himself. One filthiness does not justify another, Augustin said. Well, that is all. Except for the old man and the Ingalls_N, they are not in it, Pilar said. He has not been their leader. One moment, Fernando said. I have not finished_N. Go ahead, Pilar said. Talk until he comes back. Talk until he rolls a hand grenade under that blanket, and blows this all up. Dynamite and all. I'll think that you exaggerate, Pilar, Fernando said. I do not think that he has any such conception. I do not think so either, Auguste_N said. Because that would blow the wine up too, and he will be back in a little while to the wine. Why not turn him over to El Sordo, and let El Sordos sell him to the fascists? Raphael suggested. You could blind him, and he would be easy to handle. Shut up, Pilar said. Feel something very justified against thee too when thou talkest. The fascists would pay nothing for him anyway, Primitivo said. Such things have been tried by others, and they pay nothing. They will shoot thee too. I'll believe that blinded he could be sold for something, Raphael said. Shut up, Pilar said. Speak of blinding again, and you can go with the other. But, he, Pablo, blinded the Guardia Civil who was wounded, the gypsy insisted. You have forgotten that. Close thy mouth, Pilar said to him. She was embarrassed before Robert Jordan by this talk of blinding.
I have not been allowed to finish, Fernando interrupted. Finish, Pilar told him. Go finish. Since it is impractical to hold Pablo as a prisoner, Fernando commenced, and since it is repugnant to offer him, finish, Pilar said. For the love of God, finish. In any class of negotiation, Fernando proceeded calmly, I am agreed that it is perhaps best that he should be eliminated in order that the operations projected should be ensured of the maximum possibility of success. Pilar looked at the little man, shook her head, bit her lips, and said nothing. That is my opinion, Fernando said. Believe we are justified in that he constitutes a danger to the Republic, Mother of God, Pilar said. You even hear one man can make a bureaucracy with his mouth. Both from his own words and his recent actions, Fernando continued. And while he is deserving of gratitude for his actions in the early part of the movement, and up until the most recent time, Pilar had walked over to the fire and now she came up to the table. Fernando, Pilar said quietly and handed a bowl to him. Take this stew please, in all formality, and fill thy mouth with it, and talk no more. We are in possession of thy omen. But, how then? Primitivo asked, and paused without completing the sentence. Estoy listo, and Robert Jordan said, I am ready to do it since you are all decided that it should be done. It is a service that I can do. What's the matter? He thought. From listening to him I am beginning to talk like Fernando, that language must be infectious. French, the language of diplomacy. Spanish, the language of bureaucracy. No, Maria said. No. This is none of thy business, Pilar said to the girl. Keep thy mouth shut, will do it tonight, Robert Jordan said. He saw Pilar making at him, her fingers on her lips. She was making toward the door. The blanket fastened across the opening of the cave was lifted, and Pablo put his head in. He grinned at them all, pushed under the blanket, and then turned and fastened it again. He turned around and stood there, then pulled the blanket cape over his head and shook the snow from it. You were speaking of me, he addressed them all. I am interrupting. No one answered him, and he hung the cape on a peg in the wall and walked over to the table. Cutave, he asked, and picked up his cup, which had stood empty on the table, and dipped it into the wine bowl. There is no wine, he said to Maria. Go draw some from the skin. Maria picked up the bowl, and went over to the dusty, heavily distended, black-tarred wineskin that hung neck down from the wall, and unscrewed the plug from one of the legs enough so that the wine squirted from the edge of the plug into the bowl. Pablo watched her kneeling, holding the bowl up, and watched the light red wine flooding into the bowl so fast that it made a whirling motion as it filled it. Be careful, he said to her. The wine's below the chest now. No one said anything. El drank from the to the chest today, Pablo said. It's a day's work. What's the matter with you all? Have you lost your tongues? No one said anything at all. Screw it up, Maria, Pablo said. Don't let it spill. There'll be plenty of wine, Augustin said. You'll be able to be drunk. One has encountered his tongue, Pablo said, and nodded to Augustin. Felicitations. I thought you'd been struck dumb. By what? Augustin asked. By my entry. Thinkest thou that thy entry carries importance? His working himself up to it, maybe. Robert Jordan thought maybe Augustin is going to do it. He certainly hates him enough. I don't hate him, he thought. No, I don't hate him. He is disgusting, but I do not hate him. Though that blinding business puts him in a special class. Still, this is their war. But he is certainly nothing to have around for the next 2 days. I am going to keep a way out of it, he thought. I made a fool of myself with him once tonight, and I am perfectly willing to liquidate him. But I am not going to fool with him beforehand. And there are not going to be any shooting matches or monkey business in here with that dynamite around either. Pablo thought of that, of course. And did you think of it? He said to himself. No, you did not, and neither did Augustin. You deserve whatever happens to you, He thought Augustin, he said. What? Augustin looked up sullenly and turned his head away from Pablo. El wished to speak to the N. Robert Jordan said. Later. Now N. Robert Jordan said. Por favor. Robert Jordan had walked to the opening of the cave, and Pablo followed him with his eyes. Augustin, tall and sunken-cheeked, stood up and came over to him. He moved reluctantly and contemptuously. Thou hast forgotten what is in the sacks. Robert Jordan said to him, so low that it could not be heard. Milk August, N said. One becomes accustomed and one forgets. L, too, forgot Milk August, N said. Lush. What fools we are. He swung back loose-jointedly to the table, and sat down. Have a drink, Pablo, old boy, he said. How were the horses? Very good, Pablo said. And it is snowing less _n. Do you think it will stop? Yes, Pablo said. It is thinning now and there are small, hard pellets. The wind will blow but the snow is going. The wind has changed. Do you think it will clear tomorrow? Robert Jordan asked him. Yes, Pablo said. Believe it will be cold and clear. This wind is shifting. Look at him, Robert Jordan thought. Now he is friendly. He has shifted like the wind. He has the face and the body of a pig, and I know he is many times a murderer, and yet he has the sensitivity of a good aneroid. Yes, he thought, and the pig is a very intelligent animal, too. Pablo has hatred for us, or #raps it is only for our projects, and pushes his hatred with insults to the point where you are ready to do away with him, and when he sees that this point has been reached he drops it and starts all new and clean again. We will have good weather for it, Ingalls, Pablo said to Robert Jordan. We, N. Pilar said. We? Yes, we. Pablo grinned at her and drank some of the wine. Why not? I thought it over while I was outside. Why should we not agree? In what? The woman asked. In what now? In all, Pablo said to her. In this of the bridge. I am with thee now, you are with us now. Augustin said to him. After what you have said. Yes, Pablo told him. With a change of the weather I am with thee. N. August, N shook his head. The weather, he said, and shook his head again. And after me hitting thee in the face. Yes, Pablo grinned at him and ran his fingers over his lips. After that too. Robert Jordan was watching Pilar. She was looking at Pablo as at some strange animal. On her face there was still a shadow of the expression the mention of the blinding had put there. She shook her head as though to be rid of that, then tossed it back. Listen, N, she said to Pablo. Yes, woman. What passes with thee? Nothing, Pablo said. I have changed my opinion. Nothing more. You were listening at the door, she told him. Yes, he said. But I could hear nothing. You fear that we will kill thee. N, no, he told her, and looked at her over the wine cup. I do not fear that. You know that _N well. What passes with thee? Augustin said. One moment you are drunk and putting your mouth on all of us and disassociating yourself from the work in hand, and speaking of our death in a dirty manner, and insulting the women, and opposing that which should be done _ I was drunk, Pablo told him. And now I am not drunk, Pablo said. And I have changed my mind. Let the others trust thee. I do not, Augustin said. Trust me or not, Pablo said. But there is no one who can take thee to Gredos, as I Gredos. It is the only place to go after this of the bridge. Robert Jordan, inking at Pilar, raised his hand on the side away from Pablo, and tapped #D his right ear questioningly. The woman nodded. Then nodded again. She said something to Maria, and the girl came over to Robert Jordan's side. She says, of course, he heard Maria said in Robert Jordan's ear. Then Pablo Fernando said judicially. Thou art with us now and in favor of this of the bridge. Yes, man, Pablo said. He looked Fernando squarely in the eye and nodded. In truth. Primitivo asked de Veras and Pablo told him. And you think it can be successful? Fernando asked. You now have confidence. Why not? Pablo said. Haven't you confidence? Yes, Fernando said. But I always have confidence. I'm going to get out of here, Augustin said. It is cold outside, Pablo told him in a friendly tone. Maybe N. Augustin said. But I can't stay any longer in this manicomio _ do not call this cave an insane asylum, N. Fernando said. A manicomio for criminal lunatics, Augustin said. And I'm getting out before I'm crazy, too. It is like a merry-go-round, Robert Jordan thought. Not a merry-go-round that travels fast, and with a calliope for music, and the children ride on cows with gilded horns, and there are rings to catch with sticks, and there is the blue, gas-flare-lit early dark of the Avenue du Maine, with fried fish sold from the next stall, and a wheel of fortune turning, with the leather flaps slapping against the posts of the numbered compartments, and the packages of lump sugar piled in pyramids for prizes. No, it is not that kind of a merry-go-round, although the hash opal are waiting, like the men in caps and the women in knitted sweaters, their heads bare in the gaslight, and their hair shining, who stand in front of the wheel of fortune as it spins. Yes, those are the people. But this is another wheel. This is like a wheel that goes up and around. It has been around twice now. It is a vast wheel, set at an angle, and each time it goes around and then is back to where it starts. One side is higher than the other, and the sweep it makes lifts you back and down to where you started. There are no prizes either, he thought, and no one would choose to ride this wheel. You ride it each time and make the turn with no intention ever to have mounted. There is only one turn, one large, elliptical, rising and falling turn, and you are back where you have started. We are back again now, he thought, and nothing is settled. It was warm in the cave and the wind had dropped outside. Now he was sitting at the table with his notebook in front of him, figuring all the technical part of the bridge blowing. He drew 3 sketches, figured his formulas, marked the method of blowing with 2 drawings as clearly as a kindergarten project so that Anselmo could complete it in case anything should happen to himself during the process of the demolition. He finished these sketches and studied them. Maria sat beside him and looked over his shoulder while he worked. He was conscious of Pablo across the table, and of the others talking and playing cards, and he smelled the odors of the cave, which had changed now from those of the meal and the cooking to the fire smoke and man smell, the tobacco, red wine and brassy, stale body smell, and when Maria, watching him finishing a drawing, put her hand on the table, he picked it up with his left hand, and lifted it to his face, and smelled the coarse soap and water fresheners from her washing of the dishes. He laid her hand down without looking at her, and went on working, and he could not see her blush. She let her hand lie there, close to his, but he did not lift it again now he had finished the demolition project, and he took a new page of the notebook, and commenced to write out the operation orders. He was thinking clearly and well on these, and what he wrote pleased him. He wrote 2 pages in the notebook, and read them over carefully. I think that is all, he said to himself. It is perfectly clear, and I do not think there are any holes in it. The 2 posts will be destroyed, and the bridge will be blown according to Gol's orders, and that is all of my responsibility. All of this business of Pablo is something with which I should never have been saddled, and it will be solved one way or another. There will be Pablo or there will be no Pablo. I care nothing about it either way. But I am not going to get on that wheel again. Twice I have been on that wheel, and twice it has gone around and come back to where it started, and I am taking no more rides on it. He shut the notebook and looked up at Maria. Hola, guapa, he said to her. Did you make anything out of all that? No, Roberto, the girl said, and put her hand on his hand that still held the pencil. Have you finished? Yes. Now it is all written out and ordered. What have you been doing, Ingalls? Pablo asked from across the table. His eyes were bleary again. Robert Jordan looked at him closely. Stay off that wheel, he said to himself. Don't step on that wheel. I think it is going to stand to swing again. Working on the problem of the bridge, he said civilly. How is it? Asked Pablo. Very good, Robert Jordan said. All very good. I have been working on the problem of the retreat, Pablo said, and Robert Jordan looked at his drunken pig eyes, and at the wine bowl. The wine bowl was nearly empty. Keep off the wheel, he told himself. He is drinking again. Sure. But don't you get on that wheel now. Wasn't Grant supposed to be drunk a good part of the time during the Civil War? Certainly he was. I'll bet Grant would be furious at the comparison if he could see Pablo. Grant was a cigar smoker, well, he would have to see about getting Pablo a cigar. That was what that face really needed to complete it, a half-chewed cigar. Where could he get Pablo a cigar? How does it go? Robert Jordan asked politely. Very well, Pablo said, and nodded his head heavily and judiciously. Muy bien, you've thought up something. Auguste N asked from where they were playing cards. Yes, Pablo said. Various things. N, where did you find them? In that bowl. Augustine demanded. Perhaps, Pablo said. Who knows? Maria, fill the bowl, will you, please? In the wineskin itself there should be some fine ideas. Augustine turned back to the card game. Why don't you crawl in and look for them inside the skin? Nay, said Pablo equably. I'll search for them in the bowl. He is not getting on the wheel either, Robert Jordan thought. It must be revolving by itself. I suppose you cannot ride that wheel too long. That is probably quite a deadly wheel. I'm glad we are off of it. It was making me dizzy there a couple of times. But it is the thing that drunkards, and those who are truly mean or cruel, ride until they die. It goes around and up, and the swing is never quite the same, and then it comes around down. Let it swing, he thought. They will not get me onto it again. No, sir, General Grant, I am off that wheel. Pilar was sitting by the fire, her chair turned so that she could see over the shoulders of the two card players who had their backs to her. She was watching the game. Here it is the shift from deadliness to normal family life that is the strangest. Robert Jordan thought it is when the damned wheel comes down that it gets you. But I am off that wheel, he thought, and nobody is going to get me onto it again. 2 days ago I never knew that Pilar, Pablo nor the rest existed, he thought. There was no such thing as Maria in the world. It was certainly a much simpler world. I had instructions from goals that were perfectly clear and seemed perfectly possible to carry out, although they presented certain difficulties and involved certain consequences. After we blew the bridge I expected either to get back to the lines or not get back, and if we got back I was going to ask for some time in Madrid. No one has any leave in this war, but I am sure I could get 2 or 3 days in Madrid. In Madrid I wanted to buy some eggs yolks, to go to the Florida hotel, and get a room and to have a hot bath. He thought I was going to send Louis the porter out for a bottle of absinthe if he could locate one at the Manticolas Leonces or at any of the places off the Gran Via, and I was going to lie in bed and read after the bath, and DNNK a couple of absinthes, and then I was going to call up Gaylord's and see if I could come up there and eat. He did not want to eat at the Gran Villa because the food was no good really, and you had to get there on time or whatever there was of it would be gone. Also there were too many newspaper men there, he knew, and he did not want to have to keep his mouth shut. He wanted to drink the absinthes and to feel like talking, and then go up to Gaylord's and eat with Kharkov, where they had good food and real beer, and find out what was going on in the war. He had not liked Gaylord's The hotel in Madrid the Russians had taken over when he first went there because it seemed too luxurious, and the food was too for a besieged city, and the talk too cynical for a war. But I corrupted very easily, he thought. Why should you not have as Gokzai food as could be organized when you came back from something like this? And the talk that he had thought of as cynicism when he had first heard it had turned out to be much too true. This will be something to tell at Gaylord's, he thought, when this is over. Yes, when this is over. Could you take Maria to Gaylord's? No. You couldn't. But you could leave her in the hotel, and she could take a hot bath, and be there when you came back from Gaylord's. Yes, you could do that, and after you had told Kharkov about her, you could bring her later because they would be curious about her and want to see her. Maybe you wouldn't go to Gaylord's at all. You could eat early at the Grand Via and hurry back to the Florida. But you knew you would go to Gaylord's because you wanted to see all that again, you wanted to eat that food again, and you wanted to see all the comf 01T of it and the luxury of it after this. Then you would come back to the Florida, and there Maria would be. Sure, she would be there after this was over. After this was over? Yes, after this was over. If he did this well, he would rate a meal at Gaylord's. Gaylord's was the place where you met famous peasant and worker Spanish commanders who had sprung to arms from the people at the start of the war without any previous military training, and found that many of them spoke Russian. That had been the first big disillusion to him a few months back, and he had started to be cynical to himself about it. But when he realized how it happened, it was all right. They were peasants and workers. They had been active in the 1934 revolution and had to flee the country when it failed, and in Russia they had sent them to the military academy and to the Lenin Institute, the Comintern maintained, so they would be ready to fight the next time and have the necessary military education to command. The Comintern had educated them there in a revolution you could not admit to outsiders who helped you, nor that anyone knew more than he was supposed to know. He had learned that if a thing was right, fundamentally the lying was not supposed to matter. There was a lot of lying though. He did not care for the lying at first. He hated it, then later he had come to like it. It was part of being an insider, but it was a very corrupting business. It was at Gaylord's that you learned that Valentin Gonzalez, called El Campesino or the peasant, had never been a peasant but was an ex-sergeant in the Spanish Foreign Legion who had deserted and fought with Abd el-Krim. That was all right, Tark, why shouldn't he be? You had to have these peasant leaders quickly in this sort of war, and a real peasant leader might be a little too much like Pablo. You couldn't wait for the real peasant leader to arrive, and he might have too many peasant characteristics when he did. So you had to manufacture one. At that, from what he had seen of Campesino, with his black beard, his thick negroid lips, and his feverish, staring eyes, he thought he might give almost as much trouble as a real peasant leader. The last time he had seen him, he seemed to have gotten to believe his own publicity and think he was a peasant. He was a brave, tough man, no braver in the world. But how he talked too much. And when he was excited he would say anything, no matter what the consequences of his indiscretion. And those consequences had been many already. He was a wonderful brigade commander, though in a situation where it looked as though everything was lost. He never knew when everything was lost, and if it was, he would fight out of it. At Gaylord's, too, you met the simple stonemason, Enrique Lister from Galicia, who now commanded a division, and who talked Russian, too. And you met the cabinet worker, Juan Modesto from Andalucla, who had just been given an army corps. He never learned his Russian in Porta de Santa Maria, although he might have if they had a blitz school there that the cabinet makers went to. He was the most trusted of the young soldiers by the Russians because he was a true party man, 100% they said, proud to use the Americanism. He was much more intelligent than Lister or El Campesino. Sure, Gaylord's was the place you needed to complete your education. It was there you learned how it was all really done instead of how it was supposed to be done. He had only started his education, he thought. He wondered whether he would continue with it long. Gaylord's was unsound and what he needed at the start, when he had still believed all the nonsense, it had come as a shock to him. But now he knew enough to accept the necessity for all the deception, and what he learned at Gaylord's only strengthened him in his belief in the things that he did hold to be true. He liked to know how it really was, not how it was supposed to be. There was always lying in a war. But the truth of Listen Modesto and El Casino was much better than the lies and legends. Well, someday they would tell the truth to everyone, and meantime he was glad there was a Gaylord's for his own learning of it. Yes, that was where he would go in Madrid after he had bought the books, and after he had lain in the hot bath, and had a couple of drinks, and had read a while, but that was before Maria had come into all this, that he had that plan. All right, they would have 2 rooms, and she could do what she liked while he went up there, and he'd come back from Gaylord's to her. She had waited up in the hills all this time. She could wait a little while at the Hotel Florida. They would have 3 days in Madrid. 3 days could be a long time. He'd take her to see the Marx Brothers at the _, that had been running for 3 months now, and would certainly be good for 3 months more. She'd like the Marx Brothers at the opera. He thought she'd like that very much. It was a long way from Gaylord's to this cave, though. No, that was not the long way. The long way was going to be from this cave to Gaylord's. Kashkin had taken him there first, and he had not liked it. Kashkin had said he should meet Kharkov because Kharkov wanted to know Americans, and because he was the greatest lover of Lope de Vega in the world, and thought Fuente of Junin was the greatest play ever written. Maybe it was at that, but he, Robert Jordan, did not think so. He had liked Kharkov but not the place. Kharkov was the most intelligent man he had ever met, wearing black riding boots, grey breeches, and a grey tunic, with tiny hands and feet, puffily fragile of face and body, with a spitting way of talking through his bad teeth. He looked comic when Robert Jordan first saw him. But he had more brains and more inner dignity and outer insolence and humor than any man that he had ever known. Gaylord's itself had seemed indecently luxurious and corrupt, but why shouldn't the representatives of a power that governed 1/6 of the world have a few comforts? Well, they had them, and Robert Jordan had at first been repelled by the whole business, and then had accepted it and enjoyed it. Kashkin had made him out to be a hell of a fellow, and Kharkov had at first been insultingly nite, and then, when Robert Jordan had not played at being a hero but had told a story that was really funny and obscenely discreditable to himself, Kharkov had shifted from the politeness to a relieved rudeness, and then to insolence, and they had become friends. Kashkin had only been tolerated there. There was something wrong with Kashkin evidently, and he was working it out in Span. They would not tell him what it was, but they would now that he was dead. Anyway, he and Kharkov had become friends, and he had become friends too with the incredibly thin, drawn, dark, loving, nervous